All right, peace to the family. This is a paid event. Make sure you drop a minimum of $25 to $50 in the Cash App. This is a paid event. I don't know how long it's going to be, but I promise you, even if you put $100 in the Cash App, by the end of this seminar, you're going to want to go back and put another $100 into the Cash App. We put a lot of time into this presentation. And there are a number of things in this presentation that are brand new discoveries. So they are not in print anywhere else. They're not in any. They are our firsthand research. And when I say our, I mean me and I mean you. I mean our. Right? I mean our. Even the haters, the motivators. But more so everybody that contributes to the campaign. Everybody that tunes in, even when class is boring, right? You know, we get a lot of people to tune in for Roman blood sport. We get a lot of people to tune in for blood sport. You know, we arguing and fighting, but you know, we're trying to do that real work. We're doing our abstract study with our languages and, you know, going through grammar and some of the slower things. You know, we appreciate that. So, yeah, we're gonna get in, but I just want y'all to know this is I really don't know how long we're gonna be. I hope it's less than 11 hours. I don't think it's gonna be like 11 hours. It could be probably like 4 or 5, but I know there's a heap and I'm not gonna stop until we finish. You know what I'm saying? Unless we hit 12 hours, then I'm gonna stop because I forgot what it is, but YouTube does something weird with the video after 12 hours. So I'm not going past. But I'm not intending on, you know, I wanted to put all, and I've had so much stuff that I just been building over the last maybe 7 or 8 years that I had, a couple of books coming, and then, had to shift gears a few times. And so I just wanted to, for the people that have been around that throughout that whole process, I just wanted to be able to put everything in, compile it's about, I would say 20 years worth of research, but maybe the last 6 or 7 where I've really been writing things down and putting some. So it's going to be a wealth of information. Definitely. We're going to go in. Telling you, we're going to go in. You're going to want to, even if this shit is 12 hours, you're going to want to watch this at least 2 or 3 times. I'm telling you. Yo, it's going to be a classic. This is going to be a classic, man. We're not playing no games.
Every video view should come with a share. Every video view should come with a thumbs up. Every IG like should have a repost to it, a share to it. That's free and don't cost nothing.
Of course, it's a certain level to being humble, but there's another whole level to this when you're making generational discoveries. Nobody discovered I've discovered the physicality of the light body, the real location. When niggas talking about it, I'm being about it, I'm living it. This shit goes beyond all that fucking debate discussion. Ain't nobody doing it like this. Niggas ain't did it like this in the fucking 5,000 years.
Way better. Way better than
Of course, my work is good. It don't mean nothing. My work is good. I'm not selling celebrity. I'm selling good work.
Look at them. They mad. They mad. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? I didn't just show you the light body. I showed you how the information was written into the blood to be carried to the heart, to be stored into the magnetic field. I showed you how the light is produced in every cell. I showed you what the actual significance of ATP really was. That was me. Are you crazy? These are discoveries that's going to last for the next 500 years. For the next 500 years. So no, I'm not worried about it. Your community don't never appreciate you. Your community don't never appreciate what you give to them. It's always the other communities. It's always the other people that come into your community and see the value and pay for the value. It's always the other communities, and then the people say, oh, well, you sold out, you went to the other community. Oh, you went. No, that other community, those other communities, people from South America, Ireland, Europe, Africa, Germany, China. These are the people that's seeking out this information. Why? So they can be in control of the economy for the next 50 to 100 years. I don't have nothing to debate about.
Way better than hidden colors. Way better than hidden colors.
Boss, my work is good. It don't mean nothing. My work is good. I'm not selling celebrity. I'm selling good work.
Every video view should come with a share. Every video view should come with a thumbs up. Every IG like should have a repost to it, a share to it. That's free. It don't cost nothing. That's support that come. This ain't just about, oh, yeah, Cash App, Minister EnQi, Cash App, Minister EnQi, money sign, Minister EnQi, Cash App. Nah, this ain't about that. This free to share this information.
The iron in heme provides magnetism. The copper provides electricity. And the two of them together not only produce their own radiation, but as a unit within the pigment cell are able to attract, sustain, and transfer light from the pineal gland. Every one of your red blood cells passes through the pineal gland on average of 12 times a day. The pineal gland is the encoder sharing your current light software with your blood directly and the mitochondria through melatonin to regulate the plasma phosphorus levels which produce the light, amongst other things, similar to an encoder in a live video feed. This is what I'm trying to tell you about ATP from the electrons reduced from your food. It don't matter what type of food you're eating, the electrons are going to pass through the cytochromes, the cellular pigments, to produce ATP, right? Which goes through the pump, the heart of the mitochondria, the ATPase pump, which is the heart of the mitochondria. The same way you have a big heart through the grand circulation system, right? The grand circulation, small circulation, what our ancestors left us, right? These are heme groups. So your smaller heme group, your small circulation, has an ATPase pump the same way your heart does, right? And that is what recycles the light. That's what feeds the light into the body. That feeds the light into the body. The body is the cell. As far as the heart is concerned, as above, so below, or as below, so above. So your heart is feeding that light into the magnetic field. This is the real science. I don't know what the fuck it is y'all listening to. Don't send me no motherfucking messages about Billy Crystal. I don't give a fuck about no forbid. What? Huh? Huh?
Every video view should come with a share. Every video view should come with a thumbs up. Every IG like should have a repost to it, a share to it. That's free. It don't cost nothing. That's support that come. This ain't just about, oh, yeah, Cash App, Minister EnQi, Cash App, Minister EnQi, money sign, Minister EnQi, Cash App. Nah, this ain't about that. This free to share this information.
Please make sure you use the hashtag polyibic when you share these videos and post on social media. Let's help make our footprint bigger out there. That is the door right there. We got the Harry Potter door. You got to tap on the door a few times and then the brick wall open up. This is platform 9 3/4 right here. You know what I'm saying? Sponsored by the 24-month challenge, right? Sponsored by the 24-month challenge. The people who are, like I said, on the daily grind, pushing to rebuild the brain and the heart through abstract study and activation of the NRF2 system with EnQi's detox. You can find that at EnQi, DrEnqi.com. Yeah, I'm not even good at doing commercial breaks. Oh, man.
You better watch out for those people that bounce back from everything that was meant to destroy them. Those are God's people, and they are not to be messed with.
God says they'll regret what they did to you.
Yo, that's crazy because y'all don't understand what goes on behind the camera, man. It's so crazy, especially when you on the precipice of something so special. Like, y'all can't imagine how tough it'd be sometimes to really put this information down and really prepare to deliver it. I wish I could really say everything, but it just, it'd be a lot of obstacles to get over to get to the people with this information. So we really need everybody's help. Make sure when you're sharing the video, and you have permission to share this video, you have permission to even rip this video and put it on your own page, or take clips out of the video and share it on your own page to promote awareness of what we're getting ready to unveil to the people. Right? The one of the new things that we're getting ready to discuss is the EnQi cycle. And the EnQi cycle is is what we have found as your primary energy source. And yeah, I'm excited to get to it. Let me get out the way, man. It's gonna be crazy though. I'm definitely in the way though.
You better watch out for those people that bounce back from everything that was meant to destroy them. Those are God's people, and they are not to be messed with.
God says they'll regret what they did to you. Touch not my anointed. Do my prophet no harm. They're gonna regret, guys, what they did to you, man. People know what they've done. I'm talking about the people that walked out on you, the people that betrayed you, the people that set you back. God don't forget anything, man. Understand what I'm saying? God remembers everything, man. So don't go out seeking revenge. Be patient and wait on the Lord, because guess what? He's going to renew your strength. Amen. God is going to reveal your enemies. He's also going to remove them before he bless you. Don't overthink it. Don't overdo it. Don't go and seeking revenge. Vengeance shall be mine, says the Lord. Amen. So people have a tendency to just do certain stuff to the chosen ones and think they're going to get away with it. You're not going to get away with it. It says, touch not my anointed. Do thy prophet no harm. And there's certain kind of people you just don't want to just mess around with like that.
You better watch out for those people that bounce back from everything that was meant to destroy them. Those are God's people, and they are not to be messed with.
So, this is also going to be a musical in the essence. And yeah, yo, I've never been at a loss for words. But nah, I did the lecture to myself. Like last night, I was just going through it to myself. I was like, damn, that shit's fire.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mind state. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
thoughts
thing.
and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more. The alpha magma, codified in Kemet is the falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick to be complacent, and this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is, you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on Earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
Electromagnetic waves.
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of hype, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusivist? That's your light, clueless kid and a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
What is it? Electromagnetic waves. What is it? Electromagnetic waves. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Electromagnetic.
How we didn't know rap could get that big. Buzz is biology, underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps. And my shit creating new mumps. Bass sicker than blue pumps. Swinging like it's news hum. Ain't no stopping us. Accepting the whole populace. Shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon, a firework like a microscope. Light entendres, light forecast. Let's work. Smell me like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherence is the middlemen that RCA just mimicking. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018 radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes flesh.
Electromagnetic waves in your body work the same way as the recording technology. So we take it back. You look at a phonograph. A phonograph is a carbon disc spinning with a carbon needle. That carbon disc, that carbon needle is able to record what? Electromagnetic waves.
Yeah. All right, let's get busy, man. Let us get busy. Oh, let me do a sound check real quick. Let me do a sound check real quick. All right, hold on. I'm gonna need y'all to help me out with the sound check. Hold on. I got so much stuff on the screen. All right. Okay, so I see we got some people in the building. Peace to the family. Somebody said they're going to send $1,000 instead of $25 for the Cash App. If the lecture is half as good as my hype is, they said, I appreciate you. I want to make sure y'all can hear me though. Can y'all hear me good? Can y'all hear me good? All right, good. I just want y'all to hear my voice clear. Yeah, so we could get to the get down. Okay. All right, because I don't want y'all to be like later on, y'all be like, yo, the sound in the background was too loud, or the music was too loud, or yeah, as long as we crispy. Let me see who we got up in here, man. Zai the Great. Don't let me look crazy. The sound good? The student master, the sound we good? You gotta make sure we good, man. Y'all gotta make sure we good. YouTube, everything you're about to see here is for criticism, comment, critique, scholarship, and research. So just let the haters hate. While we do what we do. Because we will proceed to cooking. Okay, now hold on. Okay. All right, so we look like we working. Let me get it back on the side where I'm not gonna be able to see y'all that much, I guess. All right, so before we get started, of course, one of today's sponsors is the Polyibic Society, where we are doing our 5-language in 24-month challenge. You see the gear, you see the rabbit gear in the building, but you see the other very, very, very I want to say very tailored designs to what it is that we're trying to do culturally, coming straight out of the classes and the books. So I want to thank Second Ezra, obviously, for spearheading this and, you know, harassing me for a long time. But definitely being persistent until we got it done, you know. So I definitely want to shout out Second Ezra, and then staying up nights with the designs and trying to get, you know, them fitted and you know, done so that we could present them to the people and have the site ready where people can go ahead and really support and be a part of the movement in a completely different way, you know, with the whole family, you know. So we're going to continue to build around it and create designs and put up new clothes. But we definitely did we pressed to be able to meet our deadline, which was today, to you know, be able to bring you guys a whole entirely different vibe So, without further ado, we're going to get into the sequel to Water and Melanin, which was an article I did. Actually, I don't even know how many years ago, but it was on the pandemic, the epidemic of metabolic disease that was this, ripping through the Black community. And I just don't think, first of all, one of the biggest problems is there's not enough emphasis on it. We're not seeing what's happening in the right light. So hopefully at this point, we'll be able to see it in the right light and then have the steps to be able to have the steps to do what we need to do from that point to reverse, counteract, and prevent further damage. Type 2 diabetes is the #1 killer of Black people. The #1 cause of heart disease, brain disease, autoimmune disease, viral and bacterial infections, and cancer. If we kill the vampire known as diabetes, all her clones will die too. I know there's some of you that remember this conversation. Let me see, Marv. That's a good question. Let me see if y'all can hear me though. I definitely wouldn't be able to see y'all, and I'm not sure if you would be able to hear me. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. How did you hear the ABC 1, 2, 3? Since you in there, Marv, starting trouble. When I went to full screen, did you hear my little countdown? Was it clear? All right, bet. All right, so we go with the full screen. So I know y'all remember this conversation. See, this is how I have to handle these situations, with these celebrities, with these online celebrities. I have to just respond with information and science. Diet, fast, and herbs cannot heal diabetes. Anyone who teaches that is pseudo. Right? Celebrity scholar, Brother Unk. Have you read any literature on the effects of insulin on high blood pressure medication or plant-based nutrition? Respectfully. If you want to have a successful conversation with some of these people, you got to create the conversation, literally. Right? I got to create these conversations. If I'm the fake doctor, So we're going to analyze this, right? You're a fake doctor, period. Scamming the people. You and Dr. Sebi can't and have never cured anyone diabetes. Quote unquote, from our celebrity scholar and brother, Black Militant Unc. And again, you know, my question, is it easier for you to insult my certification as a naturopathic doctor than to read scientific literature? And I know the answer to that. Y'all know the answer to that. So, of course, I said we'll read as a family. Right? We might as well get started as soon as we get started with the basics. These little food things, this is basics right here. But I know that we have to address the elephant in the room before we can calm down and focus on the information. So let's take it the reason why I'm the fake doctor, right? Because after a while, I thought it was kind of a cute name. I was like, you know what? That is kind of a vibe right there, the fake doctor. Let's take a look at the standard recommendation and the primary reason I'm a fake doctor. For insulin, for high insulin levels and high blood sugar levels, you should take oral or injected synthetic insulin and eat carbohydrates to maintain your blood sugar. Because if you stop eating carbohydrates, your blood sugar and insulin levels will drop. You are even warned in many cases to avoid vegetables because they counteract the medicine. Now, that's what real doctors are suggesting. For a problem that is described as high insulin levels and high blood sugar, what they basically recommend you do is take insulin and eat sugar. Now, let's take a look at my standard recommendation and the primary reason I'm a fake doctor. As a naturopathic doctor, I recommend exercise for insulin receptor sensitivity training. I recommend diet centered around fat and protein to maintain a low insulin level. I recommend herbs to assist the body in repairing itself from the AGEs that rip up the tissues and attack the pigment centers of the body, primarily melanin. So because I recommend primarily that type of strategy, I'm a fake doctor. And so I had to, at a certain point, I had to step into that space and embrace. I said, well, you know what? I guess I do go against the grain. I wouldn't, you know, but let's take a look at the grain. Let's take a look at the grain, brother. Because see, what you guys don't understand is that each person that becomes diabetic is worth $6,000 to $12,000 a year if they stay sick. Each person, each type 2 diabetic spends $6,000 to $12,000 a year on diabetes products. $6,000 to $12,000 a year. Okay. So that we could start out and deal with this situation so we can all relax while we go through the information. We start out here. Did you know that the top diabetes medicines cause diabetes? Celebrity scholar, Brother Unc. Did you know that? the top 5 diabetes medicines. Yo, I said, hold up, man. What is going on? Because people will come to your naturopathic ideology with a half-hearted at best attempt, because they don't understand they don't understand the simple dynamics of, okay, well, how fast does it take your body to replace cells and tissues? When we talk about healing or reversing a situation, are we talking about changing your blood scores? Or are we talking about repairing all of the tissue damage from the AGEs that you done built up over the year, 5 years, or 10 years you've had diabetes, or whatever the case may be? To what degree? What are we discussing here? And I'm getting deep, and I'm thinking, and I'm going into these conversations, and I'm realizing that these people don't really understand what's going on out here. When you asking about the herbs, and you asking about the naturopathic direction, the first thing you got to do is put that in the right light. Don't put that in the light of, well, diabetes medicine is doing such a wonderful job. Diabetes medicine is out there curing, insulin is curing so many people of diabetes that, we have to really be skeptical with this herbal thing, because, we might as well just take insulin because it's been so successful in curing people of type 2 diabetes. And then when I looked, I found out. Yo, hold on. When I looked, and I'm sorry, people, I don't want y'all to think it's a joke, but seriously, people is not doing no kind of self-study. So you're going to be accountable for that. You got to be. That's the first step to really healing, is understanding that it's your responsibility to heal. Nobody's going to heal you. You got to take the initiative. And 80% of the reason that a lot of times we wind up in trouble is because other people know more about our body than we do. So we're vulnerable on a level that it's almost borderline on insanity that we would allow ourselves to be vulnerable that way. I listened to one of my little favorite little clips that I got from Chase on the TikTok thing is I think it's Pastor Mike. He said you got to guard your focus. You put a house. What do you say? You put an alarm on the house because you love it. You put an alarm on the car because you love it. But when you don't guard your focus, so he goes in. But for me, I'm listening to that and I'm like, yo, who guards their biology? Who guards their biochemistry? Who guards their body? Like who's a bodyguard out here for real? Who's a bodyguard for real out here? Like who's really, focused on that? And that's like the most vulnerable space that we have is our body. And I think, maybe in times past, we had the luxury maybe to, I don't believe we ever had the luxury to overlook it, but I think we've been exposed as much as, I think we've been exposed the last 2-3 years as much as humanly possible. So at this point, it should really be no excuse for continuing to, just remaining ignorant on, how our body works and what it is that we put in our body. So, I say, I'm just saying that to say, I don't want anybody to think I'm laughing at diabetes, because it's serious. It's my life goal to end type 2 diabetes. I wanted to, have the same impact on type 2 diabetes as Dr. Sebi had on AIDS. I think Dr. Sebi single-handedly put such a dent in AIDS. They had to redirect. They had to redirect their forces. Oh my goodness. Shout out to the God Ogun that came to us in the personage of Dr. Sabi, aka Alfredo Bowman. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, saying all that to say, these guys sound so some of them, they sound so cocky, like, you know, insulin is batting, you know, like 1,000. And all honesty, the research is showing that insulin actually creates insulin resistance. I need y'all to understand that. Insulin has not healed one person ever of diabetes. There's no person on earth that has been cured from diabetes by insulin. Not one. That was insane when I looked it up. I was like, wait, not one? Yo, it's people all around the world that have reversed type 2 diabetes through diet and exercise and natural eating and supplementation. You telling me that not one person? Not one? And to take it a step further, the more diabetes a person, the more insulin a person takes, oral or injected, the only thing that does is raise the amount of insulin that their body needs. Then I had to take a look at the rest of the popular diabetes medications. Okay, well, you know, once you start building up all this insulin and blood sugar, you got to get on the anti-inflammatories. Your cholesterol, your blood pressure start going up. So now you're on the high blood pressure medication, you know, your anxiety. So now you're on the mental health. And I said, hold on, man. Let me check these things out. And comes to find out, all of these things that they give you to cure your diabetes actually has a side effect of creating diabetes. I said, yo, if somebody asks me about the herbs again, I might slap somebody. I said, yo, listen, man, I don't think we, you know, and it's crazy, but that's what they used to say about black folks back in the days. You know, you want to hide something from black folks, put it in a book. So I'm just saying. We're going to make sure that we have articles so that everything we discuss, we can pull up and, we want to make sure that our pull-up game is thorough, right? Insulin shares a limited physiological concentration range with other endocrine hormones. Not only too low, but also too high systemic insulin levels are detrimental for body functions. The physiological function and clinical relevance of insulin are usually seen in association with its role in maintaining glucose homeostasis. However, insulin is an anabolic hormone which stimulates a large number of cellular responses. Not only too low, but also excess insulin concentrations are detrimental to the physiological balance. So, what this means, in simple, is that if your body becomes insulin resistant, you know, pre-diabetes, if you start to become insulin resistant, that means the insulin levels are going up in your blood. Just like when you become insulin resistant, the glucose levels go up in your blood. The insulin levels are rising as well because they're not being metabolized by your muscle cells. So now your muscle cells are the primary cells, not the only cells. But so when you add in oral insulin or injected insulin, that only makes the body's cells more resistant over time. Because it's a hormone, your body has a mechanism where it regulates and tries to keep hormones within the safe, within a usable range. So when the hormone circulate and goes up past what the receptor's supposed to metabolize, your body shuts down the receptors and you become more and more resistant. That's how your body builds what we call a tolerance. That's what it's doing. It's creating a tolerance to the insulin. So it's like when you drink alcohol for the first time, maybe one shot or one cup or one beer, and you feeling woozy, you need to sit down. But if you continue to drink, 5 or 10 years, you're a casual drinker, then you build up your tolerance to, you might be shooting shots of whiskey and bourbon, you know what I mean? Where you can, have 10 or 20 shots and it, still be standing. You're building a tolerance. So let's add this to our working vocabulary. Hyperinsulinemia. Hyperinsulinemia. When the amount of insulin in your blood is higher than what's considered normal. Alone, it isn't considered diabetes because diabetes is really measured by the sugar. But it's often associated with type 2 diabetes. You see that? So we're making sure that we add some of these things to our working vocabularies. Hyperinsulinemia. Hyperinsulinemia is one of those things we're going to add to our working vocabulary. And the reason why we want to add hyperinsulinemia to our working vocabulary is because insulin is something that you can get under control. And since insulin is there because it controls the sugar, if you focus on controlling the insulin, you will control the sugar. And the solution to having too much insulin is not to continuously add more insulin. Okay, now this is from the American Diabetes Association. Right, this is from BMC Medicine. So everything is going to be referenced that we discussed. Maybe you just been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, or maybe you've been living with it for a while. Here's the thing. Your journey is unique and it starts fresh every day. No matter where you are with type 2 diabetes, there are some things you should know. It's the most common form of diabetes. Type 2 means that your body doesn't use insulin properly. And while some people can control their blood sugar levels with healthy eating and exercise, others may need medication or insulin to manage it. Regardless, you have everything you need to fight it. Not sure where to start? Learn how type 2 diabetes is diagnosed. Now, just real quick, I just want to make sure that everybody noticed how the American Diabetes Association just snuck that right on up in there. While some people can control their blood sugar levels with healthy eating and exercise, others may need insulin. They just slipped that right on in there and kept on rolling. Some people can control their blood sugar levels with healthy eating and exercise. We just going, I just didn't want to, be a part of the large group of people that seem to have skipped over these things that are, hidden in plain sight. Insulin resistance, also known as impaired insulin sensitivity, happens when cells in muscles, fat, and liver don't respond as they should. So you have high levels of insulin and blood sugar, which leads to type 2 diabetes. Celebrity scholar and Black Militant Brother Unc. I'm going to keep reading. All right, but I just want you to know that we're just reading the information here. Everybody doesn't, everybody can't do that. So we're going to do this together as a family. How does insulin resistance affect my body? The development of insulin resistance typically increases insulin production. Hyperinsulinemia. So your body can maintain healthy blood sugar levels. Elevated levels of insulin can result in weight gain, which in turn makes insulin resistance worse. Hyperinsulinemia is also associated with the following conditions: high triglyceride levels, hardening of the arteries, and high blood pressure. Okay, so what are we showing here? This is the Cleveland Clinic, of course. But we're showing how insulin contributes to becoming more insulin resistant. And then we're also showing you how insulin side effects create the other situations that you deal with associated with diabetes, or help to create anyway. Your high blood pressure and your cholesterol levels, right? So then it's, we're going to see how those medications come back around, right? Insulin resistance is also the main feature of metabolic syndrome, which is a set of features that link excess fat around the waist and insulin resistance to increased risk of cardiovascular disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes, right? So again, having the insulin resistance gives you an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes. And they mentioned a subset of features that link excess fat around the waist. If you go right back up here to the top paragraph, you see how the actual extra insulin helps to do what? Elevated levels of insulin can result in weight gain. So the insulin puts the fat around your waist, which the fat around your waist is the main feature of metabolic syndrome, which further increases the risk of type 2 diabetes. So the type 2 diabetes, the insulin side effects is type 2 diabetes. The insulin side effects is cardiovascular disease. The insulin side effects. Like, so that would make insulin as a cure for type 2 diabetes pseudo. Just so that we all on the same page. Yeah. Let me see. Just in case. Let me see what we got in the chat. Yep. Wait a minute. Hold on. So this is why when people with type 2 diabetes use insulin alone with diet, exercise, and herbs to treat type 2 diabetes, the only thing they get is more insulin resistance. And every year their need for insulin goes up along with their health risks and medical bills. We're going to keep reading. Oh, yeah. Now, this is the part where I remind myself. So I want to show you guys how to do this for the people who don't know. Right? We have people that we don't know that are here with us for the first time. This video is going to go to different audiences. So let's look some of these things up. So this is how you do this, people, so that you see that I'm not making any of these things up. It's very important for you to understand this. I have a lot of difficulty from some of these people bringing this information, but let's just type in diabetes medication. Right? Now, hold on. We're going to keep it going. That cause diabetes. Let's just type in diabetes medications that cause diabetes. Listen. This is what I'm just trying to show you how simple this can be. Now we just walked through the articles. We just walked through the articles on insulin. But this is just a regular search. I didn't type in nothing special. Diabetes medications that cause diabetes. Drug-induced diabetes. What medicines can make your blood sugar spike? Detecting and managing drug-induced diabetes. Drug-induced diabetes. Medications that affect the blood sugar. Drug-induced low blood sugar. Medication-induced diabetes mellitus. High blood pressure, it could be a side effect of medications in association with increased risk for diabetes. 7 medications that may affect blood pressure. So this is what I'm saying. Like, you gotta understand, if you are trying to work on yourself, or you trying to watch this so you can, help a friend or family member, or if you're somebody that's studying because you want to be a naturopathic doctor or a holistic healer, or whatever the case may be, you have to understand where you're at and what the landscape looks like. I'm not against surgery. I'm not against medication, but I am against setting people's goals. Giving people the wrong goals. Success is about managing goals and being effective at what you do. So, it was just crazy to me looking up insulin and see that insulin actually increases the resistance to insulin. And then look at all the other drugs that's associated, or the top medications associated with it, and see that those all have as a number one side effect the fact that they cause diabetes. So when you go get the statin drug to lower your cholesterol, they might have forgot to mention that you got high cholesterol because you got diabetes. So because you got diabetes and you got high cholesterol, they gave you a statin drug to lower the cholesterol and never told you that the statin drug is going to worsen, or can possibly worsen, the diabetes, because it in and of itself is a risk factor. You see what I'm saying? Like, and then you'll have people that approach you in a certain space with it. they'll approach you in a certain space with it, and that ain't, that's not the vibes. Where y'all at? All right, so we get it. I don't even have to do no getting deep with it, right? But this whole PDF, this whole presentation will be on the website DrEnQi.com, and you'll be able to download the whole book, the whole ebook, for free with anything else you get from the site. All right, so if you notice, we're following along closely to it. Yeah, so people can do this at home. There's a lot of homework, to pull you in so you can internalize this information, right? So, you'll be able to sit down with your friends, family member, or maybe even look in your own medicine cabinet and see what it is that you have that could be affecting your diabetes by itself, and really start to build a real serious strategy. I want everybody to feel free to contact me. If you have type 2 diabetes, not everybody, if you have type 2 diabetes and you want help with, the application or of any of these principles to your regimen, just text me. And when you text me, give me your email address. Text me with your email address. Let me know you've seen the video or whatever the case may be. And I'll tap back in with you and help you apply this information. Right now, the reason why we're making the ebook free, we're doing it on a trial basis because of the support that we got from our small group doing the 24-month challenge with us, and we want people to continue to participate, right? But we want a minimum of 100 volunteers to donate $85 a month or $25 a week so that we can continue to do this research and defund diabetes. That's right, you heard it, damn it. We're going to defund diabetes. That is going to be the mantra. We're going to say it over and over till y'all saying it in your mind too. Defund diabetes. All right. So we're going to keep this outline in mind, right? The purpose of the body is to facilitate the consciousness, to facilitate your mind, to facilitate your soul, right? Whatever terminology you are comfortable with. So if you don't agree with that premise, we might not be on the same page. But the conscious you, the aware you, the thinking you, the feeling you, that is the primary aspect of who you are, and the body is secondary. In fact, the body is there to facilitate that, right? And so when you understand that, the purpose of your energy is to fuel that consciousness, right? Which is the reason why the access point, right? The brain, the doorway to the mind, right? The gateway to the soul, or how you want to look at it. That's why the brain uses up so much energy, right? After walking over 100,000 people through the 40-day fast, the 21-day detox, I learned a few things we have reversed type 2 diabetes in thousands of those people, many of whom we have to reverse diabetes more than once. Yo, we repeat offenders. I learned that there are some serious differences in metabolism among races, and I learned a lot about how our bodies produce energy and use energy. Okay. So some of y'all might have participated on my Instagram page. Some of y'all might have participated on Facebook. But I want y'all to put y'all answer in the chat. I want y'all to put y'all answer in the chat. I'm going to give y'all a few minutes to put your answer in the chat. I'm going to give you a few minutes to put your answer in the chat. In fact, let me go through some of these answers. Okay, we got quite a few comments. Okay, so we got and these are just the Instagram. I got the ones that I researched, which wound up being like the top ones from Instagram, Facebook, and people just randomly messaging me. So I took the top ones, I researched them, I put them in order, right? But I want you guys to put y'all reasons in the chat. I probably should have. Never mind. When we get to the answer, right? But what we got from Instagram, we got Tybo Audio. Stress. We got Fit for Life. Stress. We got CD Mind 7. Work. Sometimes depression. We got Fit for Life back with dopamine regulates the eating response. Cortisol also regulates appetite. If one is busy doing something they love, they can forget to eat because of the dopamine's appetite suppression activity. So we get a biochemical response. We got Detroit D Downtown says, I don't forget to eat. I just don't sometimes when I'm focused on a job. Dr. Amun Neb says, I don't forget to eat. I choose not to sometimes. Mama Green Doula. My mind was caught up in thoughts and emotions of all types. Fear, love, anxiety, joy, anger. Or if I've been on a mission to complete something like a new project, an old project, learning something new. Your mind is full or filling up, so you forget about your stomach. Beautiful Mystique. No appetite, and especially for the foods that are available. I could be particular in what I want to eat and get bored with what I have. Just having a taste for different things, so I'll choose to just not eat until I figure it out. Sweet Science of Sports. In a rush. Wave 3 Man. Too locked into work. Shamika Walker. I don't forget to eat. I only eat when needed and healthy. When I do. So I must agree with most of the answers, either no time or too busy or too many unhealthy snacks and addictions, which tricks the neurological messengers. Uh-oh. Right? She came with a biochemical answer. Gold mouth team. People forget to eat because of the mental issues. If I ever forgot to eat, it was because I'm busy doing business, and I know fasting is more important than eating, so I forgot because I wanted to forget. Peace. I forgot because I wanted to forget. All right, so we got a lot of them. We can't read them all. I just wanted to give y'all some time to put y'all answers in. All right. I wanted to give y'all some time to put y'all answers in and look at what the top answers are. Now, of course, none of these is my answer, but these were the top answers. These were the top answers. And you know what? I realized that I might have needed to ask a better question, right? So it might be my bad, because you know what I should have said? I should have said, why do people forget to eat in good spirits with good energy? Like, I should have rephrased it to something to that effect, because I realized that some people had put in, like, feeling, I guess, like feeling bad as a part of, feeling low energy. But I'm not talking about those times, because when you're low energy, you can say that, you don't feel good. You can say, oh, well, depression or anxiety or an infection or something, because you can feel that but there's this is a mystery too. It's a scientific mystery that, like, I really set my mind to these things. Like, when there's things that the scientists can't figure out, like, those are the things that really attract my attention, and a lot of times people can't, they can't see where these things are related, but to me, it seems so second nature. Diabetes is about energy metabolism. We got to keep that to the forefront of our mind. It's about your energy metabolism, right? That's what blood sugar is about, a energy source for your body, right? So there's times that we don't eat and we feel bad. We tired, we sluggish, we can't really focus, but not those times. The times when you forget to eat and you really forgot to eat because you was busy, but it's not that you was busy, because you busy all the time. And just to keep it a buck, we just don't know the reason. So our mind fills in the blank with that. You know what I'm saying? But even when you busy, when you get hungry, your stomach start letting you know you hungry. Your focus starts letting you know you hungry. You start getting a little cranky. Like, nah, when you hungry and you done dip past your body's energy, your body getting ready to let you know you hungry. It's time to eat, or it's time to lay it on down. We're gonna have to do one of these. We're gonna have to do one of the two. We're gonna have to eat something to lay it on down. So I'm not talking about those times. I'm talking about the times where, you might have went through the whole day and you didn't eat because there was no point at what you was doing throughout the day that you started to slip and lose focus or feel sluggish, or your stomach didn't growl. You didn't notice that you was none of those things happened. Nothing slowed you down. You're not tired. You're not even pressed to eat right now. Like, you done went the whole day and you didn't eat, and you're not even pressed to eat right now. You still lit. And everybody around you that done had 2 or 3 big meals, they looking like they can't even move. And you like, so what we getting ready to, that I'm talking about that. when you still loaded with energy, but you notice that you missed two, you missed 2 meals or 2 meals based on the, the 3 meals a day program. Right. So that I should have been able to phrase it. I should have phrased it a little bit different. So, you have an opportunity to change your lotto numbers. Okay, but no, we're not giving them the answer right now, though. The answer's we still, after all that being said, we still not giving you the answer right now. Okay, the brain and the heart are the 2 organs of the soul or the conscious. They have the most mitochondria because they require the most light. Okay. And in case you don't understand why it's important for us to start here, heart disease and brain disease are the number 1 and the number 2 killers. The number 1 and the number 2 killers, and they are the targets of diabetes, which is the reason why the number 1 cause of heart disease and brain disease is diabetes. So we can't even have a thorough conversation on diabetes if we're not discussing heart disease and brain disease. If you just joined the video, of course, you can go back here and see our basic standard. We didn't even waste any time. We'll get into standard recommendation. But now we're going to get a little bit deeper into the science and the specifics of what it is that we're missing. Mystery of the broken heart. So one of the things that happens when you have diabetes is that the heart muscle thickens. The heart cells swell up and lose their ability to pump blood. One of the main contributing factors to your high blood pressure, right? Cardiomyopathy. The reason is because of the connection of what your A1C count really, what the A1C really is all about. With the sugaring, the sugaring of your body's pigments, and the one that's discussed is your heme, but you got to realize that it does all of the body pigments the same way. And your melanin is what is actually targeted. And for some of you that just, you're not, all of this information that you're hearing this at the first time, you just have to, maybe relax and go on this journey with us so you can get really informed. Everything so far, we have been able to, make sure that we're saying things, we laughing, we joking, but we also providing documentation that you can go ahead and research on your own, so you can see that, I might joke, but I don't play, right? So, if we didn't do the research already, we wouldn't put ourselves out there in the public that way. But all of the studies have already been done to show that the heart doesn't function without neurons, healthy neurons, and healthy melanocytes. And I know everybody, when I first started to say that to people, they said, Doc, I think you might be bugging. You know, that's that black community, YouTube, you know, y'all melanined up over there. Y'all want to throw melanin everywhere. You know, melanin, melanin goes there. I said, no, trust me, I'm very scientific. I don't assert I'm the black sheep amongst that black YouTube health community because I'm, you know, always at the forefront of info. I'm always in the space where when you say it, you're crazy. And then 5 or 10 years later, they go, oh man, yo, you know who said that? Yo, you know, told us that back in the, yo, that doctor with the gold teeth, he be that doctor with the gold. So, you know, it just be like that. But it's not something that I don't share with people in a way that they can verify on their own. Right? So we know that we have two main sets of melanin cells in the body. Your neurons and your melanocytes, right? Neurons and melanocytes. Neurons and melanocytes. Or 3 rather, and your nerve cells. Neurons, nerve cells, and melanocytes. And yes, neurons are nerve cells, one and the same. Your nerve cells are just a little bit bigger. But they are the same. These are all pigment cells. And later on in the in the conversation, I will show you that they are actually the same type of cells. But for now, we can suffice to show that the cardiac cells require healthy melanin in order for them to function. This is the main cause of the attachment of diabetes to heart disease. There are more than 34 million Americans living with diabetes, according to the American Diabetes Association. 25% of people aged 65 and older in the United States have diabetes, and about half have prediabetes. Half. That's insane. That means almost to say, anybody else that's listening to this video, if you don't have diabetes, you pretty much have pre-diabetes. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much, because you got to think about how many people are not, you know, that they haven't checked their blood sugar levels or any of those things, so they don't know where they're at. They haven't checked, but they having them weird tingly sensations in their hands or their feet. They have weird tingly sensations in their neck. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep playing around. if you getting them funny feelings in your neck or your hands or your feet, you about to be young jock. You better stop playing. It's going down. You about to be going down. That's what I mean. But doctors don't yet understand exactly how cognitive decline and diabetes are connected, but they do know that high blood sugar or insulin can harm the brain in several ways. Diabetes raises the risk of heart disease and stroke, which hurt the heart and blood vessels. Damaged blood vessels in the brain may contribute to cognitive decline. The brain depends on many different chemicals, which may be unbalanced by too much insulin. Some of the changes may help trigger cognitive decline. Some of these changes may help trigger cognitive decline. High blood sugar causes inflammation. This may damage brain cells and cause dementia to develop. Most people with type 2 diabetes, which is linked to lack of exercise and being overweight. Most people with diabetes have type 2, excuse me. You know what's messing with me? My order of reading. You know what I'm saying? Like now that I've been doing the French and the Italian, it's messing my brain up a little bit. So y'all have to excuse me. When diabetes is not controlled, too much sugar remains in the blood. Over time, this could damage organs, including the brain. Scientists are finding more evidence that could link type 2 diabetes with Alzheimer's disease, the most common cause of dementia. Several research studies following large groups over many years suggest that adults with type 2 diabetes have a higher risk of developing Alzheimer's. What research has shown about the relationship between diabetes and cognitive decline? People with type 1 diabetes are at a greater risk of dementia than people without diabetes. According to one study's results, type 1 diabetics were 93% more likely to develop dementia. 93% more. 93% more. Like these things, it should just be conclusive. A 2021 paper for Kaiser Permanente, Northern California, showed older adults with type 1 diabetes who were hospitalized for just one blood sugar extreme were at higher risk for dementia, and those who were hospitalized for both highs and lows were 6 times more likely to later develop dementia. There's a strong correlation between Alzheimer's disease and high blood sugar levels. One study found that people with high blood sugar levels, such as those linked with type 2 diabetes, had a dramatic increase in beta amyloid protein, one of the hallmarks of Alzheimer's disease. We're going to read that one again, because that may sound like Charlie Brown teacher to some of you, but to some of you who are in fear of Alzheimer's or dealing with family members or friends or loved ones with Alzheimer's, you know that terminology all too well. Well, what you didn't know is that type 2 diabetes causes the body to produce beta amyloid through the roof, right? So I'll read that again. There's a strong correlation between Alzheimer's disease and high blood sugar levels. One study found that people with high blood sugar levels, such as those linked with type 2 diabetes, had a dramatic increase in beta amyloid protein. So this is why one of the conversations we was having about cannabis, back in the day, not back in the days, but like maybe a year or so ago. And I said that a part of the health differences associated with being high, right? Any type of high that gives you the munchies or that makes you have an appetite when you come down, whether it's weed, whether you're doing coke, whatever it is that you do. Anything that creates an appetite. Most times, people that come down, they want sugar. So whether you smoking weed or you doing something else, when you come down, you got the munchies you want to eat, but you looking for the lowest quality stuff to fill yourself up with. Cookies, cake, ice cream, this one, that one, the other, sugary, sweet stuff. So a lot of times what you do after really impacts what it is that you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people thought I was, like I said, playing, you know what I'm saying? Because of the fact that I was joking. I might be joking, but I'm not playing. You know, that really has a large impact on what it is that you do. If every time, because I'm not going to pretend like everybody that's like half of y'all listening right now high. So, you know, whether it's something illegal or something that's legal, because this also, you know, drugs is drugs. This also includes stuff that you get over the counter that you may have to take for whatever the case may be. You know, you may have a prescription for, you know, and you create an appetite for yourself. A lot of times we going for the sugariest, sweetest, you know, and that's going to have a drastic impact on what it is that, you know, how your metabolism behaves. So just think about it. Every time you had the munchies, you know, I don't want to say you had a salad, but, you know, you had something along those lines. Maybe you had a blue magic smoothie. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of sweet, but it's also like at the same time you can, you know, if you're using the blue magic sea moss, you're getting Mama Thomas, right? Our special blend. You're getting 27 different herbs from Dr. Sabi in there, right? You're getting the vitamin D gel mixed with the sea moss gel, right? Yeah, we innovators, man. We have a vitamin D gel that we make from lichen, and then we blend that. Blend up. Anyway, it's worth reading one more time. There's a strong correlation between Alzheimer's disease and high blood sugar levels. One study found that people with high blood sugar levels, such as those linked with type 2 diabetes, had a dramatic increase in beta amyloid protein. People in the early stages of type 2 diabetes have signs of brain dysfunction. In fact, one study's participants show high levels of insulin resistance in the brain and a reduced ability to use glucose to fuel normal brain function. So diabetes is absolutely destroying your mind, absolutely destroying your ability to socialize with others. It's designed to do this, as we're going to see as we move through here. This is why we don't even have these conversations. You got to understand, if diabetes makes you go blind, it's obviously destroying the brain. Your eyes are a part of your brain. Individuals with type 2 diabetes show accelerated cognitive decline, especially in executive function and information processing speed. Individuals with, and this is from the Alzheimer's Association, right? This is from the Alzheimer's Association, right? So you can always go back and further your study, right? Individuals with type 2 diabetes show accelerated cognitive decline, specifically in executive function and information processing speed. Another study found that those whose onset of type 2 diabetes was at a younger age are at a higher risk of dementia. Like I said before, and I would keep saying it over and over, these brain diseases have a 20 to 40 years, sometimes longer incubation period, where they're setting in and you really don't notice the symptoms. If there are any at all, you won't even notice them. The early effects of diabetes on the brain were related to levels of a blood protein called hemoglobin A1C. Researchers found that even people who had diabetes for less than 10 years had deficits in memory function, typically associated with a brain region called the hippocampus. Coincidentally, the hippocampus is the brain region that's most affected in terms of abstract study. When you start to use abstract study to rebuild the brain, the hippocampus, just point that out. The hippocampus is one of those areas that you can kickstart the melanogenesis and the neurogenesis, which operate together. Neurogenesis and melanogenesis goes hand in hand, and those are the processes where you rebuild up the brain, you heal the brain. That's where your brain creates more brain cells. Right? So a lot of people, like I said at the beginning of this, we got people just tuning in, Those are the people who are participating with us with the 24-month challenge, where we are studying French, Italian, Spanish, German, and Chinese. Our goal is not to become fluent in all of those languages. Our goal is strictly to challenge the brain. And as soon as our brain gets comfortable with the challenge, switch the challenge, which is why we're doing 5 languages in 24 months of abstract study, simply to build up the brain. This is what we're doing. We're healing our brains as a collective. So, we know a lot of people are diabetic and pre-diabetic. You should be doing the 24-month challenge with us in the morning. A lot of people that are not diabetic, they might not even be pre-diabetic. Really, they just undiagnosed. We'll let them have their space. But if you did any drugs, you did any alcohol, even if you just used to drink and smoke, you may have already initiated the beginning stages of brain damage or accelerated brain damage. And so you probably need to get on your grind with us in the mornings, studying these languages as well. Right. But this is what it is. There's only one way to stimulate the brain to go through like a hyper, like just ramp up your neurogenesis, or to kickstart it, because most people don't realize that their brain, and this was one of the challenges that kept the misinformation that your brain never grew new brain cells. Because back in the days, that was the scientific fact. You were born with your brain cells, and if you destroyed them, that was it. You just lost them forever. They didn't come back. One of the problems with that, or finding the truth around that, or through that, or getting over that, was the fact that everybody's not regrowing. Everybody's not in a state of neurogenesis. Neurogenesis can be turned on or off by external conditions, or controllable external conditions, which kind of set your internal conditions, right? How you're living and how you're eating are going to largely control. So most people, when they get into a comfortable space, they're not having neurogenesis, because a lot of times you already resigned yourself to your husband or your wife, or your baby mama, baby daddy, or you just single for whatever. So you're kind of in a space where you're not really pressed to impress people. You kind of you're not looking for a job promotion. You're not looking for you get kind of complacent, and you kind of start eating the same stuff every day. Go to the same restaurants, you get the same sandwich maybe, or you get the same whatever. You got 3 or 4 different places you eat dinner. They starting to know who you is and expect you. Right? So these little things here are slowly what contributes to your metabolism, slowly but surely becoming uncoupled from your energy system, and the problems that come along with it. Right? So anyway, if you look, you see the difference between what a healthy brain looks like. So, and these are not things that you feel or you see. Your brain constantly shrinking. And not only is it shrinking in size, but it's becoming more hollow, because you're losing more and more brain cells, but you're not experiencing any neurogenesis to balance the loss of brain cells with the birth of brain cells. You're just constantly losing brain cells. And as you're losing brain cells, you're losing brain function. And as you start to slip and lose that pigment from the pigment centers, you lose the higher function, and then you're in trouble. You're walking around, you're 35 years old, and you're talking like a boxer. You're 40 years old, and you're talking like you're 65 years old, like you're somebody's grandpa. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. I was listening to Allen Iverson talk the other day on the interview. I was like, bro, he's not that old. Like, why is he? This is crazy. It's too much party time going on because recreational drugs affect your brain the same way. And then that come with a lot of candy bars and Chinese food and just like a lot of the munchy food is bad. So you start losing. But like I said, the good thing is that, you know, people might feel away, but we need to have the conversations. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear Allen Iverson talking like he's a 40-year-old, like he's been in the ring boxing for 40 years. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he shouldn't be sounding like that. He can still get his brain tightened up. Right? So they say seeing is believing. Right? The process starts with comfort or lack of hormesis training. A child who is not trained linguistically has an incomplete brain development in the areas for logical pattern recognition and memory, while creating an overdeveloped reward system that preps them for addiction. So I need y'all to understand this. As children parents, now you can recognize who you are because you know how you behave and you know how your parents did you when you was little. So you got two ways to judge where you at. Right? But if you were not exposed to 44 million words in your first 4 or 5 years of life, chances are your brain centers did not fully form. If your parents didn't force you to read and sit down and read to you, chances are your brain centers did not fully develop. This is the only difference that it is with gifted children in elementary school and middle school. See, this is what you need to know, the biochemical reality of genius. It's something that can be, genius is something that can be taught. It's something that can be trained. And those of us we think we're born geniuses, you're not. You're born with a parent that loved you, at least one. That's all it takes is one parent to really love you. If one parent at least really love you, and I mean really love you, like they all over you. Even if they don't know what they're doing, you're gonna get 40 million language exposures. But a lot of the new age parents, they love their children. They say they love their children, but they love in like a new age kind of different kind of way. Right? So it's about, not spoiling the kid, putting the kid in daycare as soon as possible, putting the kid in, in front of the TV as soon as possible so you can work and focus on your career and your life. And this is that, in that space, the children aren't really getting that much exposure to language, of any kind. It doesn't matter what kind it is. It could just be one. It doesn't have to be. It's just period. Words. Right? Abstract study, abstract thought. Right? So if that doesn't happen, the mind more centers towards the reward system pathway, which is sensuality. So these are people that communicate through their body more. Sex, music, people that'll tell you when you ask them something, be like, I can't really explain it. I know the answer, but I can't really explain it. chances are the reason why they always saying they can't really explain it is because they tell you the truth, they can't, but they don't know that they have incomplete brain development as a child because they didn't really get the right type of nurturing. And some kids did get a lot of nurturing from loving parents, but the nutrition was so poor that the child's brain didn't fully develop. You know, because a lot of these parents now is led to believe that they should, you know, that breastfeeding in the bottle is just as good. Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? And it's not. You know, the child's 1/3 of your child's immune system comes from the breast milk. Another 1/3 of your child's immune system comes from the vagina. So, mothers, you're responsible for 66% of your child's immune system, right? So, what I mean by the vagina, the vaginal canal has a bunch of micro organisms, bacteria in it. Look at the ladies like, I ain't no bacteria in my vagina, nigga. What? Yes, it is, right? But these are good bacteria. They belong there, right? And when you have a baby, they coat the baby's skin, and that becomes their first set of external microorganisms or microbiome. And the babies that are C-section, they don't get that. They don't get that. So half of their immune system right there is down the drain. Now, a lot of these C-section moms, you know, they either don't breastfeed or they breastfeed for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, or something like that, and then they stop. Well, what you don't understand is that you're destroying. If your child is C-section and he had canned milk, it's a wrap. You're gonna have problems. You're gonna have that the child is gonna either have immune system problems or it's gonna have brain development problems, because the same process is required for your brain development, especially the breast milk more so than the delivery. That's really more immune system thing. But the breast milk is a part of your immune system and it's required for full brain development. So, that's something that we have to really keep in mind. And we want to learn those things about ourselves. Now that we know that those things can have an impact on us, we want to be able to say, call up your mama. You know what I'm saying? And this is an extra reason to love your mom, tell her I love you, send her a gift or something. You know what I'm saying? Old people got Cash App. You know what I'm saying? Send your mama $25 on the Cash App. Tell her to go to a good TJ. What is it? TJI Friday? TJ? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about. The restaurant in your neighborhood where the old folks be at. It's always a restaurant. It might be McDonald's. Shit. Sometimes, but it's always a restaurant in your neighborhood where the old folks is at like 6 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Like, send your mama $25 Cash App and tell her to go on down there and get in the game and go ahead and to the nail salon or something out here. Go get a little wash and set on me. Send it to the hair salon too or something. You know what I'm saying? Something. $25, $50 Cash App to your mama. Now, but on the flip side, feel free to go ahead and violate your moms if she played you. Nah, don't violate your moms, but we do need to spread this information. Seriously, people need to know how important that is. You know what I'm saying? You damage your child forever when you don't breastfeed, and that's why I'm saying love is not. It's more than just be like, yo, I love my kids or whatever. It's an action. You know what I'm saying? Love is what you do for people or to people every day. It's not just a word that you just throw around. You know what I'm saying? And that's, moms, you need to, that's something that you need to sit down. Fathers, don't make babies with all these people. You know what I'm saying? Treat your seed as sacred. And if they're not really trying to put the work in, you know, then maybe it's not baby time right now. But you know, I've always been a goon on that end. Like, we're not gonna play with it. Breastfeeding is a must. That's part of the upfront contract. Having a baby, like, nah, we breastfeeding. Nah, you eating this. No, you're not eating that. Yeah, because coming along with intentional breastfeeding is choosing the foods that you consume while you're breastfeeding, right? Because when you're breastfeeding, is like a smoothie of what you eat all day. So yes, breastfeeding is always better than formula, but we want to make sure that we're not loading up the breast with, Big Macs, and we want to be mindful of what it is that we eat while we're making the breast milk. So sisters, that's really the time for you to get into your goddess space. That's time for you to be holier than thou, act a fool, running amok. Enjoy that part, because he got to make sure you have all them things you need to eat. If you want the highest quality of breast milk, you know what I'm saying? So you get to run him all over town with what you're supposed to eat. That's the time, fellas, that, her last trimester and, the time that she's breastfeeding is really, you got to really, really, really make sure she has, even if you got to eat ramen noodles. You know what I'm saying? You got to make sure that she has the best of the best. And that includes that Blue Magic sea moss gel, right? Language exposure relates to structural neural connectivity in childhood. Neuroscience research has elucidated broad relationships between socioeconomic status and young children's brain structure, but there is little mechanistic knowledge about specific environmental factors that are associated with specific variation in brain structure. Right? So obviously you can pull these articles up. They go on to basically define how language exposure relates to the structural neural connectivity. The nervous system can be regenerated with the help of skin-related stem cells. In a world where neurodegenerative disease affects millions of people worldwide, there is no significant cure that can effectively help battle such diseases. In India alone, multiple sclerosis affects almost 1 million people yearly. As per latest news, researchers at the University of Maryland School of Medicine have discovered skin-related stem cells that can be used in the regeneration of myelin sheath, which is an integral part of the human nervous system. Okay, that's one of the things we're going to talk about, because obviously the skin-related stem cell is the melanocyte. Right, so we're going to be looking at that, and that's why we talk about neurogenesis and melanogenesis being one and the same. The bulk of the brain's melanin is inside the neurons. That's why it's called neuromelanin. It's inside the neurons, right? So you think about it, when you're creating new neurons, you're also creating new melanin to fill them up with, right? So just remember that, because sometimes people have a conversation about neuromelanin as if it's separate from the neurons, right? Remember, when you're talking about neurogenesis, you're talking about melanin. This is why I'm going to stress this also as we have this conversation today. I need y'all to get this through your mind. We have to have research and development of our own body. It's gotten so bad that you guys don't even know when they're talking about researching your body. Black genetics. This is why we had the book series. That's how I know how long y'all been following me. If you don't remember the book series, Black Genetics, aka Black Gene Ethics, right? Because that's what our problem is. Other people are developing the ethics that we should govern our bodies with. And they're doing that because we're not doing the study ourselves or investing the money, if we don't have the time to do the research, in somebody who can do the research, aka Dr. EnQi. Right? And so we really have to understand these things. right? So this is the study. We're looking at the study here, right? Within track localization of the relation between conversational turns and white matter integrity. This is showing you the areas of the brain specifically that the article is. So like I said, you can go back and do your work, do your research. And we talked about these during our morning, our 24-month challenge group in the mornings. These are the fascia, the lines of fascia that run through the brain, the connective tissue between the different families of brain cells. And these are the guys that form the superhighway in terms of conductivity through the brain. This is how you have instantaneous communication in the cells. And that fascia extends all throughout the body, obviously, but we very seldomly have these conversations and then discuss the impact of diabetes on these things. But then on the flip side, how we can repair this brain damage, how we could, stop Alzheimer's in its tracks, how we can stop this dementia in its tracks, how we could get our time back. Right. So we want to make sure we end on this point, or at least this part. A child who has been intellectually nurtured will grow into an adult that derives pleasure from the acquisition of information. Right? So people who enjoy research, people who enjoy reading, people who enjoy studying, right? You do know you're in a class by yourself if you fit into that category, especially all the way up to the people who get sexually stimulated. The people who get sexually stimulated, and I'll go a step further also and say, the people who think intelligence is funny. Like, so the people who can get the top end of witty, that kind of humor. And the sapiosexuals, it's because you were nurtured as a child a certain way. The people who weren't, their brain, that extra energy, that higher functionality shifts to a lower space where it just, these are the people that in their later years, they're going to find themselves like seeking to try to go to swingers clubs, and like their 40s, their 50s, their 60s. These are the things they're going to be, when you start to make that spiritual journey, there's going to be people that's not making the spiritual journey. They're going to be making a more base journey. You know what I'm saying? Because our timelines still work the same. We reach the changing points in our life. When that happens, we start looking in different directions. And for those of us that find pleasure in new information, it's going to be a spiritual journey, or a journey about, exploring your higher functionality. If you don't have that, you're going to further explore your lower self, which means, like I said, you're going to be getting into, more complicated drug habits, more complicated sex habits. And if you're using danger as a stimulation, you'll get into more dangerous recreational habits, where you go from dangerous to extreme, like the extreme sports people. they have to almost die every afternoon, because you see when they do the competitions, extreme sports is where every sport you can be killed in. With one mistake, you can be killed in that sport. Breaking neck, one time, one mistake. Like basketball, look at Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis has a mistake he's injured every 2 months. But that's basketball. You can shake it off and come back. These extreme sports, one mistake, you're dead. Or lucky if you're not dead. You coming back, your injury's not wearing off for 2-3 years, you rehabilitate. That's because they have to seek that inner satisfaction that way. So, and it's not too late. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can build up the structures of the brain. Abstract study is there for everybody. It's boring though, and so that's the reason why people may not engage. But at least having the conversation and having the information gives you the opportunity to say, you know what, I think I might try some of that out because I want to get a little deeper. I want to get a little deeper. You know what I'm saying? And for those of you that think you deep already, you can still get sharper, right? You can still get the brain waves more in shape, right? A little bit faster. All right. So the heart is 80% covered in fat, but overall it's 80% muscle. The brain is the exact opposite. We know the brain is a muscle, but the brain is 60-70% fat. But it has a much higher protein synthesis rate than external muscles. So this is where you get I guess some of the misinformation that turns into misinformation around the science of the body that turns into misinformation around the diet, right? Because if you know that the brain is mostly fat, then you know that your brain requires fat, and not just requires fat, but requires metabolized fat as well. So you need the DHA, the EPA, you need your omega-3s, and we hear about those, but your brain also needs ketones. Your brain also needs ketones. So your brain, because it's fat, it wants fat to maintain it. When you get that breast milk from mom, it's a lot of fats and fatty acids that are in there that are key in building the brain, that even if they put it in the formula, it's not the real joint. It's a synthetic analog of the real stuff that will come from mom, or it's something that they extracted from an animal that they put it in the baby powder. Like, either way, it's not with the right. So this is why most of the body's oxygen goes to the brain, because oxygen metabolizes fat. Oxygen metabolizes fat. That's the math on how oxygen metabolizes fat, but you don't have to get too crazy with it, right? But just keep in mind, the brain is bougie. It only uses glucose, galactose, and ketone for energy. The heart uses anything. Fatty acids, glucose, galactose, lactate, ketones, proteins. The heart is hot. The heart is hot. So the heart, just think of the heart that way. The heart is hot. And I don't mean hot like heat. I mean hot like stolen goods. I mean hot like stolen goods. You know what I'm saying? The heart is that guy that pop up with, you know what I'm saying, $500 TVs for $75. You know what I'm saying? You're a hot nigga. Yeah. The heart is liable to use anything for energy, but the brain is much more bougie. Now, here's something that's very important, because we're going to really get into this. We need to understand the inner facets of melanin and the relationship of melanin to diabetes. How come they don't teach you that the same amount of skin melanin you got is the same amount of melanin you got in your heart. Listen to what I'm saying. The ratio of pigment in the heart is the same as what you got in your skin. So the darker skin you are, the more melanin you have in your heart. And keep in mind that all three, or all two, or both rather, major types of pigment cell in your body runs through your heart. Your neurons or nerve cells, and you have a large amount of melanocytes active in the heart, maintaining the tempo, maintaining the oxygen flow. Your heart is actually made out of the same original cells. Right? So you know we always come with right? We not right. We, as soon as we say it, we coming with the location of heart melanocytes is specified, and the level of pigmentation in the heart may correlate with coat color. So this is not even something that's exclusive to humans. This is all throughout the animal kingdom. So if this is a well-known fact that your heart pigment ratio is the same as your skin, why is the conversation always that melanin doesn't do anything except block out the sunlight? If melanin is located in the heart, clearly melanin is doing a lot more than blocking out sunlight, because, I mean, come on now. Come on now. See, throughout the day, we're going to have a wide variety of realizations surrounding melanin and what melanin actually is doing in our body. That is one of the biggest reasons why we have diabetes, because we have this two separate, like ideologies floating around in space in our minds. And we have never, as a people, let these two things meet up in the same place and go have a drink together. Right? We got this one thing floating around our mind where we've had, greats from Richard King, Dr. Sebi, Dr. Africa. We've had some brilliant minds come and talk to us about melanin and come from a variety of different angles. The one thing that they have all centered on, as well as cutting edge science, is that melanin is able to absorb different forms of energy and radiate those back at different types of levels and in different types of ways, right? So it can take in waves and release particles. It could take in particles and release waves. It can AC, DC. It can do a variety of things with the energy once it absorbs it. So we got that, right? So that's floating around in our mind. We're like, okay, well, we know melanin absorbs energy, and it can transduce energy, change it to other types of energies. We know melanin does that. So melanin is beautiful. Melanin is out there. Yeah, I'm black and I'm proud. Say it again. Right? So we have that. It floats around in our mind. Then we have this real thing, right? Because melanin is almost like a play mythological thing with us. We don't realize how real it is, right? Except for us that's super dark skinned, that have, we look in the mirror every day. We know melanin is super real. Anyway, but then we got this very real threat, this monster that's killing more black people than anything else, but people acting like they don't want to deal with it. It's like the bully in school that you so scared of, you don't even make eye contact with. That's how diabetes been roaming through the black community. Everybody pretending like, the bully punch you in the face, dig in your pockets, all that. All you do is just stand up and fix your clothes and look around, and nobody else can laugh because the same thing happening to them too. Yo, listen. Nah, man, I'm from 158th Street in the Bronx, man. We slap bullies. We run down. We bully the bullies, man. That's what we do. So we running down on diabetes today. It's over. It's over. And we have to get this understanding of pigment. You know, when we understand A1C level, what is an A1C level? That's where the sugar is binding to the heme proteins. Okay, cool. Well, we got to remember in our body, we got a whole bunch of different types of pigment proteins, right? And they use the same structure as heme. So the A1C attacks all of the pigment proteins in the body in the same way. Or rather, the sugar attacks them all in the same way. So you got to understand the same way the heme gets attacked, your melanin gets attacked. And this is why the primary damage from diabetes is located in the places that you have the melanin that's prime, like the places in your body where melanin is the key to the function are the areas most damaged by diabetes, your heart and your brain. And we're going to see that because everybody knows, oh, okay, well, yeah, you got most of your might. Well, everybody doesn't know that, but I've been saying it for the last 5 or 10 years. So people should know it now. Humans, most of their mitochondria is located in their heart and brain. But what most people don't understand is that mitochondria is always attached to melanosomes. So anywhere that mitochondria is, melanin is. Anytime you hear people talking about they doing mitochondria study, that means they studying black people's bodies again. Every time you hear these conversations, they studying brain cells. That means they studying black bodies. They got to study the black body because the black body has the highest concentration of the melanin. So if you're studying brain cells, remember brain cells is cells that is full of neuromelanin. So you're not doing a brain cell study unless you're studying the neuromelanin, right? And clearly you're not working on heart health or studying the heart or things that affect the heart, etc. if you're not studying the pigmentation, because it's the neurons, the nerve cells, and the melanocytes that's regulating the function, right? So anyway, this is what we got to understand. This is why type 2 diabetes is a disease that primarily affects black people. Black people are 60 to 80% more likely to get type 2 diabetes than Hispanics, and 100 to 200% more likely than white people. And when black people get it, it is more debilitating to black people than Hispanics or white people because of the internal pigment centers. Now that you know that the same way on the outside you have more, you can be more dark skinned, the same thing is happening on the inside with your organs. And if that's the same in the heart, it's the same in the brain. Melanocyte-like cells in the heart and pulmonary veins contribute to atrial arrhythmia triggers, right? So if these melanocyte cells was not in control, was not required to regulate the heartbeat, we wouldn't have this work. So that's why these articles is here for you to be able to go back and every single thing that I say that you never, I'm gonna bring you up to speed. As much as I'm laughing and making jokes, I'm gonna bring you up to speed so that you and yours will be sharp. Y'all will be ready, right? You can go back and pull these articles up, right? And listen to this one. Listen to this one. We recently described a novel population of melanocyte-like cells in the pulmonary veins and atria of humans and mice. In the developing and mature heart, melanocyte-like cells are found in a pattern unlike that of any currently known cell lineage and are found in anatomic regions that often give rise to clinical atrial arrhythmia triggers. These cells express a unique transcription signature that is distinct from that of atrial myocytes or dermal melanocytes. So they discover a whole new type of melanated cell in the heart, a whole new type of melanocyte. So it's not the skin melanocytes and it's not the neurons which are the neuromelanin cells in the brain. You know, that's another way you could call them. That's what a neuron is. It's a neuromelanin cell, right? It's a neuromelanocyte. And just know that is the easiest way for you to understand it. Think of it as a neuromelanocyte, because that's what it means. The melanin cells are the brain cells. If a person wants to eliminate all traces of blackness, they would have to give up all their brain cells, right? Because that's what the brain cells are, literally. All right. So now that we have this understanding that the more external melanin you have, the more dark skin you are, right? The more internal melanin you have. We have to look at one of the things that contributes most heavily that maybe you guys don't know about. Hold on. I have a word from our sponsors. We need to have a word with our sponsors real quick. Right? This is a reminder. This is a paid event. Go to Cash App and drop a minimum of $25 to a $50 donation for this work so we can continue to build.
You better watch out for those people that bounce back from everything that was meant to destroy them. Those are God's people, and they are not to be messed with.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mind state, but now I'm starting to really think like, you know, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
Thoughts
thing.
and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more is the alpha magma. Codified in Kemet is the falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick to be complacent, and this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
Electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of hype, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid and a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
Electromagnetic wave. Electromagnetic waves.
All right. We back. All right. Now, here's what you have to understand, right? Melanin makes your body store salt, sodium. So the more internal melanin you have, the more internal salt your body's going to try to hold on to. Now, I know some of y'all brains is clicking right now like, oh, because some of y'all knew, okay, all of the different pigments, right? The way they have different functionality is not necessarily from the back structure of the pigment. That's based on aromatic amino acids. But it's the mineral, you know, like, so when we talk about chlorophyll, we know that that pigment works via magnesium. When we talk about heme or hemoglobin or the blood, right, we know that that pigment works via iron, right? But melanin has a strong affinity for sodium, right? So your melanin pulls that sodium. So, see, I know some of y'all heads exploding right now, like, See, that's what I'm saying. We have these two ideas floating around. We understand metabolic illness. We understand that it's mostly black folks getting it. We understand when the pandemic hit, they was like, wait, but it's killing mostly black folks. We get on the one angle that there's a lot of things that seem to just be killing us. But on the flip side, we don't understand how, like what's actually happening. And, that's where I come in. We provide the science and the solutions, right? The science and the solutions at DrEnQi.com, where this whole ebook that we're going through here, I'm giving away free to you guys because I'm thanking you guys in advance for becoming a part of our 100 volunteers, right? But you need to see this information, right? So I was talking with one of my guys and he said, wait, so you're saying type 2 diabetes is genetic? In a sense, just not the way we ever been taught about it before. So yes, you can still correct people that try to come with that comment. Oh yeah, type 2 diabetes and high blood pressure. It's inherited. It's genetic. It's coming from the genes. They if we want to say that it's based on melanin content, that is inherited. That is genetic. It's just a totally new understanding and one that nobody ever presented to you before. But from today going forward, we're going to change the game with this, because now you guys are, and make sure y'all let them know, oh yeah, we got this from the God, the God, Dr. EnQi went ahead and make sure you swipe my debit card. Swipe my debit card when you spend my money. You feel me? Swipe my debit card when you spend my money. You know what I'm saying? But now you know that the darker you are, this is why these things are happening. Because the standard model of healthcare, the standard model of medicine, the standard model of treatment is based on a European body. So some of these things don't even have to be conspiracy level events to indirectly target black people. Just if we use the European standard of model to base your health and your health regimens off, you're already going to be off because your body different. Right? We're showing the darker you are, the more melanin you have in your heart. Well, clearly that means that if we go on a diet based on people that don't have that level of pigment, either you're going to not have enough nutrition or you're going to have way too much nutrition, but you're not going to be right. Right? So now we need to just review the impact of sodium and how it increases and helps to create what we know of as type 2 diabetes and latent autoimmune diabetes, which is another form of diabetes that's not even being discussed. And no, it's not type 1 exactly. It's a whole nother, like they're starting to look at, as they learn more about sugar just being poisonous for the body, they're learning more ways that your body has been showing diabetic behavior in terms of disease or malfunction in a variety of ways. So latent autoimmune diabetes is another thing that we have to start discussing. But your sodium intake regulates glucose homeostasis, right? Sodium intake regulates glucose homeostasis, right? That right there, this paper right here should have been monumental. This paper right here should have been all over the news everywhere. But again, remember what I told you. That's why they got these trolls on the internet. They designed to block you away from me teaching. So they try to attack my credibility. They don't want you to come and trust this information. They don't want you to come. They don't want you to be exposed to this because you don't really got to trust it. Once you're exposed to it, You can go do your own research. That's why I provide the papers and all of the points, the reference points. Woo, oh, here. Every time we say something that it just opens your mind up to another space, I'm going to back it up with documentation and show you. So everything is not only solid from a logical, reasonable standpoint where you don't have to be, aware of scientific journals or whatever the case may be. But then also verify it at that level of thinking, and then maybe even some spiritual facets as well. We're going to make sure that everything is thoroughly nailed down as we move through this conversation, right? But sodium regulates glucose homeostasis, like literally type 2 diabetes is glucose homeostasis disease. Like you could literally call it glucose homeostasis disease. Homeostasis means balanced, for y'all that don't know. So it's literally sodium intake regulates glucose balance. We ain't got to get technical with genes, proteins, none of that. Just knowing that the amount of sodium you eat controls your glucose. Right? Now, again, we're giving you an article so you can see what they're doing. How salt water is conductive. When we're talking about salt water, when you're eating up a whole bunch of salt, people, just so you know, your blood has become salt water. Remember, your blood is 90% water, right? Your blood plasma, your body's plasma is electrically active water, right? So we just want to, right? So we just showing you how chemistry works step by step, just in case you don't understand, right? So let's walk it back. Melanin has an affinity to hold salt, right? Salt regulates your sugar, and salt has an affinity to hold water, right? This is why salt is, it works hand in hand with your kidney to regulate the body's water, right? So this is why type 2 diabetics often associated with dialysis machine, because of the salt levels in the kidney, right? So just making sure we're all on the same page, right? Now, salt water produces and conducts electricity, right? So we're showing the irony also, right? A body where you're eating a bunch of salt, right? You technically should be able to produce energy from a high salt diet, right? But anyway, just follow for now. We just leave it here where it's at, right? But sodium makes your body hold water, okay? Heme uses magnetism to produce energy in water, all right? So it's not just melanin. Heme also absorbs light and produces nitric oxide, right? That your body also uses for energy. Right now, I know some of y'all was waiting for this part. I know some of y'all was here to get that to hear that little conversation with me and Unc. But I know some of y'all, some others are here because they want to hear about this photosynthesis thing with melanin. It's very important. It plays a key role in this whole diabetes conversation, because you guys may not really understand what's going on here, big picture wise. And if you don't see the big picture, you can't really understand the small picture. That's why we have to clarify the big picture. So trust me, y'all know how I teach. I'm gonna give y'all all of the information, even when it seems like you're getting too much information. It's an all-day seminar, and this be a video, it's being recorded, so it'll be here for you to rewind and come back. But you have to understand how all these things are related, right? So we're going to talk about the celebrity scientist and teacher, Dr. Arturo Salas. Okay, so this guy right here, and I don't really have a high opinion of the gentleman because I read his book. It's a hodgepodge of everything that Richard King and T. Owens Moore and all of those guys put together stuff we heard from Dr. Africa and all that. But he tried to throw copyright. Like it's wild how these people really, cultural appropriation is nowhere worse than in the health and the sciences. So this is where I want to see YouTube and Netflix get behind this pro. I want to see the Netflix and the YouTube community get behind this video right here. I want to see people talk about the scientists that are culturally appropriating Black, because all of these things are you doing research on eumelanin? You're talking about stem cells. You're talking about neurogenesis, brain cells, brain health. You're talking about heart health. You're talking all of these things. You're talking about stem cells. In case y'all don't know, that comes from the endometrial lining, and the Black woman has the most density in her endometrial lining in terms of stem cells. So, they grab those and they use those for stem cell research, right? The endometrial lining, in case you don't know, sisters, what I'm talking about is the thing that your body releases while you have a period, right? It's a layer of skin that's dissolving, and you didn't use it, so you lose it. You lose in past tense, not lost though. Lose. I gotta keep up with the driptuations and all that. Anyway, this is important that we understand, cultural appropriation, where it is the worst and where it's the most dangerous. It's not just the worst. It's not just the high frequency. It's not just that we got a million different Henrietta Laxes, but thank God for Henrietta Lacks, so we got some attention on it. But we got millions of Henrietta Laxes. Almost every Black woman that's ever had a baby in the hospital. What you did with your tissue, what you did with your placenta. I went to research. And you ain't getting none of that money. It's niggas right now buying Ferraris and Lamborghinis on you. You might have trouble paying your bills this month. And right now it's somebody buying a condo on the beach on you. On you. So cultural appropriation is worse nowhere than in the study of biochemistry, biology, when it comes to health and medical sciences. This is where it is the worst. So this is where I'm looking for people to stand up and talk about cultural appropriation in terms of our bodies and the understanding of our bodies. I'd be ready to vomit when people talk, oh my God, they're fat shaming. I'm like, fat shaming? Last I checked, I ain't never seen a nigga get hung because he was fat. I'm just saying. I might be wrong with that. Might be a few niggas that got hung because they was fat. I don't know. Last I checked, though. Last I checked. What? Rest in greatness to Nipsey Hussle. But I'm just saying, last time that I checked. So, chill. Right? So, here's our guy, Dr. Arturo Salas, who says he found out, he discovered. That's that same Christopher Columbus mentality, though. How you discovered a country where people was already at. When you got there, niggas was welcoming you in. So how you discovered it? This is the same thing with this guy right here. He discovered it. He discovered human photosynthesis. Right? And here's his formula. Now, what I'm going to say is his research is on the money. His research is on the money. But what he's teaching is foolishness. And not only is it foolishness, but it's racism. And it's continuing the genocide that's going on against Black people. because metabolic diseases, starting with diabetes and the Alzheimer's and the heart disease and all of that comes from it. If it is clearly, and the numbers don't lie, we've known this for a long time. If it's clearly affecting Black people only or mostly, we 200% times as listen to these damn numbers. This shit is insane. Listen, we 200% times likely to get these diseases than white folk. What the hell is going on? What? So clearly, it's clearly targeted. You know, I mean, come on now. And these be the things that separate me from the pack. Because when people like, hey, the police is targeting niggas, I'm like, yo, you know, fried chicken targeting niggas too. I'm just saying, your niggas is fried fish tearing the motherfucking communities up. I'm just saying. Yo, police, you know, they stop and frisking niggas. Like, yeah, okay. So, but melanin does not perform photosynthesis. And I'm going to show you something that's really, really sad about this. And this is why I say, if you don't tap back in with your ancestors, you know how they want you to tap in when you fly out to the West Coast? You got to tap in with your ancestors wherever you at. If you don't tap in with your ancestors, people could violate you on a level. People could violate you on a level that you don't even know that you was violated. You actually supporting being violated. You like Stockholm disease on a whole nother, you Stockholm syndrome on another level. You're supporting yourself getting violated. You don't even realize how you getting violated. Right? So he has a correct equation, falsely proven human photosynthesis. Now, for me, I didn't realize how slow, like I said, some of these adults was. And that's, you know, that's why I had to study it and figure out how slow some, you know, they got incomplete brain development. So I had to really say to myself, man, some of these guys really can't understand what you're saying to them. Like, you got to, you know, so I'm getting it, because even my children like immediately understood that there's no such thing as human photosynthesis. There's no such thing as melanin doing human photosynthesis. And it's so out of pocket and disrespectful. It's the same as it's worse to me than a white person aggressively calling you nigga. Y'all just don't understand it. But look what it is. Photosynthesis, the end product of photosynthesis is sugar. So Black people are in a pandemic, an epidemic pandemic of high blood sugar. And now here you putting out a scientific premise that says basically we make blood sugar. We make sugar in our blood. We making blood sugar. We performing photosynthesis. No. That's very highly disrespectful. That's like if we was to start highlighting, you know, different cultures and their genetic defects. You know what I'm saying? And then brainwashing their people to the point where they believe that nah, man, this is crazy. Your melanin does not produce sugar. Even 6-year-olds understand this. Do not ever find yourself as a Black person repeating such ignorance that melanin does human photosynthesis. Human photosynthesis would be the conversion of sunlight into sugar. Melanin does not produce sugar. And here's why I show you how the cultural appropriation and the disrespect is so high. Look, let me show you. Look. Because he knows it. It's his formula that disproves it himself. Literally, his formula shows you that the conversion melanin makes from absorbing light to water is producing electrons, electricity. His formula disproves his premise. It's not a carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. It's not a carbohydrate being produced. It's electricity. So where would this concept come from then? Where would this concept come from? Right? So before we move on, so we clarify, we thoroughly clear. Melanin does not produce sugar. Melanin does not absorb light, sound, or anything else and turn it into sugar. And he knows that. The only people that don't seem to know it are the people that are wearing the melanin. And you have to understand this, people. There is no amount of research in the laboratory that you could do on melanin that's going to tell you more about melanin than wearing melanin your whole life. These niggas be in the laboratory studying melanin for 2 or 3 years and think they deep. I'm like, bruh, I've been wearing melanin for 44 years. You're going to have to take a back seat. You're going to have to pipe it down. I know you're excited, but you're going to have to calm down. Because you don't know nothing about wearing this thing. So this is how you can make ridiculous comments. This is worse than somebody calling you, like I said, a white person with a country accent calling you a nigga in anger. Shit. Put some more drip on it, goddammit. Saying that melanin does human photosynthesis. Like, them is fighting words, for real, for real. Because that's at the heart of this pandemic that we're dealing with, the real pandemic, which is diabetes, right? So our furthermores, right? So here's our furthermores on this melanin human photosynthesis thing. So we wrap him up. See that? We quick to wrap. He wrapped up quick. This association of water molecules is not unique to chlorophyll or melanin. So our man jumped out there with the melanin is able to disassociate water molecules as if like it's something that only chlorophyll has been. See, that's what I'm saying. This is how science can impress people that don't study it. Because, oh yeah, the melanin molecule is disassociating the water molecule. Like, bro, that's what. So what do you mean? Just water flowing over rocks? like so. This association of water molecules is not unique to chlorophyll or melanin. Water performs autoionization, which is the basis for amphoterism. All right, that's basically how water molecules disassociate, and that's basically how they move. That's how they flow. So if you got running water or water strolling, especially if you got rocks or whatever, like that's what they do. Okay, so water performs autoionization, and you can look these things up, especially the words if you never heard them. Add these to your vocabulary: autoionization and amphoterism. Right. 90-degree contact is the angle that determines whether a surface is hydrophilic or hydrophobic to water molecules, most times. Larger than 90 degree is usually hydrophobic. Less than 90 degree is usually hydrophilic. Hydrophilic usually reduces electrostatic charge, And hydrophobic usually increases electrostatic charge. Why am I saying that? Because these hydrophilic surfaces, all hydrophilic surfaces, disassociate water molecules. So I'm just showing you how all the way around the whole premise and behind Homeboy program was fraud. That's why he never put nothing in English. Any of his information, you want to see him speak on his for life, you gotta learn some Spanish. I'm telling y'all, the game is crazy out here. Light alone encourages dissociation of water molecules. Magnetism alone, all of these things have been demonstrated to encourage dissociation of water molecules. Sound alone, hydrophilic surfaces alone, movement like water just flowing in a stream. So what's important is the process of dissociation and the geometry water takes when it's reforming. Those are the two things that's important, not even dissociation of water molecules. So that's basically so you can understand what I'm saying here. Disassociation of water molecules is not even like, if you understood the context of what these experiments are supposed to represent or relay or convey rather, you would get is how it's happening, what's happening during this process, and what is the shape, the geometry that the water molecules take when they reform it. That's what's important, not the fact that they disassociate, because disassociation of water molecules is everywhere. That's what water does. All right, so this is a book that we're going to go into. You can buy this book on DrEnQi.com. This is iKing Squared, right? And we'll come back to this page if we need it. But I just wanted to give you an idea of like what I was saying earlier in terms of the different functionality, right? So salt for melanin, iron for heme, and magnesium for chlorophyll. And although they have the same type of skeleton, because of the different minerals, it gives them a different absorption band in terms of the light that they absorb in, which is going to be important to our conversation, right? All right. So here's the elephant in the room. I detailed in the Soul Craft documentary, Chapter 4, and the Eat Right book, each mitochondria produce a full spectrum of light. So do the math real quick. 30 trillion cells in the human body. On average, each of those cells have 1,500 mitochondria in them, right? So 30 trillion times 1,500, right? That's some kind of number, right? So your 1,500 mitochondria take up 1/4 of the space in each one of your cells. So I know when you look at diagrams, there's only a few, but in real time, 1/4 the space. And just think about having like a plastic bag and you filling up 1/4 of the bag with caterpillars. That's exactly what your cells and mitochondria look like. Mitochondria look like little caterpillars swimming around inside your cells. It's kind of nasty. But yeah, so think about it like that. Now, the cells in the heart and brain are almost double. Almost half of the cell is just creepy crawlers all over the place, right? Because the heart and brain have almost double the mitochondria as any other cell. Each cell in your body, except the heart and the brain, require 10 billion ATP per day. 10 billion ATP units. So think about that. Each cell in your body, right? You got 30 trillion cells. Each one of them requires 10 billion ATP per day. This is why there's a point where you get tired, because there's a point in the day where your mitochondria cannot recycle any more ATP. And because we haven't learned how to do it, we haven't learned how to tap into some other energy sources, or at least consciously anyway, we're getting tired. So we need to go sleepy. But think about that amount of ATP that's needed. So the math is crazy, but the universe is orderly. So the simple solution is for your basal metabolic rate, you need your body weight in ATP every day. Right? That's the average, right? So if you're 200 pounds, then you need 200 pounds of ATP every day. And that's if you don't exercise. If you exercise, you need more, obviously, right? The average person runs on a steady 4 to 5 watts of electricity, which is about 1,200 watts a day, right? Because just like light, ATP cannot really be stored, right? Not the amount that you need. If every animal on Earth stored the ATP that it needed, there wouldn't be enough phosphorus to go around. Literally, there wouldn't be enough phosphorus. There's not enough phosphorus on Earth. So you have to have a system where you can have a little bit of phosphorus and just keep recycling it over and 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 over to make up for the difference which you need, right? It takes 120,000 heartbeats a day to match the 24,000 breaths to create the 144 gallons of oxygen you need daily, right? So, once we really focus on this thing being an energy problem and then learning more about how our body produces energy, not only have I already given you the solutions, but you'll have a much more well-rounded understanding of what we're dealing with. Now, melanin is photovoltaic. I'm the first person to discover that melanin is photovoltaic. So, a lot of things that I discovered, people don't want to give me credit for, but that was the thing that I built the Mom Atomics around, was understanding photovoltaism. I'm like, no, we need to have a whole supplement line based around photovoltaism in your NRF2 system. I'm like, no, nobody knows what they do. I'm like, yo, nobody knows what they doing with the body. Nobody knows. I got, God didn't open the door for me. I got to step in here. So when I came with saying melanin was photovoltaic, people was like, yep, he's insane. He's making up words. He's making up terms. He's losing it. When I start saying, yo, white blood cells has nothing to do with not has nothing to do with, but white blood cells is not regulating your immune system, Jack. Cellular immunity is based on your NRF2 system and your pigment. People was like, see, that's that pseudo made up talk. That's that fake doctor talk. But, it's really that I was 10, 20 years ahead. And it's not even that I'm 10, 20 years ahead, which I don't understand, is that it's just taking 5 years or 10 years for what I teach to get around into the scholarly circles where they can then draw up some tests and write up some papers and verify what they're getting from me. Because I tell you, a lot of these professors and stuff, they watch me. They, this is not a secret. So some of the things that I discuss with you guys, they're gonna put the time and money into trying to disprove, but they don't. That never happens. They just come back with another piece of weird science. Like, wow, this is yeah. And this is no different, right? It's just, when are they going to give me the recognition? When are they going to say, okay, damn, we verified it? Yeah, it's clearly photovoltaic. I mean, the formulas that they're getting verifies that it's photovoltaic. But I guess, like I said again, some of these scientific discoveries, they really don't want to put, a black guy from 158th Street with gold teeth. Like, they don't want to say that this is the guy that's discovering these things. Like, they prefer to lose the Super Bowl than let Marshawn Lynch run it in. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that kind of vibe, right? But any material that absorbs sunlight and produces electricity is photovoltaic. And so melanin absorbs sunlight. And look, even his own formula, his own math. Melanin absorbs sunlight and produces electricity. That means Dr. EnQi is correct. That means melanin is photovoltaic, right? And let's look at the components of a photocell. Your skin is not like the photocells. The photocells was built like your skin because people is researching you and not you. And people is monetizing what they find out about you and turn it into billion and $1 trillion industries, and we still struggling to pay rent. All of that solar panel research is black body research. Y'all think this is a game. But because you can't recognize your greatness and your value, the people that do get to monetize it and sell it back to you. This is you right here, right? This is how the collagen and the hydroxyapatite in your body functions. You have N-type and P-type. You got this material right here in your body. Copper functions as a p-n junction. That's why copper is it builds. It's a part of the building of all of the structural tissue in your body. Because copper functions as a p-n junction. And you have P-type material and N-type material. You have collagen and you have hydroxyapatite. Both which exhibit piezoelectric behavior. See, we're not going to play with them. We're not going to play with them. We're going to demonstrate. We're going to demonstrate.
What is it? We got to get out of that Illuminati mindscape. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious.
Yeah, go get you a snack. Go get you a snack.
What is it? We got to get out of that Illuminati mindscape. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious.
Okay, hold on. If you don't know, you're supposed to be listening to the lyrics of that song and then looking at your notes that you're taking, and you better be taking notes for this presentation, right? But paying attention to the presentation and listening to the lyrics of the song going, oh, wow. So even the song is so advanced with the song. Yeah. Pay attention. We teaching. We're teaching from the song to the presentation. Yeah.
What is it? We got to get out of that Illuminati mindscape. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
Thoughts
thing.
and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more is the alpha magma. Codified in Kemet is the falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick to be complacent in this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
Electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am type of hype. Get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
Electromagnetic waves. Electromagnetic waves.
How we didn't know rap could get that big. Buzz is biology, underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps. And my shit creating new mumps. Bass sicker than blue pumps. Swinging like it's noose hung. Ain't no stopping us. Affecting the whole populace. Shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon of firework like a microscope. Light entendres, light forecast. Let's work. Smell me like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherance is the middlemen that RCA just mimicking. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018 radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes flesh.
Electromagnetic waves in your body work the same way as the recording technology. So we take it back. You look at a phonograph. A phonograph is a carbon disc spinning with a carbon needle. That carbon disc, that carbon needle is able to record what? Electromagnetic waves.
Okay. That was your break time. That was your bathroom break, your snack break. Right? The album is online. That's the album cover. You can get the album anywhere. Just Google Dr. EnQi Sound Becomes Light album. Right? Now let's get back to this work. Yes, that's exactly who you think it is. And that's exactly what he's known for. Wait a minute. Doesn't that bear a striking semblance to something that we just heard? Niggers with the hard ER. Niggers create sugar in their blood. They don't need food. They could work in the sun with no food. They aren't human. Niggers create sugar in their blood. They don't need food. You see? And we hear stuff like that, we'll get mad and be like, did he call us nigger? No, see, that's not the part you're supposed to be angry about. Right? Say that sugar shit one more time. See, y'all think I'm playing with this. I'm trying to show y'all something. It's not a mistake when you find out that there's a disease that seems to be targeting you. And not only is the disease targeting you, but somehow this disease creates 10 other diseases that's tearing your ass up. And it's targeting you. We know that type 2 diabetes is damn near blacker than Air Jordans. Type 2 diabetes is blacker than wearing J's. Type 2 diabetes is blacker than fried chicken. Type 2 diabetes is blacker than Spike Lee movies, nigga. Huh? Type 2 diabetes blacker than Jay-Z. What? So we got a disease that is damn near a part of our culture. We getting identified with type 2 diabetes. And somehow type 2 diabetes makes every other disease possible or worse. what's the number one risk factor if you get in the pandemic? Oh, everybody else can survive it. But if you got type 2 diabetes or metabolic syndrome, oh, yeah, well, you might not be able to survive the. Oh, well, it seems like most of the victims are African. 70% of the victims of the COVID are active in American. And say, wait, what? Hold on. So this one disease gives you like 10 other diseases and nobody have the attention span to sit down and figure out where the fuck this came from. You think it's by mistake that it's just getting you. Or, you know, it affects other people too. But not only do you get black folks get at a much higher rate, but then, like I said, the effects of it is multiplied in black folks. So come on now. You gotta wake up. You gotta wake up. We can't play with it. If we're gonna crack down on cultural appropriation, we got to start with these celebrity scholars and celebrity scientists, right? Now, high insulin levels. What you need to know about high insulin levels that you haven't been told about insulin is that insulin controls potassium and sodium. So the same way insulin controls sugar, insulin controls salt. Oh, I told you about that. We ending diabetes. We shutting it down. We shutting it down. We're shutting it all the way down. Right? So this is what you got to pay attention to. Right? Now that we understand that melanin has this affinity for sodium, you got to get this part. You got to get this part. What is it that melanin then? What is the purpose of melanin then? Right? And if you understand how science, how nature, how the body is put together, if you understand how the body's proteins and enzymes and, you know, how cells become differentiated into specific types of cells, right? The purpose of how biology is created to facilitate biochemistry, right? When you look at pigments, you go, okay, well, the reason why heme has the affinity to iron is because it needs the functionality of iron, right? It has to carry oxygen and other nutrients through the blood, right? It needs the magnetism to do that, right? Chlorophyll needs magnesium because magnesium creates the hexagonal 3D shape and makes things bioavailable to cytoplasm that way. So your cytoplasm, which is the structured water inside your cell, it can't even really use things unless magnesium is present, right? Because magnesium makes things into the geometry. Magnesium is the geometry shaper. Magnesium creates that geometry around nutrients so that they're acceptable into the cell. So even with ATP, your cell doesn't actually use ATP, you know, it's AT or mag ATP or AT, you know, like that. It has to be attached to magnesium, you know what I'm saying? But when you understand that melanin is using sodium and sodium attracts water to it, right? Sodium attracts water to it. You go, okay, so, right? And see, this is the thing that nobody ever did. I didn't. right? So I'm telling you how I made or what contributed to my discoveries that I'm going to fully elaborate on a little bit later, right? But this is one of the main key pieces. I want you to get this, right? So not only are you seeing the research, but I'm showing you how abstract study allows you to have pattern recognition, and you're able to see the bigger picture than people, you know, other people be able to see, right? When you understand how pigments are built, then you go, okay, so melanin, we already have done the studies. We see that melanin holds the sodium. Okay, it has an affinity to sodium. Okay, so what is it that sodium does that melanin needs sodium for? Well, sodium is, it makes the water much more electrically conductive, right? And then it also attracts and holds water. Okay, so what does melanin do? Melanin is able to split water molecules and produce electricity, or really just transduce other forms of energy, down-regulate them in a way. That's how it scavenges free radicals. That's how melanin quenches free radicals, because it down-regulates them. You know what I'm saying? We tend to think of free radicals, and we think about everything in the body without its charge value, but free radicals are radiant. They're radiant. So certain types of free radicals produce different types of light in the body. You know what I'm saying? So melanin is able to absorb them and radiate them back out at a lower, you know, in a harmless space. And some even convert to actual productive energy. So it's able to recycle free radicals back into ATP, back into usable energy for the body, or in heat rate, various forms, right? Under different conditions, it's done some crazy stuff. So just understanding that piece. The melanin is put together in a way where the affinity to sodium is because it wants to attract more water so it can obviously produce more electricity, right? Now, black people are the only ones jam-packed with eumelanin, thus sodium retention and water retention, right? Because a lot of people, they have that problem they're dealing with, different types of edema out there. You know what I'm saying? And you need to know it could be linked to your sodium, and that could just be linked to how dark you are, right? And that is going to have an impact on your diet, right? The more sodium you carry, the higher your hydration potential, which is a gift and a curse. So what does that mean? That means that you need much more water than everybody else. Period. To make it simple. The darker your complexion, the more water you may have to drink a day. Period. To be hydrated. And I know you're like, well, if you're carrying water, drinking water is going to lower the water. Yes. Because if you're not metabolizing and excreting the sodium that you're taking in your diet, that's where a lot of the dietary sodium becomes problematic. But we're going to get to that part, right? We're going to get to that part. And I just wanted to straighten y'all out so that y'all clear on a few things before we go any further. I definitely want a motherfucking Nobel Peace Prize for this shit, but I will settle for some cash. Oh shit! All right, so look, come on now, stay focused, right? I'm just saying this is a paid event. Make sure y'all go to the Cash App and drop a minimum of 25. I keep saying minimum, so feel free to drop 500 in there or 1,000, right? But high blood sugar blocks sodium excretion. So pay attention to how diabetes affects sodium and how sodium affects diabetes, right? So pay attention. You see, even when it seems like we're going off the subject matter, it's just because we're elaborating on a specific area that relates back to the subject matter that I know that people may not be fully aware of what's going on. So in order for us to understand how salt and type 2 diabetes affects each other, we got to learn a little bit more about, we had to learn a little bit more about salt and how it relates to Black people, which is why we seem to be the ones most affected by sodium. That's why, because you have the most pigment. And we already saw the documentation where clearly in certain places in your body, the heart, right? The heart, if nowhere else, I showed you the paperwork on the heart. So the heart has more pigment, and the pigment is the same ratio as your skin pigment. So the darker you are, the more sodium you're going to have in the heart, because the more pigment you're going to have in the heart. You get it? So now we understanding what that means in terms of the effect of diabetes and its potential to create diabetes, right? So you can go get this article, The Effect of Insulin on Renal Sodium Metabolism, right? And high insulin levels stimulate sodium reabsorption. High blood sugar blocks sodium excretion, right? So diet and exercise plus the cheat code. The cheat code is potassium. That's a new product right there. That's a new product that we got of plant-based potassium, because like I'm getting ready to elaborate on, potassium is the key ingredient, the missing mineral to handle salt. The way your cells function, right? If you look at this diagram, what you're going to notice is that there's an inverse relationship of intracellular potassium to intracellular sodium, right? The potassium and the sodium switch places in the cell, so to speak. It's potassium which is responsible for flushing out the salt and keeping the salt levels in balance. So we're told that we are supposed to have a diet where our ratio of potassium is always way higher than our ratio of sodium. Not only are we told that by science and the food pyramid, but we also told that by nature. But that's not what we actually do in real life. So this is how we're going to get to this. But you need to see how this works. You have to have the right amount of potassium to flush the extra sodium out of your body. Right. So again, you can download this lecture ebook free with any purchase at DrEnQi.com. Right. All right. Here's another article you can use to look this up. Right. We're working. What to do after eating too much salt. Right. By Jamie Milan, October 2nd, 2017. Right. You overdid it on sodium at dinner and now you're feeling awful. So here's how you bounce back. Potassium helps counteract sodium. Foods like bananas, white beans, leafy greens, and potatoes are all great sources of potassium. Eating high potassium foods is good because they're usually whole foods and blah, blah, blah. So how do you counteract sodium? You have to have more potassium. But for most people, that's too far a jump for them. Because even the people that's going vegan, 90% of the people going vegan are just having, like non-vegan substitutes. So they still having the starch with the meat is the basis for dinner, starch and meat. So it's vegan spaghetti, vegan mac and cheese, vegan lasagna, like it's vegan chicken, it's vegan steak, it's vegan burgers. Like, so it's just replacing the non-vegan options. And they still, you know, not getting away from the high sodium. Right? So the minimum healthy ratio of sodium to potassium is 1:3. Meaning for every milligram of sodium, you're supposed to have 3 times as much potassium. Now, again, remember that our bodies are different. So I'm of the impression that our ratio has to be a lot higher than that, right? New study reveals eating too much sodium is the #1 risk for diet-related death. Diet-related death. Yo, I almost fell out of my chair when I seen that article pop up. The minimum healthy ratio of sodium to potassium. Right? Now here where we at. The minimum is 1:3. We eat in a diet, the average person in America, that's 1:1. And Black Americans is upside down, 5:1. Meaning we're eating 5 times as much salt as we do potassium. Look at your blood vessels. Look at your blood vessels. So we, you know, you have people out there saying that, you know, they don't have no pictures of melanin. These are your blood vessels. So even when we're talking about, I want y'all to understand that every facet of this issue that we're talking about, they're not going to tell you this. I am. This is why you got to become one of the 100 volunteers to really fund me so I can really go in with this research. But you got to understand what's happening right now. Every one of these key places that's being attacked by these metabolic disease, it seems to be loaded with melanin. So now you could take it how you want by the end of this conversation we having today. When you notice that it's a coincidence that melanin is in these places that you never knew melanin was actually at. And it's controlling the function there. And it seems to only be getting Black folks. You're just going to have to just keep on saying, it's like, how much things you going to write off and say is coincidence before you wake up? I'm like, man. So even melanin is in the blood vessels. Melanin is in the blood vessels. You see? And I need y'all to understand for a second. This is not a lot of the things that I do. The reason why I can be so passionate is because, you know, I've had personal situations. You know, I had a seizure that led to a stroke and my heart stopping. You know, I've had 2 close friends that died, you know, way too early. One, this was incredible, but Vic, he's from my neighborhood, and he had went to play his dad one-on-one at 151. I don't know if y'all know 151 in the South Bronx, right there next to behind Concourse Village, across the street from Jackson Projects, down the street from Cardinal Hayes. I don't know if y'all know any of them places, but he went back there to 151 to play a one-on-one with his pops. His pops twice his age. And the sun hit him, and he had a heart attack right there. His heart stopped. You know, my homeboy D, different circumstances, but way too young. And D was with me from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Like when I first started changing my life from out of high school. He was the guy that was with me like, yo, I'm going to do this with you. Everything you do, I'm going to do too. So even when I first start, and this maybe when I was in early 20s, maybe, or late teens, that's when I was eating. I thought I was eating vegan. Right. I thought I was eating vegan. Mind you, back then it wasn't so much vegan information out. You know, I made it cool to be a vegan, and so it spread through the rap community and everywhere else. But before me, vegan was looked at as like you had to be, you know, like almost feminine and wearing sandals and looking super skinny, and like, you know, it was weird, you know. But me and my Philly team, we really turned it around. You know what I'm saying? The idea of what it means to be vegan. You know what I'm saying? Put a little swag and some drip on it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sheen, Maul, you know what I'm saying, the whole team out there. But yeah, you know, my guy D, he was there from the beginning. It was crazy. You know, because he was always like, yo, I'm about to. So we have options. You know what I'm saying? We can ignore these things, but they're not going to ignore us. We can ignore these things, but they're not going to ignore us. So the more ignorant we stay to them is the more vulnerable we are. You know, I should have more sales for the books on this, or the studies on this, or the support on this than we have Amazon having. You know, everybody got video camera doorbells. Like literally. I'm watching Netflix. Everything is about cultural appropriation and with the black voice, blah, blah. How are we really, I mean, like, really? We're going to overlook the elephant in the room? Cultural appropriation. I mean, they went with the fake butts and the fake lips. I mean, but with the shit, we got to draw the line somewhere. And all they doing is changing the study so that you don't know that it's black genetics being researched, unless you also are familiar with that area of research. And then you go, oh, well, no, this is what they're really researching right here. Oh, no, they get the lining from the black woman's vagina. Yeah, that's how they do the stem cell. Oh, no, they're studying the brain. Oh, yeah, they're doing neuromelanin research right there. That's, oh, Alzheimer's, yeah, what do you think they're studying? They're studying neuromelanin, and they're studying the melanin that's in the pigment centers of the brain, the substantia nigra, the locus ceruleus. What do you think they're studying? They pick the pigment in there. Duh. So when you see cholesterol building up, cholesterol has to do with your melanin. Why? Because melanin is what's absorbing the sunlight. The sunlight coming through to convert cholesterol into vitamin D. Duh, that's melanin. Wakey. Right? So we got to pay attention to this. One of the big problems with disease, real diseases, is that they have an incubation period. So that means you never get to see or feel them as they taking over your tissue cell by cell, right? So let me introduce you to an international criminal, right? Criminal, you know, like in the South, criminal, and a killer for hire. Only he doesn't do murder for hire. You know, most killers, they kill people for hire. They murder people for hire. This killer set up suicides for hire. This guy sets up suicides for hire. That's what he do, right? Intramyocellular lipids, okay? This is a secret class of fat that they don't discuss. A secret class of fat, okay? This is a secret class of fat. The fat that hides inside your actual cells. So this is the fat that, you know, when they say the insulin is not able to get into the receptor, so to open up the cell for the glucose. Well, what they don't say is that all of the tests that they have run have shown that insulin resistant cells are also cells that have high amounts of intramyocellular fat. So, what is the understanding coming from the results? Clearly, there's a correlation between how much of this fat is in the cell and the insulin being able to function. Right? And like I'm saying, you know, I'm laughing, but I'm not joking. I know some of y'all might feel that tingling in your neck when you eat. When you ate your food last night, you might have felt that little tingling in your neck. You better be careful, right? Because if you got that weird smell to your pee-pee or that weird taste in your mouth, you might need to go to the doctor and get checked out, right? Just because you want to have a naturopathic strategy to combat your disease doesn't mean you don't have to go to the doctor. You still need to go to the doctor and get checked out. You still need to know what you're dealing with. Even if you want to put together a natural way to fight the illness, you need to know what illness is. You need to know what's going on with you. See, that's what I'm trying to say. We got to end the ignorance. Right? Now, purple phase. This is a compound that we designed specifically for this situation, right? And I'm going to elaborate in a second on it. But it's at DrEnQi.com, and I'll fill you in a second, right? Plaque building up in the arteries used to be the only thing to worry about until we found out that the fat can build up inside the muscle tissue, the main site for glucose and insulin metabolism. This means the fat isn't just building up in the tissues, it's building up in the cells. A quiet assassin that silently contributes to insulin resistance, right? And so here, purple phase is a compound that has a good solid amount of B3 in it, or niacin. But I'm just showing the documented proof of how it affects atherosclerosis and is associated with improved patient outcomes. Routine use of niacin has been superseded in recent years with the advent of newer lipid modulating interventions, right? So we kind of went through some of those. So they got some new stuff that they're using, but those things we know have side effects that includes the very problem you're looking to get rid of. So some of us might want to go back to the natural vitamins that's supposed to do this in the first place, because vitamin B3 is the vitamin that you're supposed to be using for this process, right? You should know that once you go to a chemical, once you go to something else, a synthetic, once you go to something else, you're going to be dealing with some sort of form of side effect, but the fact that the side effect is the actual thing you're looking to deal with is, come on now. You can only sell them products to people who don't know what the hell is going on. Because even if you don't mind paying the $6,000 or the $12,000 a year you got to pay to have diabetes, because it costs to have diabetes. Diabetes is expensive. Even if you got 10 bands to throw in the air, right, to be diabetic, you can afford it. Like, you still want to know what it is that you're buying. What's the pros and the cons to it, right? What's the pros and the cons to it? Like I said, this whole ebook will be free with any purchase on the site, right? This ebook will be free with any purchase on the site. Come on now. Don't act like, listen, man. See, you how y'all get to acting? You see how y'all get to acting? Y'all know this shit is the real shit. We got to keep it real today, man. We can't tap dance and play no games with them. I told y'all how we do, man. You know what I'm saying? For the new people, man, maybe this is y'all first experience of an actual presentation. Y'all, I know y'all hear me going in when I be flowing, but y'all may not have seen a presentation before. So now y'all get to really feel, experience that magic. We come with that real shit. You see? And we know that TV commercials is divided up into 2 sections. We know that half of the TV commercials is beer or alcohol or food, right? Something for you to consume, right? Half of the commercials is something, you know, some type of food substance. We know half the commercials is food, whether it's Pepsi, jelly, snack cakes, whatever it is. We know half the commercials is food, right? Then we know that half of the commercials, what's the other half of the commercials? Right? Side effects include sudden death, bleeding from the eyes and the ears and the anus. Right? Half the commercials is food, and then the other half of the commercials is medicine to counteract the effect of Chill, hold on. Half of the commercials is food, and then the other half of the commercials is medicine to counteract the effect of the shit you just ordered from the last commercial. And the side effects is always way worse than whatever the problem is. Woo. So the side effects be damn near, you gotta listen to them side effects. I be cracking the fuck up. That's why they do it so fast and zip through it. I mean, we showed you this, that diabetes medication, the side effects is diabetes. I mean, this shit is crazy. I don't know what, huh? So now we get this. What are we going to do now? What we get now? Where we at with this? Right? Now we got this. Mainstream media. Mainstream media says now the science is proven we're going to start living up to 150. So what does that mean? That means that you will be able to have, they done figured out how to keep your metabolism running for 150 years. So this means you're not in that count. Listen to what I'm saying. You're not in the count. This count is you going extinct, black people. You up out of here. You going extinct. You up out of here. You going extinct. You up out of here. That's why, we have to discuss the gay and homosexual representation that we see in TV and movies. Oh yeah, we're gonna have that discussion today. We're definitely gonna have that discussion today. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about it because it's related to diabetes. We're gonna like, wait, what? This nigga just crossed the line. We're gonna have that conversation today. We have to, as a community. Who else gonna have it with us but us? We gotta have a conversation today. If diabetes has a 20 to 40 year incubation period that it initiates for Alzheimer's, how could you be, you're not in this society here. This is not going to include you. This don't include you. You are part of the pre-diabetic and the diabetic population. You are part of the population that's wiping itself out. This don't include you. You are part of the population that has incomplete brain development. You can't be in the new society. That's why they say most jobs that's open, it's not that it's not enough jobs, it's there's not enough people qualified to get those jobs, because those jobs involve you tapping into the higher functionality of your brain. If you're in your 30s, 40s, and 50s, it's easy for you to relearn a new career. That old shit where you can't teach a old dog, new tricks. They try to apply that to humans. Like, yo, if you're too old, you can't learn a new skill. Like, no, that's just because most people, it's tough for them because those parts of their brain are underdeveloped. That's the pattern recognition area. That's the areas that you got to deal with abstract study. Those are also the areas that kick in your neurogenesis and your melanogenesis, which repairs those areas. So again, that's why we're doing all the reasons why we're doing our 24-month challenge. Right? But you're not in this number. Black folks, you accounted for that income they got coming. It's almost $1 trillion industry. What they doing with diabetes. It is amazing. Diabetes has created $1 trillion industry. So just in diabetes medication alone, you are worth $6,000 to $12,000 a year. That's not counting all the cholesterol medications, the high blood pressure medications. Oh my goodness. So I need 100 volunteers, a minimum of 100 volunteers to donate $85 a month or $25 a week. So we can continue this research. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. And the people with type 2 diabetes that need help applying this information, all you got to do is shoot me a text with your email address and we can get busy. Right? That's actually my phone number. Shoot me a text with your email address if you have type 2 diabetes and you need help applying this information or understanding any of this information, how it relates to you and your situation, or how you can, you can use it to get some healing, period. To get some healing in you or a loved one or friend, you know what I'm saying? Text me with your email address and we can get this, we can get it started. Right? Okay. The core of ancient spirituality, right? We have to start here for a second. Because what we really need to understand is some basics about how cells work. Because remember, what we're talking about with diabetes is how a cell provides energy for itself. So we have to understand the fundamental, some of the fundamental aspects of a cell in order to understand energy metabolism, right? And so the whole beginning, we have to start with light, right? Just like the core of ancient spirituality, we start with light. It's light, hidden light, right? And we have to deal with that. We got to deal with that under, through, above, and around the racial science and medical institutions. We have to do that. And that's the only way to do that is to invest in ourselves to get this done. It's only we're going to have these conversations in an objective format, right? Like I said, you can study melanin in the laboratory all you want, but until you wear it, huh? Light is a nutrient to all creatures, but only Black people have a high dietary requirement of light. We need to eat more light than protein, fat, vitamins, or minerals. We need to understand this. This is a key piece to our whole program here. And you melanated people, food is not the primary source of energy, vegan or otherwise. So when I said this, right, here's one of the responses that I got. I got people talking about being breatharians. And see, y'all don't understand how I get caught up in so many different arguments and so much crazy people with crazy ideas is because I care about, and not only that I care about, it's just that from doing I've been doing consultations with people for over 10 years. And misinformation goes a long way. I remember I had to, and I'm always getting hated, and I'm always the black sheep because I have to be honest. I have to tell the truth. Physician, when you trying to heal people, For real, the first thing you gotta do with them is be honest. You can't make up nothing. Anything that's any lie about your biology is going to cause a health problem if you try to live it. Any lie that you live is going to become a disease, right? We might need to put that on a t-shirt as well. Any lie you live becomes a disease. Know that this is a fact, though. Any lie about your biology that you try to live out or apply to your life is going to become a... So we have to nip all these little crazy things in the bud. Can we be breatharians? If we can produce electricity from the melanin, because see, that's another thing that's out there floating along with this idea that melanin does photosynthesis. Is these guys saying that you could eat through melanin, the sunlight, and then just eat the sunlight, and now you can live off of sunlight. I'm like, see how simple we can be? You see how simple we could be? Look at how simple we can be. Now they talking about the sun. We're going to use the melanin to maintain our energy only because we're going to just absorb sunlight. But what is going to maintain the melanin? Humans don't produce aromatic amino acids. So where we getting the phenylalanine, the tyrosine, the tryptophan, where we getting the aromatic amino acids we need for the pigment synthesis? Right? So clearly we have to eat, like, please, people, no ridiculousness. A part of who I am is my job to dispel superstition wherever I find it. And superstition is most dangerous in the health field. Okay, so never be told, no, don't entertain for a second any breatharian ideas about melanin or otherwise. You need aromatic amino acids for your hormone production, your pigment production. Like, forget about it. And you don't produce them. Plants do. The Shiki Mate pathway in plants produces aromatic amino acids. So there's no being a breatharian, right? Because you need the aromatic amino acids to produce your body's pigments and hormones. Okay, you're not synthesizing any melanin without it. So let's get the math. Society is designed based on sunlight. People who live on light were and are colonized by people that cannot live in light. Okay, that's very important for you to understand when you're trying to put together how you are supposed to eat to live, or how your metabolism is supposed to run. Society is structured so that the only time you can be outside is after sundown, right? You go to work, you go to school, that's 9 to 5 traditionally, 9 to 3, 9 to 4. So daytime, you're indoors. And even though you getting sunlight coming through the windows at some of your job spaces, the windows actually block out most of the sunlight, or the nutritious parts of the sun that your skin needs, that your body needs. And this is a race-based issue because we're talking about skin tone. The UV rays are blocked in the windows because it gives people with pale skin cancer. But those UV rays don't give you cancer. It gives you nutrition. And if you don't have them, your body is lacking nutrition, which means that it's making you sick in the long run, because these diseases of the pigment centers in the body have a long incubation period, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years with no outward symptoms. You have to understand how this thing is working. You have to understand how this thing is working. And it may not be directed towards making you any worse, but it just so happens in this situation, in order to build windows that's healthy, for them, they built windows that are everywhere now that are unhealthy for us. And we're the only people that suffer in this type of situation. Black folk. because we need that sunlight. If we don't have that sunlight, guess what happens? We build up cholesterol in our skin. Just in case you want to know what we need the sunlight for. It's the sunlight on black folks' skin that metabolizes the cholesterol. So the reason why you have high cholesterol levels is not necessarily because of what you're eating. It's because that you're not getting enough sunlight. The sunlight turns the cholesterol into testosterone and vitamin D. So because you eat and your body produces cholesterol from what you eat, the cholesterol sits there. It's waiting for the sunlight to come onto the skin to convert the sunlight, whatever. But that never comes. So you just building up more and more and more cholesterol, because you don't know that with darker skin comes more fast twitch muscle. More fast twitch muscle means you produce more anabolic hormone. Well, in order to produce anabolic hormones, you have to produce more substrate for the anabolic hormones, which is cholesterol. So the blacker you are, the darker your skin, the more cholesterol you produce, the more sodium your body holds on to. I might joke, but I don't play. Now, this is why we be bored in school, right? Because we in school learning for the last 400 years that melanin was a waste product. And now they done upgraded the teaching to melanin job is to protect you from the sun. And both of those are untrue. Both of those are untrue. Melanin's job is not to protect you from the sun. Can melanin protect you from the sun? Does melanin protect you from the sun? Sure. But that's not what melanin's job is. That's not why melanin is there. Melanin does other things that we're going to unravel as we move through this. Right? But so far, what we got is that melanin can take sunlight and produce electricity. Melanin is photovoltaic, right? Melanin can absorb waves and produce particles. You understand that? Right? Melanin can absorb light and produce electricity. That is absorbing waves and producing particles. That's how magical melanin is, right? So we know that part. We understand you have the most of it. We understand because you have the most of it, two things happen. Your body has a lot of cholesterol and it has a lot of sodium. Okay. Now, we also know what? We know how to balance that sodium because we have to get more potassium in. Well, only greens and fruits, natural things have a high potassium ratio. So when you get natural foods, the ratio is anywhere from, like a banana has 100-to-1 ratio, 100 times as much potassium as sodium. You know, greens have like a 20 times as much potassium as sodium. So when you eat those things, you automatically have a high. So that's how those natural foods, that's one of the ways those natural foods combats type 2 diabetes. When you go on a vegan diet and you're eating actual plant-based food, you know, not vegan where you're eating fake meats and fake starches, but when you go on a real plant-based, right, you're getting automatically a low sodium and a high potassium diet without knowing it, because all fruits and vegetables is like 10 to 100 times the amount of potassium that's inside these things than salt. And that's how your body's supposed to be. But when we eat processed foods, it's exactly the opposite. The cheeseburger, the frankfurters, the sausages, the sandwiches, the pastas, all of those is the opposite. 5 to 10 times as much sodium as potassium. It puts your body all the way upside down. And the more melanin you got, the more it's going to affect you. Right now, here's when I put out the article. It's still available in some of the magazines that picked it up. Right, some of the magazines that carried the article or reposted it or whatever the case may be, about human chemiluminescence of phosphorus being the source of consciousness, right? Or that's when I officially shout out to Uncle Van. That's my bro Van. Van gave me that name, founder of the soul, right? Because he read the paper and he was like, yo, do you really understand, what you're saying right here? And I'm like, of course, I wrote the paper. You know what I'm saying? But that's where I describe the functionality of cells to being able to convert ATP into light as the basis for your consciousness. That right there was a step in this, what we're getting ready to discuss today in terms of your metabolism. So we have to really understand because that was incomplete, right? Where we understood that, okay, well, the electron transport chain is feeding the cells electrons in the cell. No, that's not how it goes. So we're like, oh yeah, the body's electric. No, it's not exactly electric. Mitochondria is electric. The body is luminous, right? Because the electron chain is in mitochondria. The electron chain is what allows the mitochondria to recycle ATP. The ATP is what the mitochondria kick out into the cell. And that's what we use to make energy. And the way we make energy from the ATP is we oxidize the phosphorus that the ATP molecule is carrying. When you oxidize phosphorus, it lights up. And so that light is the fuel that runs the cell. So our bodies run on light, not on electricity. You know what I'm saying? Everybody thought I was attacking Dr. Sebi or Dr. Becker, depending on where you got the idea that the body was electric. But I'm like, no, I'm not, because light, electricity, and magnetism go together. So that's why I always say is like, no, I'm just showing you the other sides. The moment that you understand, which was the first level, okay, cool, the body's electric. You have to immediately understand that the body is luminous, means the body produces light, and that the body is magnetic. I mean, the body only requires iron for blood, like literally the most magnetic substance on earth. Right? We literally run on iron. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people like, what you mean by the body's magnetic? I'm like, huh? So anyway, that's the paper out there that people can grab if they want to go back. The other one was water and melanin, but that one didn't really get that much support. But I think you can still find it, water and melanin, if nowhere else, probably on one of my sites. But I know this one, like I said, like I showed you, is up a few places, right? So the primary purpose of melanin is to facilitate that consciousness. Now, I know some of y'all may go, hold on now, and we want to make sure we keep it in science-based. And again, this goes back to that divide that I said we had in our mind with understanding melanin as real science instead of some hocus pocus that we playing around with. It's sitting right in front of your face. But it's such a divide in our minds that most people didn't really know that neuromelanin is what's inside a neuron. I'm like, no, neuron is like a melanocyte. It does different. It is a melanocyte. Really, that's what a neuron is. A neuron and a melanocyte is really the same thing. Only the melanocyte goes to the skin and the neuron goes in the brain. And then it's the same type of cell that goes to the spine and goes through the body as a nerve. These are the same type of cells. They're loaded with pigment. The only difference is a nerve cell in a neuron is loaded with neuromelanin, whereas the melanocytes are loaded with melanosomes that produce melanin, right? But these are melanated cells. So if melanin was not required to facilitate consciousness, there would be no such thing as Alzheimer's disease. There would be no Parkinson's, right? Because both of them is characterized by loss of pigment in the pigment centers. But if you didn't need the pigment for the consciousness, then we wouldn't have these problems. When you look at diabetes, you go, oh, we know that blood sugar attacks pigment because that's the basis of an A1C. Is how much of the hemoglobin has the sugar destroyed. Well, when we understand that it's not attacking the iron, it's not attacking the oxygen, it's attacking the skeletal, the background of the pigment, the porphyrin. So because it's attacking the porphyrin, it's doing that all throughout the body, which means that all the pigments are being attacked. And if you look at the primary areas that diabetes affects you, brain disease and heart disease, it's clearly attacking the pigment cells because that's the only thing that's making these two areas different. And some of y'all like, wait a minute, but what about the mitochondria? That's because you need to learn that mitochondria is connected to melanin. Anywhere in your body where you have melanin, you have mitochondria. So any cell that has a high amount of mitochondria, or any organ or gland or tissue or muscle that has a high amount of mitochondria, that means it has a high amount of melanin there, right? Because it doesn't work without it. Mitochondria would kill your cells if melanin wasn't there. Mitochondria produces more free radicals than anything than ATP. Mitochondria produce more free radicals than ATP. The ATP is not enough to keep your cell together with all the free radicals. Melanin has to be there to absorb all the free radicals from your metabolism so it doesn't destroy the cell. Right? So we have to understand this part in the scientific sense and be able to see how some stories, some myths, maybe some mnemonic devices, you know, that our ancestors used can convey or speak to us in the same way that, you know, laboratory science can. Right? Just so that we clear. We're not making up nothing. Potassium levels in type 2 diabetes. So we done walk through it now. Hopefully we're walking through it. We're getting it. The sodium, the cholesterol, how are they affecting your body? You're not getting enough water in. You're not getting enough light in. You're not getting enough light to get rid of the cholesterol, not enough water to balance the sodium. And your water throughout your body. The reason why water takes on different names in different areas of the body, plasma here, interstitial fluid here, cytoplasm here, is so that you know how each one has to be conditioned, right? Because it's water everywhere, but the water is different, you know, it's conditioned differently. There's a different blend of minerals that are there to support, that has to change the quality of the water in different areas to support those tissues. So it's one thing to say, okay, yeah, the body is 70% water, or the body is 90%, or, you know, plasma in the body is water and it's everywhere and blah, blah, blah. It's one thing to talk about water like that, but it's another thing to really understand that water is facilitating the health and the function of every tissue. And in every set of tissues, the mineral distribution, the ratios, all of those things change because it's the minerals that run the activity there, right? So potassium being cut out of your diet because you have dark skin, because your body functions the way it does, you have a higher potassium, right? Because we know that type 2 diabetes is black folks. So we know this is talking about black folks. See, I want you to be able to recognize when they're talking to you, but when they're talking about you, but they're not talking to you. See, anytime it's type 2 diabetes conversation, they mean to say black folks. Or they mean to communicate black folks, but they don't want you to know. Or they would just say like black folks or African Americans, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe niggas. I'm just saying. But see, you don't know right here. But this is talking about you, right? Now you know why, right? The mineral is classified as an electrolyte because it is highly reactive in water. When dissolved in water, it produces positively charged ions. Well, guess what? Those positively charged ions is what allows the electron transport chain to create a potential. So there would be no ATP produced without that positively charged matrix. And potassium does that. So potassium regulates even the speed that the mitochondria can work at. So again, this is now, if you don't understand this about your body, this is how your body can be broken down. Y'all talking about the body's electric. Your body's electric capacity can be. Yo, you got to think about the potential though, right? Michael Jordan, you know, he was the GOAT at one time, and he was on, you know, like they showed Floyd Mayweather training for fights, and he had, you know, like the Waffle House, was it the Waffle? Like, you just got to think, like, what if we really started to raise our children with some of these real principles in place? Like, we haven't even tapped our potential yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole nother level we can get to with this thing.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mind state. But now I'm starting to really think like, you know, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
Thoughts
thing.
and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more is the alpha magma. Codified in Kemet is the Falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick. To be complacent in this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
What is it? Electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is to write with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of hype, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your life, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
All right. So we get this. The special property of potassium is to conduct electricity, to make the cell more electric, right? And if you notice, is the mineral that is clearly worked out of the processed diet. Like the main one. Minerals are couples. When you talk about duality or, you know, binary, like that's how the body's designed. Minerals work in couples. You know, they always work in groups, couples. You know, and it might be different couples. Some balance, you know, some accelerate, but they work in groups and couples. And so sodium is coupled with potassium for energy management, energy production at the cellular level. That's what diabetes is. That's what, you know, so this is, we got to understand. We have to understand the whole energy system in order to understand this diabetes thing. Everything. Right? We eat 3,000 to 6,000 milligrams of sodium a day. Some people are even on the higher end, 10,000 milligrams of sodium a day, while consuming 1,000 to 3,000 milligrams of potassium. Right? Now, Europeans need a 3-to-1 ratio, but I think that Black people may need as high as a 10-to-1 ratio because we have so much more melanin, which means we're holding on to a lot more sodium. We're going to need a lot more potassium to balance that. right? But like I said, a natural, when you eat greens, the greens are anywhere from like 15 to 40 to 1 ratios of potassium and sodium. Bananas 100 to 1, 700 to 1. Yeah, 700 to 1. Some of these fruits and vegetables is crazy. And we have a diet that's twice as much sodium as potassium on average. And that's attacking the pigment system. Right? So it's not genetics, it's gene ethics. Right? Two different things. They sound close. This is not about genetics. This is about gene ethics. This is not about our genes, but how we take care of them. Right? We don't know enough about how our genes even function. So we have to listen to other people give us governance on our bodies, on our universes. So we got to get this right? I'm just showing you. That's a regular banana, 400 to 1 ratio. On average, a banana has 400 milligrams of potassium and 1 milligram of sodium in it naturally. Look at your greens right there, your kale. Right? That's like a 12 to 1 ratio right there. Potassium to sodium. So if you just look at that, how the natural food, right? So I'm not making anything up. I'm showing you everything today we discussing. Everything today we discussing. We're not leaving nothing up to chance, nothing up to confusion. People could say that they don't like me. That's fine, but I'm all you got. You ain't got to like me, but I'm the only one. I'm the only one that could do this. Right? So we have to understand how phosphorus fits in. Right? We got to go in on phosphorus. You see, now that's the Sabi in the back of my mind. Like, hold on, how you gonna talk about phosphorus in the melanin discussion? How you ain't mention carbon? Ain't no such thing. Ain't no such thing as melanin. It's carbon we need to focus on. Listen, man. Sabi was just trying to change your perspective with that. That to understand the difference from melanin to carbon is just a perspective shift. Right? You have to understand that melanin is a molecule, but it's made out of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. And the center of melanin functionality is in alignment with carbon's functionality. So when you break it down to its key components, yes, it is carbon. And it is the only thing out of those things that's tangible, meaning when you break down a pigment or protein to nitrogen, oxygen, carbon, and hydrogen. Well, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen are all gases. So the only thing you would have left is carbon. So it was just a shift in perception from the molecule to what it's made of. So the OGs is always right and exact, man. It's up for you to really spend enough time studying, hitting the books to get it, right? But OG, man, listen, man. Come on with this carbon. I'm trying to drop this phosphorus. I'm trying to drop this phosphorus thing on him. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get to this phosphorus junk. Oh, man. Hold on, man. Y'all bringing out the OGs. Wait a minute. Now look at that. Brother Kaba, Booker T, he gonna try to embarrass me in front of everybody. Look at this. He gonna sun me out. Look, I taught you better than that. How dare you not mention? Yo, when I be writing, you know what I'm saying? And of course, Sabi transitioned, so he could rest in greatness. But Brother Kaba's still teaching. Right. But I be hearing, you know, these guys in the back of my mind. When I talk about this subject, this was like not only my mentor in terms of teaching, but, you know, specifically melanin, you know, because, you know, at the time, a lot of people were teaching fantasy, ridiculous stuff about melanin and everything. You know, he made sure to keep us, you know, keep our feet on the ground, stay on the concrete with it. Like, don't get into none of that. If you can't document what you're saying scientifically, don't mention no spiritual aspects of it, period. That's how you earn the right to discuss the spiritual aspects of your biology. You got to understand them and be able to really, like, articulate them. So, before I could get to phosphorus, you see, but I feel like phosphorus, you know, and because we haven't had focus on phosphorus, like, you know, for years, the melanin community been yelling out selenium, selenium, selenium. But we was forgetting phosphorus. And phosphorus is the key to our consciousness. You know. But it's like the old guys, you know. Ah, man, come on. What? You see what I'm saying? Dr. Africa could rest in greatness, but you see how the old heads, they don't even gotta, you know, their minds. Look at Dr. Africa. You're gonna just skip the psychosociological aspects of. Oh shit! I might have to pull up some of them Africa joints, man. So you got books on Amazon, you know. Now, like I said, Brother Kaba, he's still alive. You know what I'm saying? So he can, you can still catch him, you know, catch the greatness. It's like LeBron, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't wait for these people to go before you recognize their greatness. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Africa was crazy, though. He was one of them. He was a crazy genius, you know what I'm saying? But genius nonetheless. Right? So, that's where we go. You know what I'm saying? You know, we just have to give a shout out to T. Owens Moore, you know, Carol Barnes, Richard King, you know, the melanin crew. You know what I'm saying? Throw Drew Pook. I mean, I don't know about Drew. Drew might have fell off. But we giving Drew Pook an honorable mention, damn it. Vitamins and Minerals from A to Z will always be one of my favorite books. Plus, she was holding the space down for ladies like crazy. Anyway, so nitrogen in the nose fills the bottom of the lungs with oxygen. Nitrogen in the skin keeps it wrinkle-free and serves as a store for the blood. Nitrogen in the blood is required for circulation to avoid clots, strokes, and recurrent infections. And sugar destroys the nitrogen reserves. So why is that important? Because nitrogen is also required for melanogenesis. Remember, melanin is a pigment. Melanin is a chain of proteins or peptides. Right? So before we get the carbon, before we get the phosphorus, we have to have nitrogen. We have to understand the other things it does for us. Because these things become symptoms of diabetes. So if you don't know how the nutrition, we're going to break everything down in detail today. Everything is going to be broken down, and to the point where a 6-year-old could get it, because that's how I talk. I have to teach my 6-year-olds this, because they get, they a little uppity. My 6-year-olds is wild. You know what I'm saying? So they got to know this. So I got to be able to break it down into simple language, right? So the reason why you have to understand what nitrogen does in your body, right, is because nitrogen is one of those guys too that if it's coupled with if it's in the wrong space, nitrogen becomes problematic, right? But nitrogen is key for a lot of functions, right? And filling up the bottom of your lungs with oxygen. Most people never use the bottom of their lungs, and it's not because they never did Tai Chi or no weird breathing exercises. It's because they breathe more through their mouth than they do through their nose. When you breathe through your nose activates nitric oxide production. Your nose does that. Your mouth doesn't do that. And the nitric oxide is what moves the oxygen to the bottom of the lungs, right? Nitrogen in the skin keeps it wrinkle-free, right? Keeps the collagen strong, right? Diabetes gets rid of that because diabetes attacks the pigment and it attacks the collagen. So the areas in the skin with your melanocytes is up in between the layers, and the keratinocytes and all that is up in between. All them areas where the nitrogen is at is where your melanocytes function. All of those areas, the nitrogen dries up. So this is how you see people with diabetes. They start, or people that's alcoholics. The reason why you see alcoholics age real fast is because alcohol is sugar. It don't matter which one you drink, alcohol is sugar. And it's fructose, so it's low glycemic sugar, which makes it worse. People that diabetes, they're fooled. They think that they drinking liquor, and because it's not going on their glycemic index, that is not hitting their blood sugar. It's fructose. It's more dangerous than hitting your blood sugar. It's sugar that does all the damage of regular sugar, only it's invisible to you because it doesn't hit your blood sugar. It doesn't spike your blood sugar. It doesn't spike your insulin, but it goes in your liver and it produces that fat that I told you is inside the cells. Yeah, so it's twice as dangerous, right? So just so we understand, right? So carbon at work. Here we go. Right, we're going. The elders demand that I keep an unbroken chain of carbonology. Well, we got to pay attention. Carbon, right, as a functional part of the melanin matrix, right, it makes Black people more susceptible to the addiction of sugar, cocaine, and heroin. Now, we know cocaine and heroin are two of the most popular drugs right now, especially heroines. And yes, I put cocaines with an S and heroines with an S because there's a wide variety of cocaine that you can get depending on what it's cut with, right? And there's a wide variety of heroines now, whether you get it in pill form or shoot it up, or so, lean, there's, you can get it in syrup form. Like there's a wide variety of heroines now that people are interested in, right? But what you don't understand is that the more melanin you have, the more eumelanin specifically, not pheomelanin. Pheomelanin does not do nearly the same stuff as eumelanin does. So with the darker your skin, the more you susceptible to becoming addicted to sugar, cocaine, or heroin. Remember, your reward pathway is dopamine. Dopamine is a substrate of melanin. Dopamine is a substrate. That's a part of the chemical pathway. To get to melanin, you got to have dopamine. So any reward pathway research, any of this stuff that they talk about in alcoholism and drug abuse, remember, this is melanin conversation. We're talking about you, Black boy. Right? So the loss of pigmented neurons from the human brain has long been the hallmark of Parkinson's disease. Neuromelanin in the presynaptic terminal of dopamine neurons is emerging as a primary player in the etiology of neurodegenerative disorders, including PD. Let me read that second sentence again. Neuromelanin in the presynaptic terminal of dopamine neurons is emerging as a primary player in the etiology of neurodegenerative disorders, including PD. So it's not stating specifically PD, it's saying all neurodegenerative disorders, including PD. Right? So again, you guys can grab the article, go through the article. That's why I have them here. So nothing that we discuss is going to be, just random. Everything we're going to substantiate with science, and we working. Right? We working. Any conjecture will be like this, in the form like this, like the mystery of the Sphinx. This is just these are just my personal mnemonic devices sometimes for me to remember things. Right? And what I'm remembering with this is what makes tyrosine special. Right? As an aromatic amino acid, it's hydrophobic and hydrophilic at the same time. And why we need to understand this tyrosine is because tyrosine is obviously the main amino acid of melanin. So if we want to understand what melanin does, how melanin works, so then we can understand how melanin is being targeted. And if your melanin is being attacked, so we can understand everything. How to defend ourselves, and we want to understand how to stop this pandemic. We got to understand what it really is. Not like in a mystical, magical sense, but in the real world, what really is it, right? So tyrosine is the aromatic amino acid, right? And, like I said, I just remember it as the Sphinx, the secret to the Sphinx, right? Because that seems to be the real secret to the Sphinx, is that the Sphinx, the water carbon dating is, anyway. But so tyrosine has this ability, right, as being hydrophilic and hydrophobic at the same time. So that's why, like, if you look it up, it's tyrosine hydrophilic. You'll get some textbooks that'll be like, yes, tyrosine is hydrophilic. Some will say no, it's hydrophobic. And then, like, some of the more forward-thinking institutions have just like tapped out. It's like, yo, tyrosine is magic, it's hydrophobic, hydrophilic at the same time, because the head is hydrophobic, the tail is hydrophilic, just like the Sphinx. You know what I'm saying? The body is hydrophilic. Now, what that means is hydrophilic surfaces is what creates water structure, right? So some of y'all have watched Gerald Pollack, and a lot of these guys like Arturo Salas, you don't realize the amount of racism, like, because you don't understand this stuff, you don't get it. So these guys shouldn't even be able to teach without mentioning pigment. Like, they're overlooking it. They're purposely keeping it from you. Like, this is not, like, that's why I'm showing you all the documentation with this stuff. So you know that the only people who don't know how the black body, the human black people, that the only people on earth that don't know how black people's body works is black people, which is the problem. That's why everybody's making money off you. They monetizing your body and selling the information back to you because you don't respect it, because you don't respect the people that bring it to you. You don't respect this information because you don't respect where it's coming from. But that's why I only need 100 volunteers. I get 100 volunteers, we in business. But you got to understand, right? Think about where we at so far with the melanin, right? Let's recap where we at on melanin. So far, we know that melanin has an affinity for sodium. We know that sodium attracts water. Now we know that the basic amino acid that the melanin molecule is constructed around is basically, the way it's made is for the head, right, to absorb light. It's an aromatic. And then for the body right, to be in water. So it has a structure designed to translate light into water, right? And melanin has an affinity to sodium, which attracts water to the melanin, right? So all of this, when you see the sign, you go, oh, okay, I get it. That right there is energy metabolism. Tyrosine is able to absorb electrochemical waves and translate them into electromechanical waves. Okay, so it's not just, you know, the carbon aspect, you know what I'm saying, when we get to the, you know, anyway, right? So just so we get to understand this basic part right here, just so we get this part, right? Hydrophobic aromatic head absorbs photons, hydrophilic body translates into the water, right? New light shed on the three reference. Right? UV, visible light, and infrared. Right? Now there's some new information out there. It shows that visible light and infrared light is also damaging to pale skin. So, and you can pull up this article, but the article shows that visible light by itself does no damage to the skin. Infrared does no damage. But if there's UVA on pale skin and UVB on pale skin, it's going to do something to the visible light and the infrared where they also start to tear up the skin and promote cancer, become carcinogenic. Right? So you have to understand there's a drastic difference between your biochemistry as somebody who's able to absorb all three of these and turn it into energy than somebody who just turns into cancer. Right? In a real scientific way. Right? So when we look at the three basic skin tones, that's pale skin, pheomelanin, and then eumelanin. All three types of light are damaging to pale skin. But if they're able to cut out the UV, then the visible and the infrared don't damage the skin at all. Which is why is that important? Because you're indoors all the time, and you have to know that all your windows have been designed to block the UV. See? Or maybe you don't realize how much you're in the house or you're indoors. You're subject to windows. And it's getting worse now because the kids don't even go outside at all. The kids want to play video games. And this was before this fake, this pandemic we in right now. And it's not fake, excuse me. I don't know why that word just jumped out there. It's a very real pandemic. People are really dying. But the information that's floating around is just not good information. We have to understand how our immune systems work. And we don't understand our immune system if we don't understand our energy system. Your energy system has to power your immune system. So you have to understand this. It's completely different. Right? And we have to establish that. Okay. By weight, the human adult body is 65% water. Right? That's by weight. I want you to understand that so that you understand the difference between the reality. On a molecular level, your body is 99% water because water molecules are the smallest. So you have some molecules in your body that's basically the same size as like 100 or 1,000 water molecules. That's how tiny water molecules are. So if you was to break down the count of all of the molecules in your body, 99% of them are water molecules. So don't get it twisted. Don't take that number and run with that number. Oh, we're only 65% water. No. Don't be confused. 99% of your body's molecules are water. Okay? I told you, we're not playing with, hold on. But I told y'all, everything that we say, come on, listen, man. I told y'all, we're not playing at all. I'm joking, but I'm not playing. You know, I want to make the information palatable and fun and easy to digest, but we're not playing. Mm-hmm. So people get thirstier the more their insulin levels goes up. How come you getting thirsty? How come you dehydrated? How come your lips so dry? And stop using stuff to cover up you got dry lips. Dry lips is to let you know you're thirsty. Dry lips is to let you know your tissue inside shriveling. Right? So you keep covering it up with chapped lips and, you know, whatever you putting on your lips and lipstick and all this oils, you covering it up. The fact you need to drink water. You don't need to put something on your lips. You need to drink water until your lips are soft again. Right? But I want you to be able to connect the dots a little bit more before we move on. Listen, when you have high insulin levels, right, that means that the cells is not metabolizing the glucose, right? So your energy production system is grinding to a halt because you're not able to get the glucose in there for energy. And because you're running low on energy, your body begins to crave water. See, your body has a way of communicating science to you that we done overthunk. We done overthunk our way out of good sense. The body is telling you, when the body wants energy, it wants water. That's the first thing. When your body's low on energy, your body wants water. So right there is supposed to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the Wayne brother? He supposed to pop out and say, message. Right? So anyway, like I said, you know how we do. You know how we playing. You can go on ahead and look it all up, right? Processed sugar and animal milk prep the brain for cocaine and heroin addiction. Come on now. We're having all these conversations as a family. As a family, we need to know if we're prepping our children to be drug addicts. If you're not giving them the high levels of nurturing because you done goofball, you done let some goofballs brainwash you into thinking that your career is supposed to be the most important thing in your life. Well, since 90% of the people still work for other people, when they say your career is the most important thing in your life, that's basically working for somebody else. So being a slave should be the most important thing you focus on, right? Not raising your family, getting back to work. That's the most important thing in your life. Don't let children stop your career. So as soon as you have babies, you don't breastfeed them the 2 years that they're supposed to get. Hell no. You got to get them into the daycare. You got to get them to the babysitter so you can get back to work. You don't realize what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So you're not providing the right amount of nurturing. So the kid is going to be locked in, you know, incomplete brain structure. They're going to be locked into base level thinking, right? Which is violence, sex, and music, right? And music. Yes, and music. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the communication that's there. You communicate through sound when you can't communicate with light. But so understand this, right? So you're prepping the brain with processed sugar because processed sugar functions in the same way as cocaine does. And we know that all breast milk, including human breast milk, has casomorphine in it. the thing is, human breast milk is made for a human baby. So it's made for a 7-pound, 8-pound, 9-pound, 10-pound mammal. Whereas cow's milk has enough casomorphine for a 100-pound, right, or 150-pound mammal. Well, that means there's enough heroin for an adult. Amount you're giving to your newborn, right? Powdered or otherwise, you wanna, yeah. Health, milk, this, that, and the other. Just the casomorphine, its ratio is weight sensitive. Everything in the body is about balance. That's one of the more ill understandings of what ma'at represent, right? But balance is how everything works in the body, right? If you have the right balance of omega-3 to omega-6, then you're good. But if you get too much omega-6, then you're gonna have high levels of inflammation in the brain, right? You need the right levels of potassium and sodium, or you're gonna have high blood pressure and store water, edema, right? If you don't get the right levels of sunlight, you're gonna build up, have high cholesterol, right? All of these things is simple. This is how things are coupled in control. If you don't get enough copper, you're gonna have too much zinc. If you don't get enough zinc, you're gonna have too much copper, right? These things balance. So morphine is no different. The morphine is there to stimulate the baby to go to sleep while the pineal gland is still developing. The baby's pineal gland doesn't fully develop until they're 2 years old. So the morphine is there to help out and stimulate and do the work that the pineal gland is not doing. So it give a little heroin so the baby go to sleep. And once your body goes to sleep, that's when all of the autophagy or autophagy, that's when those networks go to work. And those are the guys that rebuild, regenerate the body. But when you're a baby, that rebuilding is no rebuilding. You're still building out for the very first time. So those things kind of work around the clock as much as they can. So that's why babies need to be asleep so much so their body can actually build. And it's supposed to be just a little tiny bit for a 9-pound baby. And yes, the breast milk changes as the baby gets bigger and the baby gets older. The breast milk changes with the needs of the baby. So it's an intelligent food. It's like a smart food. Breast milk is a smart food, right? So it changes with the needs of the baby, right? Your formula is not going to do that. And cow's milk, come on now. So anyway, it's too much morphine, man. So stop it, right? Now, early exposure to cow's milk raise risk of diabetes in high-risk children. Okay? All right? I mean, you can pull these articles up yourself. Milk and other dairy products are the top source of saturated fat in the American diet. Now, listen, here's some slick shit going on with milk, right? Here's some slick shit going on with milk. The milk lobbyist is the goon. Yo, when I say the goon platoon, so you can't really find no research. It's hard to find the research on milk that tell you the truth about milk. Everything on milk is like milk builds bones. Milk is, the shit to support the cells of the industry. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at them. It's not their responsibility to keep you healthy. It's yours, right? But if you want to find all of the research about the real, effects of cow's milk, especially on, on babies and children, you got to look up saturated fat. Saturated fat is the code where you find the real, if you put milk and this and that in the search, it ain't going. You got to put saturated fat. And then when you look, okay, well, the number one source of saturated fat in people's diet is milk. For people that is, they eat milk, they eat meat, they're not vegetarians or vegans of any sort, right? Because vegetarians, they eat milk and cheese, but they don't eat like steak and chicken, you know what I'm saying? But people that just eat whatever, Saturated fat from milk and cheese is usually the largest source of saturated fat. So you just got to pull up the information that shows how saturated fat, right? We talked about it. The fat inside the cells, inside the muscle cells, blocking insulin from getting in. That's what's keeping the muscle cells full. And because it's fat, they can't metabolize it in the same way that they were glucose. So it doesn't go like, well, they should just burn it off. And it don't go like that. Right? And so this is where we talk about the contribution to prostate cancer. Right? And we have to give a shout out to Elijah Muhammad because, it's a shame that the Nation of Islam has degenerated to the level that it's at. When you got guys that are barely literate like Wesley Muhammad out there representing the Nation of Islam as a scholar. And he's obviously not doing any real scholarship. Because the scientific papers from the doctors in the field, the scientists in the field, they match the scholarship that was left by the founder of the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad wrote in his book, this is How to Eat to Live, book 1, page 27. Milk and bread alone will keep us alive indefinitely, and it is the best and the most easily digested food. We have plenty of supplements for milk and bread, so eat them, but eat them only once a day. And this will reduce your doctor bill almost 90%. And if you eat once every 2 days, you will not have any doctor bills. So don't tell the doctor that I told you this. Why? Well, one of the things is because when you have substitute milk, right, not cow's milk, but almond milk, or you immediately get rid of this saturated fat situation. Nuts have saturated fat, but not at like cow's milk. And you need saturated fat. So it's not like saturated fat is something that you don't need. I don't want you to think that it's a bad thing by itself. It's just you need much smaller amounts than you're getting from the food that, from diet. You need much smaller amounts. You need some though. So that's where some vegans go, they totally avoid saturated fat because they don't eat any nuts. They don't eat any seeds, and they might drink coconut water, but they're not eating coconut meat. Coconut meat is where the saturated fat is. It's not really in coconut water, so if you're not eating a lot of nuts, pause. If you're not eating a lot of seeds. Yeah. Yo, somewhere I know somebody at home like, hey, yo. But come on, man. What y'all talking about? My generation, we invented that. Chase be like, Dad, what you know about that? I'm like, what do you mean, bro? You coming into my world, youngin'. But no, seriously. So Elijah Muhammad did not promote like cow's milk. That wasn't it. You know what I'm saying? Right here. That's why it says, we have plenty of supplements for milk and bread, so eat them. Right? But at the same time, milk is highly nutritious. So you're left to try to figure out what that means. Well, in other places of the book, he specified cow's milk is for baby cows, right? Human milk is the best milk for human babies, right? So we have to realize, though, that there's a difference between human milk and other animals' milk. And the largest difference is the ratios at which the nutrients come out. Everything that comes out of animal breast milk is for the size baby that animal come out. And human is the smallest. And then the other part, which may be more dangerous than the amount, is that those animals don't have as complex a brain as we have. So you don't support complete brain development when you have animal milk, because those animals have a much more simpler brain than you. So this is another reason why we got a lot of dummies. They had all that cow's milk, right? Goat milk. Right? You niggas is dumb. Sorry, you dumb. Your mama didn't breastfeed you long enough. See? And I could do that. I could speak in Ebonics and translate the most highly the highly Latin scientific journal articles, and that's the gift. I'm not locked into the Ebonics. I choose to use them. Because when I speak, I want everybody on every level of understanding to learn and be able to internalize what you're getting here today. Nothing has killed more Black people in America than diabetes. No amount of gang on black violence, none of that. Even though we making up 70, 80% of the new murder cases, and we only 13% of the population. That should tell you that is something wrong in our community. Right? But nobody's paying attention to your diet. I'm showing you how diabetes is Black. And I'm showing you how diabetes destroys the brain. And destroyed brain is what happens. That's the prerequisite for having 70%. I mean, that shit should be impossible. Anybody hear that? Like, wait a minute. How is it that we make up 13% of the population, but we 70 to 80% of the people get murdered? What is, huh? Well, now we have a problem. We go, oh, well, diabetes is eating the brains. It's literally eating your brain. I showed you the pictures. It makes your brain smaller and it makes your brain hollow. I literally showed you because it stops neurogenesis. So as you lose cells, and the reason why you lose brain cells is because you have more beta amyloid production when you're in diabetes. The more beta amyloid, the more neurons are destroyed. And because of the inflammation and because you have the incomplete brain structures to begin with, you don't have neurogenesis happening. And most of the time, because these things affect your attention span, there's no attention span to really change the diet, change the lifestyle, and then adopt abstract study. That's too much for people. You're asking too much. But if you knew what the cost of not doing it was, then it wouldn't be too much. Your ass would be up 7 o'clock in the morning every day with us doing French or Italian or whatever we on. Because you will understand this life or death is not really a game. That's why we had to distinguish ourselves from polyglots. We're not trying to learn a bunch of languages. I don't really care about that. We just focused on rebuilding our brain from all the sugar we had, the pork we had, the milk we had, the weed and the alcohol, all the Hennessy we had, we just trying to rebuild the damage that our parents that might have been cocaine on coke or crack or on steak or, whatever they was on, whatever they passed us down, we got to work from there. And then we got to work off all of the damage we put on our own. We just trying to rebuild that. We just trying to heal as a people. Right? But while we trying to heal as a people, we got half illiterate scholars like Wesley Muhammad out here promoting to Black people, God damn it, Wesley. God, huh? Wesley Muhammad, I told you. Until you apologize to Black people, man. Black people is dying from milk, buddy. We dying from the sugar. We dying from the proteins. We dying from the casomorphine. We dying from the hormones. It's too many different angles. We dying from the saturated fat, bruh. There's too many aspects of the milk that's toxic for our bodies. Like to just even be naive on any of them. The effect of saturated fat on our bodies. The effect of the estrogen hormones on our bodies. And for you to even have estrogen-based conversations about how it negatively impacts our bodies and then overlook the milk tells me you're not overlooking it. That's why I'm like, yo, you come on, man. You lucky I ain't gonna pull up your man that said, oh, chill. But anyway, stop playing. Apologize to the community for real. You know what I'm saying? It's mad disrespectful. Every 17 seconds, somebody in the US is diagnosed with diabetes. Every 17 seconds. And we know African Americans, black folks, 200% more likely to have diabetes than non-Hispanic white folks. Come on, man. So you got to know, even right there, if you just know that right there should clue you off. You'd be like, what's the main difference between black folks and white folks? Because it's really not much difference except for the pigment. So clearly anything that's affecting you more is clearly got something to do with your pigment. Like, it's, come on now. Some of this stuff, we really don't need all these goddamn scientific papers as reference points for me to point this out to you. It should be common sense. But you don't really know enough of anatomy. Like, but pretty much we the same as white folks. The only thing that's different is we got so much more pigment. So that now has to be the thing that we have to take into consideration with everything that we're dealing with. And if we're dealing with diabetes, it got to be our metabolism, how we produce energy. Right? So we got to be focused on this. You know, we got to be able to absorb all this information. Right? But now we talked about this. Right? The dopamine. Right? Understanding how melanin is actually synthesized in the body. Right? What it does. Now, did you know? Right? Sugar is 8 times as addictive as cocaine. And did you know this little detail? Because some people are like, oh yeah, I heard about that. But what you didn't know is that sugar is 5 times more likely to be listed as the cause of death than cocaine. So it's 8 times more addictive and 5 times more likely to cause death than cocaine. Now, what kind of shit is that? Woo! Huh? See? I'm telling you, half the people watching this video right now might be high. See, people talk about their weed habit, but they don't share their cocaine habit. You know, that's one of the good aspects of having a parent on drugs. Sometimes you can see what their drug use did and skip it. So, you know, I never had a cocaine, I never did that. That skipped me. You know, weed, that's another story. You know what I'm saying? But the difference, one of the main differences in the drugs, though, is that cocaine people they get high in secret because cocaine not socially acceptable. But trust me, there's a lot of people doing powder. And as much literature as we have on cocaine, we don't realize dopamine is making you have a higher predisposition to addiction, and sugar is 8 times more addictive. So again, who's more likely to become addicted to eating sugar? Come on now. You got to understand the science of this. If you don't understand the science of your body, people can monetize it. And I'm going to show you everything today. Don't think like we're going to miss nothing. We're not going to miss not near piece of this fucking diabetes story. Okay? The connection between heroin use and sugar craving. Substances like heroin are called opioids because they act on the brain's mu-opioid receptors. Scientists have uncovered that activation and inactivation of these receptors do indeed seem to dictate eating behaviors in addition to opiate addiction. connecting opioid abuse to other markers such as dental health, diabetes risk, and obesity. And we know that diabetes causes obesity, and obesity causes diabetes, right? Okay, if you didn't know, now you know, right? All right. So, drug stimulation of these mu opioid receptors has also been linked to increased sugar cravings, right? So, think about it. Not only is it causing diabetes and obesity, but it's also causing you to want to eat more sugar, right? So, this go back to what I was saying earlier, right? But the research shows that people who have prolonged exposure to opioid drugs, excuse me, demonstrate a stronger performance for sugary foods over those who have not used opiates. It was also discovered that blocking these same receptors is done with anti-abuse drugs like Noxolone and naltrexone has either a weight neutral or weight loss effect. Therefore, it seems that the same areas of the brain are responsible for heroin addiction are associated with sugar cravings. Heroin use has also been linked to insulin resistance, and as a result, heroin users are at a greater risk of type 2 diabetes. You see how this creep in the back door? So you're not understanding how these things impact you. This is why the people that have the drug use have the brain damage. It's not that the drug per se did it, it's that the drug created the same blood sugar and insulin, and the blood sugar and the insulin is eating up the brain. So drug addicts for a long time, they have these, but you know, you're a drug addict. If you're on heroin, the last thing you think about is your diabetes, you know, like, you know, crackheads ain't like, yo, I got to make sure my blood sugar, like they trying to get crack. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what makes them, you know, an addict, is that their highest priority is getting more of the drug. Right. So, you know, we gotta be mindful of that. Right. But I want to show y'all these things in writing. So it's not like I'm just making any of these things up. Everything we're gonna cover everything. We're gonna document everything. Everything is gonna be solid. Right? Now let's take a look at this thing here. Right? We're looking at sugar. We just want to be serious with everything that we're doing, so that way we can, you know, we can properly get the understanding of this thing. Do you see how much sugar we're supposed to have every day? Right? So this is how many grams of sugar we have in a day. Look. So a man is supposed to have 36 grams of sugar a day. That's the limit. But one coffee is between 30 and 70 grams of sugar. Listen, so I want you to see how far past the amount of sugar that's safe for you versus what we actually have in. So if we have a meal, right? Say we have breakfast, we have whatever for breakfast. Breakfast is between 25 and 100 grams of sugar. Depending on how far down the chain we eating, you know what I'm saying? You don't know. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all like, that's impossible. 100 grams of sugar at breakfast? No, it ain't. Some people having Pop-Tarts and pastry. They have pastry for breakfast. And they have a hot chocolate or coffee. Or two. But some people have two coffees. And the coffee got milk and sugar in it. And it might have some other. It might, because now it's just complicated now with coffee. So it might have milk, sugars, syrups, alcohols. All of those things are sugars. Right? So you have pastry for breakfast with a sugary drink. You could be at 100, 150 grams of sugar right there. Now, this is average number for healthy people. This is healthy people. Right? So we want to make sure we covering everything. It's not about somebody passing you a food list telling you what to eat and what not to eat. It's about you understanding this stuff to a certain extent. And if y'all think y'all eating healthy, but y'all still using the mayo and the ketchup, you ain't gonna get it. Because 3 tablespoons of ketchup got more sugar than a donut. A glazed donut at that. Right? You gotta understand these things. A cup of milk, depending on the type of milk. And there's some smoothies that have over 100 grams of sugar. Especially when you go into like them smoothie, fast food smoothie places, like King Smoothie or, whatever. When you go to them joints, when it's like the syrup, all of the fruit they got is out of the can, it's syrupy. Then they add powdered sugar to your drink. Like oh my God, them smoothies be crazy in terms of the sugar in it. And then on top of that, you got to remember that the actual fruit that's going in the smoothie, some of them smoothies is diabetes in one bottle. One smoothie is that. So, I direct people with diabetes to have, more, juice. You need some green juice. You don't necessarily need smoothies. Like, it's a different, and then even with juicing, people still try to pull out their blender. And it's like, nah, sometimes you got to follow instructions. Right? I just want y'all to know. You know what I'm saying? So that now going forward, you can't say you don't know. Right? The average meal is it's 3 days worth of sugar. And that's before you have a drink. Right? And I didn't feel the need to put soda up there because we already know what time it is with soda. Right? These are the things that you don't think is high in sugar. Your coffee, your milk, your smoothie. These are the things that people that are eating clean, this is what they drinking. You got one group of people that think milk is healthy, so they drink a cup of milk. You got the smoothie folks. They're like, no, I'm grabbing smoothies now. Okay, but you grabbing smoothies and you grabbing donuts. You know what I'm saying? You know how much people think they drinking smoothies because they get smoothies in the morning at Dunkin' Donuts? Like, bro, that is not a smoothie. I'm like, nigga, that's like a liquid candy bar. Like, y'all, that's not smoothies that y'all think, y'all. So you got to understand, right? Let's just add some things together here. Sugar, 8 times as addictive as cocaine, right? Now, the average person, think, one meal on average is 50 grams of sugar. If you have 3 meals, that's 150 grams of sugar. Think about what would happen to you if you snorted 150 grams of cocaine. Seriously, just think about that for a second, Tisa. Because we got to think that way. Sugar is 8 times as addictive as cocaine. So if you had 150 grams, if you try to put 150 grams of coke in your body, and the thing is, we do it all the time, and we don't understand the damage you have because the damage has been normalized, meaning because everybody's hooked on it, you thinking that this is normal behavior because you're not able to connect things. Sugar, 8 times as addictive as cocaine. Well, we're using 8 times as much sugar as cocaine. Think about if somebody put 150 grams of cocaine in their body at once. Come on, man. That's how Richard Pryor lit his ass off. That's how, see, that's the shit like that happens. You wind up lighting your whole, you know what I'm saying? 150 grams. Come on, man. Come on now. We're not thinking, man. You got to be able to connect the dots. Right? This is why this epidemic is going on so long. Because we don't understand these things. Right? So now here's the trick with the sugar. This is the slickness of sugar. And this is how sugar is able to cause damage to the pigment centers in the body and all this and all that. Because sugar dissolves, but it doesn't break up. So salt dissolves and it dissolves, but sugar doesn't really. It just hides in the water. So as sugar crystals, it's stopping the ability for energy transfer. Remember, sugar is crystals. You have to understand that space. I'm trying to give y'all you need that, a break in the beat and a break in the song so you can breathe for a second and think. What do they check for? What is the A1C when the heme is being completely coated with the sugar? You got to start to understand that we got 20, 30 years of hearing that the body was electric. Now it's time for you to grow up. You got to take the training wheels off your bike. Dr. Sebi put the training wheels on your bike. It's time to take the training wheels off your bike, though, now. You know the body's electric, so we need to start thinking of the body in those terms, right? We know that bones are piezoelectric because they are crystalline. Yeah. Crystal lattice structure is the foundation of these things, so they can convert stress into electricity. Well, guess what else does that? Not just your bones. Salt does that. Sugar does that because they're also crystals, right? And piezoelectric crystals absorb and sometimes scatter these waves. But these waves are required for the function of heme. Remember, all pigments, they require certain bands of light in order to function. So if they're covered with crystals, they can't get, the light is scattering. It can't be absorbed. So the job of whatever that pigment is it doesn't work. It doesn't happen. It's just that simple. But you have to study the body to really understand this process. And you may not think that you have been studied to that degree, but you definitely have been studied to that degree. As a carbohydrate, the microbiome in your body feeds off carbohydrates, the fibers and the carbohydrates that the sugars are attached to. So processed sugar, being an empty molecule, destroys the quote unquote good microbiome or turns them rancid. So you only have populations of parasitic microbiome members, and they release, instead of beneficial molecules, they become a source of inflammation. And as the inflammation builds, the candida that's in the mucous membrane becomes fungus. From a symbiotic yeast, it turns into an angry fungus, and then the candida problems start. Right? That's the switch mechanism for candida. Candida, you may not know, but it lives inside your body peacefully. And it's chilling under the mucous membrane. It even eats some other, yeast, some other bad guys. Like, nah, we got this locked down. This is us right here. So in a way, they can be, seemingly semi-beneficial. But when inflammation comes and inflammation erodes away that protective layer, and the inflammation gets to the candida as a defense mechanism from the inflammation and the inflammatory chemicals, they become like a fungus. They change into like a fungus, and then it becomes dangerous. So And when they get into that state, they start replicating a lot faster as another survival mechanism, defense mechanism. They replicate. So you get an overgrowth of angry candida. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of different things that happens from the sugar. Not only does it get rid of the bad guys, I mean the good guys, the good microbiome we're hearing so much about lately, but it feeds and makes very ornery and problematic the candida populations in the body as well at the same time. Right? So just so we can have a visual of your pigments coated with little crystals. Sometimes a visual helps. It helps me when I'm writing my name in graffiti on the wall. You shouldn't have told me. You said you rolled me in that contest. What you told me. Woo. All right. A1C is the measure of sugar coating all the pigments, not just the red blood cells. Okay. So again, if you never heard of A1C, you can look it up what it means, look up the papers on it so you can see how it works. Right. So the hemoglobin is just how they measure the levels of it throughout the body. But you look at the path of destruction and what it does, you know it is the pigments of the body, right? This is not binding again. When you look at your red blood cell, you're looking at the heme, you're looking at the iron, you're looking at the oxygen. It's not bonding to the iron or the oxygen. It's bonding to the back, the skeleton of your red blood cell, which is the heme itself, the pigment part. So that's what it does. Sugar binds the pigment throughout the body. And the path of destruction just so happens to be where your melanin concentrates. Right? So you got these numbers in case you don't have them. Right? Just so you know what the A1C numbers mean and what they look like. What they mean, what they look like. Gotta stay hydrated. What they mean, what they look like, right? And you can definitely change them very easily, but it's what you have. You got to keep your numbers consistent. Right? And exercise is actually what helps, but hard exercise. You know what I'm saying? You gotta really work up until you're out of breath. When you at like that, when you at that stage, that's when you're reducing the A1C. That carbon dioxide actually helps to clean off the heme, clean up the body. You know what I'm saying? So that negative oxygen space. Your gases, your exchange of gases controls your body's pH more than any food or drink does. So you always got to remember. But we don't even think about gas metabolism. Gas metabolism has a lot to do with it. But anyway, just so you know that exercising, the breathing associated with heavy exercising helps to clean up some of that A1C damage. All right. So the bulk of your actual immune system is pigment and microbiome, right? We know that the antibodies that we've heard so much about comes from the B cells, which comes from the pigment in your bones. Right? Understand this pigment thing is not just as simple to shrug off as you think. The pigment in your bones produces the B cells that produce the antibodies. If you don't have healthy bone marrow, then you don't have a healthy antibody supply. If you don't have a healthy antibody supply, then you don't have an immune system. Like this, that simple, right? So understand it's the pigment inside your bone that's producing the cells that control your antibody supply or not, right? Bone marrow is pigment cells, right? So you got to understand this. This is how diabetes raises your risk of infections, lowers your antibody population. This is why most people need antibody transplants instead of being able to produce their own, because your body is already tore up, right? Autism, something else that's tearing up the Black community. You got to start putting these things together. You got to start putting these random things together, like diabetes randomly tearing up the Black community. Meanwhile, we're not linking it to nothing else. We're not linking it to nothing else. We're not linking it to the weird murder stats because it's degenerating the brain. We're not noticing the other key factors to autism besides, a lot of vaccines. And diabetes is one of those main factors. The test studies over and over and over again is showing that people that have autism are more likely to develop diabetes, and that mothers that have diabetes are more likely to have babies with autism. Why? Again, come on now. Because sugar is blocking the full brain development. Well, what is brain development? Neuromelanin cells, right? Neurons. Come on, man. We gotta figure this thing out together. Ain't nobody gonna figure this out for us, right? So we gotta understand that breast milk is not the end of the story. That's the beginning of the story. But the end of the story is, what type of nutrition are you building breast milk out of? Right? You see that? A 50% risk higher of having a child with autism if you have type 2 diabetes. That's damn near the whole Black community. I mean, what are we talking about? Slightly higher for type 1 than type 2, but slightly more higher than type 2 than gestational diabetes. So think about the women with type 2 diabetes that also gets, their blood sugar goes a little crazy while they're pregnant, right? Because women without diabetes can get gestational diabetes, and then that's supposed to disappear when you have the baby, right? But so look what they're saying. Think about how many people that didn't have actual diabetes, but they had gestational diabetes. They're not being told that this was linked to their autism, because then you know what? People would be out there ready to, it'd be something different. People would be ready to move some furniture around with some of these doctors, because they out there telling the women that gestational diabetes is nothing for them to worry about. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Don't worry, it's going to disappear when you have the baby. They're not telling you that's increasing your chance by 50% of you having a baby with autism. You know why? Because then you have to come over here onto the naturopathic side, over here with us fake doctors, and get on this healthy diet, get on this exercise, right? You have to start to do some of these things that I've been telling you you've been ignoring. Now, we're going to single out one nutrient, right? We're going to single out one nutrient for brain development, for diabetes. Sialic acid. Sialic acid in children, test after test, shows that this one key thing is always different in autism children when they run the test. So it's not conclusive, but they just let you know clearly. The obtained data indicate that SIA levels could have an effect on autism-like behavior, particularly stereotypes and hyperactivity. So that's talking about the specific symptoms associated with what we know as people on the spectrum or children on the spectrum. And that's something that you would obviously get in breast milk. In fact, they're recommending people buy breast milk. If you didn't have it as a kid, or if you were a parent and for whatever reason you can't breastfeed, they recommend that instead of trying to find a formula, to go buy breast milk. They sell breast milk in places now, certain stores, supermarkets. You can find breast milk. You know what I'm saying? Or you can order it. And, like so it's breast milk out there on the market. They're like, yo, if you can't produce your own, buy some breast milk. Because this is one of those key things for full brain development. If you don't have the full brain development, you're susceptible to a wide range of differences in your brain function. Some are really noticeable, like people on the spectrum. Some are not noticeable, like people who sit in class when they in elementary school as kids, and like they really feel like the world is caving in on them when the teacher says, like calls on them to do reading out loud. They feel like the whole world caving in on them. Because people misidentify public speaking as people's number one fear. It's not public reading. Public reading is people's number one fear. So like that's what we got to understand. The reason being is because people are not comfortable in that space. Those things, the higher function of the brain doesn't come easy to them. Doing something with their hands does, something with their body, something with their hands. I work better with my hands. Yeah. We get it. We understand why now. And this is why like athletes had that stigma associated with them. Like dumb jocks. Because in order to be good with your hands, you had to not be good with your mind. And to an extent, that was the case. But, the lines are a lot more blurry now. You have people that, are intelligent, have a, highly, well-developed mind, but they just want to, express themselves also through, but it's a difference. Because there still are plenty of dumb jocks and athletes that you think are amazing. Then you see them in an interview and you be like, oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. So you lucky basketball kid. you lucky this shit, it's athlete shit. You lucky this athlete shit working. Woo. But a key nutrient, and some of y'all may not be able to see this on your screen, but on the right, you have formulas, right? Store-bought formulas. And this is the most sophisticated of the store-bought formulas. So these are the expensive, because the more expensive you get with a breast milk, with a baby formula, the more, I will say that, the more money you spend on that fake milk, the better or the wider the nutrient profile you get. But even with the best, you have to see that it's not even close. Even with the best baby formula, what you could fit in one column in an actual breast milk, take 5 columns and look at the main difference. If you look, right, on the left-hand side, right, the second column represents fats. If you look all the way over to the formula and you look at fats, look at the profile. 6 different types of fat, right? And none of them is for humans. Look, soybean, palm, coconut, like that ain't for babies, right? But even if we use those as categories of nutrients, right, which they're not, right? But even if we pretended they was, right? Look at the difference in the fat profile. And remember, I already showed you the brain is 60 to 70% fat. So you need fats and fatty acids. That's what builds your brain. So how is it that you think it's possible to build your child brain on a budget? Yeah, see, you budget in the nutrients, which is crazy because breast milk is free, nigga. Yo, oh my goodness. I be ready to, come on, man. Some of these, like, seriously, man, the ignorance is like self-propelling because we developing these children they're not able to tap into their potential because you didn't breastfeed them. You was too busy doing other things, mom. And you should have been breastfeeding these boys because it leans the children to the propensity of violence when they don't have the breast milk, then they don't have the nurturing. They speak with their hands, and that's how you get violent. When you feel like people's not understanding you and you can't get your point across, you know, you grab, you reach out, you hit. You know what I'm saying? And so lesser brain development directly correlates with violence and going to prison. And when you understand that lesser brain development has a strong correlation with the propensity of violence, you go, oh shit, that's how we could be 13% of this population and wind up as 70 to 80% of the murders. Because of the fact of the diabetes, and we keep making sugar babies after sugar babies. You trying to build your kid brain off of sugar mixed with soybean and palm oil. Vegetable oil. What you putting that with that? Canola oil. This shit. You trying to build your baby brain on a budget. That ain't how it go. The fat profile of the baby got to be the widest. It has to have the widest variety to build your child brain. Look at the breast milk. It has the widest of any profile. The protein profile, vitamin, peptide, hormone, this, that, none of that is as wide as the profile of fats because your brain is mostly fat. So you have to put the stress of abstract study on the brain with the word exposures. That's what challenges the brain and makes the brain build more cells. What gives the brain the raw material to build the cells and then the structures out of those cells is the fats and the proteins. But that's why the protein profile is the second largest in the breast milk. I mean, so the mom has to eat right or it's going to be, some issues. And you got to eat right for your haplotype, not your blood type, your haplotype, which is going to be seen very most easily in the skin. If you're dark, right, you have a equatorial haplotype. If you're light, if you're pale, you have a more polar haplotype. Your nutrient profile going to be different. Your mitochondria function different, right? If you have a polar haplotype, that means that your cells is not really used to deuterium. Deuterium is what makes the electron transport chain go faster. But because it's like nitrogen, like how you see the Fast and the Furious race cars, they hit the nitrogen and go. Deuterium does that in your electron transport. But if your ATPase pump is not really, you know, like if you have a car that's not equipped for that, you hit that nitrogen, the car fall apart on you. The car has to be built around the ability to add that nitric oxide kit to it. It's the same thing with deuterium. Deuterium is a part of your vegetables. So if you eat like a vegetable fruit based, you know, like, so if you're from the equator, you're from a place where plants and vegetation was more readily available to consume. So you're used to, your body has evolved with a high deuterium diet. But if you're in a space where you ate mostly animals because it was always frozen and cold, then that's a low deuterium. So meat, and a meat-based diet is low deuterium. A plant-based diet is high deuterium, right? But if your mitochondria is not used to deuterium, it'll tear them up, right? But you is different, right? So you gotta understand how this works. If deuterium destroyed your mitochondria, you wouldn't made it this far. Because that's what the whole host of C3, C4 vegetables, like these is deuterium, right? So that's one of the differences. But you got to know that the brain is fat. You got to have a wide fat profile. Mm-mm. 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 I ain't saying nothing about that last slide. Mm-mm. Hey, you should just be able to look at them numbers. Mm-mm. 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 Trying to tell you. Message. Right? Look. We're going into detail so you can see what's going on. When did this thing pick up? When did this diabetes thing pop off? When did this thing pop off? Look at this. I mean, we going back deep now to the 1600s. Look at that. Was no diabetes, type 2. That was no type 2 diabetes. What is that? Look. So you can see the proof for yourself that this was invented. So this is how you know it can't really be genetic. Look, because we had the same genetics for thousands of years, right? So look where it started popping. In the late 1700s, it spike up, and then it don't spike up and start getting busy again until like right after the 1850s, right around 1850, 1860, it got crazy. So you got to think to yourself, what happened around 1850, 1860? Look at the chart. Look at the chart. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. They can't be taken out of context, but God damn it, look at these numbers right here. What happened in 1850, 1860? Let me see if somebody in the chat knows. This is this is interactive, God damn it. In 1850 to 1860, what happened? Somebody said rappers. What happened in 1850, 1860? Come on. I'm waiting on y'all in the chat. We ain't going nowhere without the chat room. In the industrial age, Boom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You see what happened? You see what happened right in that slick little window? Emancipation Proclamation. And God damn it, diabetes hit the street running. Diabetes ain't looked back. Diabetes ain't looked back yet. Huh? Diabetes ain't looked back yet. Been whooping niggas' asses since Emancipation Proclamation. If you look at this chart and you look at Emancipation Proclamation, you damn near think that shit was that it's together. Like the Emancipation Proclamation was damn near like a spell that released diabetes on niggas. Like that was damn near a spell that released it on niggas. Huh? See, y'all don't understand that this was a real thing. This why when you have somebody presenting themselves in a way where because you're so brainwashed and you don't really understand science, you believe that they saying something that make you feel good. You don't realize who you supporting. Back in the slavery times, that's what they told us. That's what they said to amongst themselves. That's what they put out there in the world. That slaves didn't need to eat because the sunshine made sugar in their blood. Literally, this is literally what they were saying. That's how black folks could stay in the sun, you know what I'm saying? Because it was like the plants. They got energy right from the sun, so they don't need no food. All you got to do is force them out there to work. They could just work and, that's it. That's all they need. And that's from Christopher Columbus, head of the Spaniards. So when this Spanish guy pops up and he coming with the same thing, but he's saying it in a way where to people that don't know no better, it sounds like it's saying something different. No, he's not. And it's not scientifically sound. Like we already went through that, right? So you now got to be able to see how disrespectful melanin does photosynthesis, okay? It wasn't cotton that we was out there as slaves or prisoners of war. It wasn't cotton that we was out there. See, that's the way. It's so much parts of the history that's like, like hidden. It's not like it's hidden, but it's cotton is super overemphasized and sugar is really underemphasized. Why? Because the sugar business is still popping right now. And the sugar business is running, is killing black. Like it's, if you want to talk about anything as a conspiracy on black folks, it's sugar. That's what's ruining your child's ability to learn in school. They can't sit down. It's because you gave them Frosty Flakes and Pop-Tarts for breakfast. But you got to really understand this. It was sugar cane that the slaves was out there working for. Christopher Columbus is famous because he brought the first sugar cane here on his second trip. That's why y'all maybe y'all don't know that. Christopher Columbus is famous because he brought sugar here, not because he found America. See, that's, you don't read enough. You don't stay in the studio long enough. You think that they celebrate, District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. You think Christopher Columbus is a hero because he discovered America. How could that be? It was clearly other people was here, right? So no, that's not why he's famous. What he's famous for is he's a founder of the slavery whole movement that even continues to today with type 2 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is the leash, is the chain that when they took the chain off of your ankle, the chain that they put on your mind, the chain they put on your soul was sugar. When they show you the little memes and they took the chain off and put it on your mind, that they did that with sugar. You have to understand this whole play. If you don't understand this, right, then things like me showing you that all of the top 5 medications for diabetes have a side effect. They create diabetes. Now, up until the point where we look that up and you see that I'm not making that up, that this is a fact. The diabetes medications make diabetes. High blood pressure medication makes diabetes. Statin drugs makes diabetes. Like when you see this, you go, what the hell is going on here? How is it that the drugs they're giving me for the disease is the number one side effect of these drugs is that it causes the disease? What is happening right here? You got to ask yourself. It doesn't make sense until you put in proper perspective. White gold and white empowerment. Slave life expectancy was between 5 and 9 years from the time they began work in the cane fields. This is the untold story of slavery. This is why the slavery numbers is different than what they're supposed to actually be. And it's a whole missing chapter to the slavery thing. Because you say to yourself, why would they even need to keep going back and forth to Africa to get more slaves? Like if they already had slaves and you got so many slaves on each plantation, plus you got slaves having sex, having babies, making more slaves. Like what do they keep importing new slaves? Where are the slaves going? Like it's like they're putting them in a mill, like they're just vanishing. No. The slaves only had a 5 to 9 year lifespan from the first day they start working in the sugarcane fields. That's how long you lived as a sugarcane person. As a slave in the sugarcane fields, you only could live up to 9 years. Most times 5, 6, 7 years is how long it took you to die. And they was putting them out there as kids. So they dying. Why? Because you out there, and what are they feeding you? Eat that sugarcane. Drink you some water. That's it. So you got to understand. You got to understand. They had hundreds of years of studying how your body reacts to this sugar. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. And this is also an article. So you can pick this article up. White gold and white empowerment. Right? But this is why Christopher Columbus is famous, right? He's the godfather of slavery. The godfather of slavery. He brought the first sugar here in 1493. 8 times more addictive than cocaine, 5 times more likely to cause death. And we already saw, right, that you have a different brain chemistry. So you are more susceptible to being addicted. So sugar, 8 times more addicted to coke, and you are much more addictive than all the people that will use sugar. So everybody use sugar, it's going to have a much more higher potential to not only get hooked on it, but to develop all of these problems associated with it. And we're going to go through all of the problems associated with it and provide solutions.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mind state. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious thing.
Thoughts and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more is the alpha magma. Codified in Kemet is the Falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick to be complacent in the shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
Electromagnetic wave. What?
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am type of hype. Get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusivist? That's your life, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic.
Okay. We're working, right? So let nobody fool you, okay? Your colonizers, black and brown people, have been studying the effects of sugar on black genetics for the better part of 500 years. Let nobody fool you, because diabetes has been documented since 1552 BC, since 1552 BC, right? And those records, pay attention to this. Those records were plundered. Remember, it was France that plundered whatever was left in Egypt, right? Remember Napoleon, obsession with Egypt, right? Understand what was going on. So don't think that there's a coincidence between Napoleon's obsession with Egypt and the fact that Louisiana was French, right? Because Louisiana has always been the capital of sugar. Right? So just keep that in mind. Louisiana doesn't belong to America till 1803. So that's why, Louisiana has always been particularly a nasty place in terms of racism. It's because of the sugar industry. The sugar industry is like, that was the machine. Until right now, it still is the machine, because the sugar is working on you. The sugar is what stole. It stole our conscience. It stole our souls then, and it's doing the same now. But you're just not knowing. Right? So here's the article. You can pull it up. Okay. I knew I had it. I had it in here, right? The sugar that saturates the American diet has a barbaric history as the white gold that fueled slavery, by Khalil Gibran. You can pull this up, and like I said, we document everything. You know what I'm saying? So we can pull up. That's the article. Now, stay focused, right? In Soulcraft Chapter 4, like I said, we documented how DNA was formed. However, life started not with DNA, but with the cell. The cell begins with the separation of charge, or by polarization of water molecules, eventually forming gel, right? Remember, diabetes is energy in the cell, so we need to understand a little bit about cells to get it, right? Not that much, but we need to understand something, right? This is a clinic. You're getting every aspect of every single facet of everything you need to know to understand what's going on. Polarization of water, or separation of charge, is what allows water molecules to form the gel that our cells are made out of, cytoplasm, right? The water is electric and begins the self-organization process of life. That's how the other molecules are moved around in water, is because of the fact that water creates its own motion, right? The process is initiated and maintained in water by absorbing light. Light turns water into living cells, which become living tissues, right? And we talked earlier about all of the different things, not just light, right? Sound, hydrophilic surfaces, right? Infrared, different aspects of, the invisible light, I should say, right? Because we know that sound is light, but anyway. The god Ma'at, right? The wife of thought, right? A lot of people don't understand that Thoth was the god of language, right? So pay attention to this, because we're going to talk about this a little bit later, though, right? Language we want to talk about as the skin of the soul or consciousness, right? Ma'at was only associated with the moon because of her effect on water. The moon affects water, right? So your biochemistry. The moon reflects the sun's visible light, the infrared, the life-giving light. It doesn't, right? That doesn't reach us. So that's why the moon's light is way different than the sun's light, because the reflection is not as strong as the original, right? So one thing you don't get is infrared, and you don't get that infrared, you get a twisted type. Anyway, so Ma'at is Shu sister. Shu is the god of electricity. His feather, the Shut, represents electricity, right? Ma'at also stands for that which is upright. And Re stands on the pedestal of Ma'at to create life. She was the eye of Re. Re created Ma'at with the magic of Hecate, to which the Ayat who originated Ma'at is thus the electrical principle in water that structures water into life, right? Ma'at came out of the waters of Nu, right? So why did I go through this? Because I want you guys to see where your ancestors left this information for you already, in myth, in story. When they're telling you that structure comes out of the chaotic waters, that's literally how your life, I'm showing you. I'm showing you how, first of all, I'm telling it to you, but then I'm showing you how your ancestors said the same thing. And then also, we're showing also how science is confirming that, right? Because science is showing us that melanin is able to separate water molecules, right? Create structure, order out of the chaotic waters and produce electricity, right? Which sustains life. So this is, I just want you to see that, when the people say, oh, well, what's the reference point and blah, blah, blah. Like my reference points don't look like everybody else's reference points. These are my reference points. If I just use these, then it would alienate a lot of people. But I want to make sure that we see that our ancestors, they didn't leave us without an inheritance. Right? So when you say that the God, literally the God of structure, order, and balance comes out of water, like that's clearly, like message. But the problem is we don't have high enough respect for our ancestors and what they left us. So the people that study science are not the people that study symbols, are not the people that study spirituality, because they have already relegated that there is no science to gain from studying spirituality or symbols. It's all mythology and foolishness, right? So they've already separated it. You got to be hard-headed like me to just go against the grain, fake doctor. I got to go against the grain and take it back. Because in my mind, the people who built the pyramids with the most advanced science on earth were clearly the most advanced at science. So if nothing else is there in those stories, it's going to be science. Right? This is why, like I say, I need 100 volunteers minimum, $85 a month. Commit to $85 a month or $25 a week so we can continue this research in good faith. This will be a free ebook, PDF. You can download it with any purchase. And the people that's serious, if you have type 2 diabetes, text me your email and I will help you apply this to your situation. We can do this. Right? So I only put these guys here just to increase your vocabulary. Delta G and Delta H. I just wanted to add these to your vocabulary. Right? Because some people will try to take you into spaces where you don't understand to make it look like they're right. But really, they just using a bunch of scientific gobbledygook that they barely understand, or they'll be able to communicate it to you more easy. Right? But delta G, which is triangle G, don't you see that represents free energy? And delta H is the heat formation that comes usually from your biochemistry. Right? So just the sheer act of your biochemical metabolism means that you produce infrared or heat from your metabolism, from the chemicals changing and the bonds breaking and reforming. Right? All of the chemical bonds breaking and reforming is releasing various amounts of energy and heat. Right? Redox. So we have to remember, diabetes is a disease of cellular energy production. Right? Electrochemical cells convert chemical energy to electrical energy and vice versa. Why is this important? Because the mitochondria functions as an electrochemical cell. It converts chemical energy, right? Your food, breaking down into fat or sugar. So it can go through the tricarboxylic acid, the Krebs cycle. Whoop. Right? Electron transport chain, electrical energy to chemical energy, ATP, and then backwards, ATP back to, and recycle. Right? In thermodynamics, the Gibbs free energy is a thermodynamic potential that can be used to calculate the maximum reversible work that may be performed by a thermodynamic system, a constant temperature and pressure. At a constant temperature. Don't you have a constant temperature? Or do you think pH is measuring? Right? Different pH is required around the body. Why? Because the pH is going to set the tone for the chemical reactions that take place. Right? So pay attention also to the structure that they use to represent free energy, the geometry. They could use anything, but they use a triangle, delta. There's a reason why you're measuring the heat formation and free energy. Like, it's a reason why these things are selected. It could have been any of the Greek letters or anything else, but it's a reason why the triangle is always selected. And that's really why I have this picture here, because they chose the triangle in this pyramid here, the step pyramid. Or brick on one side, step on the other side, right? But that's in terms of building. A pyramid of a three-dimensional triangle is the most stable geometric solid for building. You need to know that. Because geometry plays a key role in energy. Remember, diabetes is energy production. It's very important that we understand. This is the most stable geometry. See? The geometry of the water molecule is one of the things that makes it so unique. All of the things that allow water to operate almost outside the normal laws of physics has to do with the shape of how this molecule is set up. Like, all of these things, none of these things are separate, right? So I wanted you to also, as we, because a lot of people are different levels of understanding. So some people understand structured water. They know structured water, the molecules move from that triangle shape to a hexagonal shape. And this is why I was saying earlier on, dissociation of water molecules is not that big of a deal. It's more about the process, the things that are going along while that water is broken down, and the geometry the water takes when it's forming back into molecules, right? So we know that the hexagon shape is the shape associated with the high energy state and structured water. What happens to water when it comes in contact with a hydrophilic surface, when it comes in contact with light, specifically infrared, you know what I'm saying, but not limited to, right? Sound waves, right? What do these things do to water? How does it store energy in water? What's happening with the water molecules, right? So, but I wanted to give you guys some visual so that you can see just to be able to open your mind up. Because see, I think in patterns, but I need to open your mind up so that you can see all of the different patterns, triangular patterns that are associated with hexagon. The hexagon, right? France. That's the nickname of France. That's crazy. Is the hexagon, right? But even if you look at the flat hexagon, doesn't it look like a cube cornered? You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of little nuances with the hexagon. One of them, you know, if you understand surface chemistry and sphere packing, which is the science of how many spheres you can get into a shape, and then spheres being you know, special in terms of surface chemistry. That's kind of what you get with the hexagon, is the most efficient shape for that. So that's why you see it all throughout nature. And when you see the phi number or the Fibonacci series applied to nature, things spiral, but within that space of spiraling is the hexagonal shape for energy distribution. Right? So this really just, you know, making sure y'all on speed. Right? In pre-diabetics and diabetics, sugar crystallizes peripherins, aka pigment skeletons, stopping their radiant and electromagnetic function. The glucose and insulin build up in the blood, also crystallize fats, proteins, and other molecules, creating a sort of icicle called AGEs, or advanced glycation end products. AGEs speed up free radical or reactive oxygen species production and quench the nitric oxide reserves in the skin that promote circulation. Right? So this is how you lead to blood clots being formed and, you know, people losing toes and fingers, as well as the quenching of the magnetism of your red blood cells. It's how the red blood cells start to stick together. Right? And yes, there's people walking around that you think look sexy on Instagram that's missing toes. Yeah. So people fronting like this is not where they should be at with their Saturday afternoon. It's people right now that's telling you they don't got time to listen to this. They missing toes though. People keep their socks on. You don't see their feet till after you had sex most of the time. It's people missing toes right now. Okay. I'm trying to tell you, they got fat booty or whatever, or they got muscular chests and shoulders. These niggas missing toes. You're bullshitting. Niggas flashing pecs and six pack, missing toes. All right. So I'm just telling you. AGE synthesis destroys collagen in the skin, leading to wrinkles and older faces beyond their years. The body attempts to produce more melanin to counteract the AGEs, but tyrosine metabolism is also retarded by high blood sugar. Advanced glycation end products impair voltage-gated potassium channels, mediated coronary vasodilation in diabetic rats. Right? Just showing you. We already talked to you about how the potassium affects diabetes. Now we're showing you the AGEs, the glycated products of your fats and pigments floating around, how they now damage the potassium. Right? So we got the herbs. Right? The blue magic. We can talk about these things. And we got the potassium now. Right? We got a potassium supplement for you. A plant-based potassium to handle the sodium levels now. We got you now. Of course, we're not going to discuss it if we didn't put you together. Right? And of course, you can download this free ebook. Right? This book you cannot download free right here. But I'm getting ready to show you something out of the book. So if you want to be able to purchase the book, you go to DrEnQi.com. The book of this ebook, the PDF of this lecture, you'll be able to grab free with any purchase. Right? This is how you get to the super specifics in terms of your nutrition. Right? This is what you can find out from Dr. EnQi that your other doctor may not tell you. Remember when we talked about magnesium? Magnesium is also needed for insulin uptake. Everything, magnesium has to make bioavailable to the cell. So if there's if you don't have enough magnesium, it's over. And if you have inflammation in your body, that's going to use your magnesium levels up. And that alone is going to contribute to insulin building up in the blood. And insulin building up, glucose building up. Right? If that starts to happen, you're going to lose the pliability of the veins and the arteries and the capillaries. And what does that do? When the veins, arteries, and capillaries get more rigid because you're low on magnesium, that's going to increase your blood pressure. So not only can magnesium deficiency or not enough magnesium contribute to high insulin levels, but it also will contribute to high blood pressure. This is one of the magical aspects of eating greens when you have diabetes. Not only are the greens high in potassium, but it's high in magnesium. And the magnesium is going to make the insulin sensitivity levels go up, as well as make sure that the arteries, the veins, and the capillaries stay soft and flexible to keep the blood pressure low. Omega-3s, essential fatty acids. Getting rid of of simple sugars and starches. Increasing the fats, getting rid of the sugars. See, this is what makes me a fake doctor when I say, get rid of the carbohydrates and eat more fat. They go, oh yeah, that's that fake doctor talk right there. No, that's that naturopathic doctor talk. Because fats will allow you to maintain your blood sugar. It won't spike, nor will it go too low. Fats will keep it right where it need to be, but it got to be healthy fats. Nuts, avocados, coconut meat, right? Some palm oil is good. You need some saturated fat in your life, right? But you'll have some, right? And replace the sugars. Get rid of the sugars. Again, keeping the blood sugar low. Vitamin C. glucose tolerance factor, right? Glucose has a whole set of chemical reactions that it has to go through. So the chemical reactions that it goes through to make it more bioavailable for your body needs things for that. Chromium leads the pack, right? Selenium as a cofactor, right? And Black people are chronically deficient in selenium. So even the nutrients that are required for you to be able to break down sugar, even if everything else is in place, you don't have those in your diet. So even your diet has a side effect of diabetes. Yo, even your diet causes diabetes. Listen to me what I'm saying to you, Black folks. The diet that you've been set up with causes diabetes. The medication that you've been given for the diabetes also causes diabetes. You've been had, you've been hoodwinked, you've been bamboozled, you've been led astray. Oh. Listen, low glutathione and selenium levels cause the blood to break down. Which is at the center of HIV and AIDS. Right? This is how diabetes works in that space too. Low glutathione, low selenium allows you to have a lot of susceptibility to infection. So you're trying to figure out how is it that you got a friend or a family member that they might have got one vaccine, or they might have got one bottle of bitters from Dr. EnQi, or one little, like they half-assed, put it like that. Whether they went the vaccine, the natural route, or mixed both together, like they half-assed their way through Corona. And they barely got sick. They might have had some once or twice, but they good. Your ass is taking every herb. You come on TV. You got 10 vaccines already, 4 vaccines, 6 boosters. And you still getting sick every time you go outside the house. You might have chronically low glutathione selenium levels. This is literally like a seesaw relationship with sugar and insulin, glutathione and selenium. Right? So got that. You can bring it back here. And you want to go. So y'all are getting good. Y'all are getting good. Right? Here's my chart that now, a couple of schools like colleges is stealing my vibe. They done stole my little chart circulating in college. Right? When I put this chart together, nobody had nothing like this. This chart done grew legs. And I'm just saying, why they don't reference the doctor with the gold teeth? They don't want to reference the doctor with the gold teeth. But it didn't exist. I had to put it together. Right? A lot of people stole the vibe. Right? But I felt like we needed a chart at a glance, so we could see the difference in sunlight, right? And not only so you have an accurate idea of what you need to do for vitamin D requirements, but so you will understand that the time you need to be in the sun is way different than white folks. In order to have the same biochemical, the same, science applies both ways, but the time scale is different. And look at you, Black woman, you worse. Not being in the sun damaged your body more than it damaged mine. Why? Because Black women have less anabolic hormones and they have larger fat cells. right? So your time in the sun way different. But look at a black man to a white man. If he in the sun for 5 minutes, he good. I got to be in the sun for 30 minutes to get the same effect. So what does that mean? That means the time of dipping from the house to the car, or from the car to the restaurant at lunch real quick when you run outside to grab you some lunch. So that little 10, 15 minutes with you outside, or you that 5-minute walk from the office to the subway, they're getting plenty of sunlight to run their biochemistry. But society is not set up for you to get enough. That walk to the store, or that, your walk to the train or to the car, because that's the only sunlight you're getting. When you walk from your building to the bus stop, whatever you was waiting at the bus stop, that's all the sun you got. Once you got on the bus, that's over. Then when you get off the bus and you go into work or into school, it's over. You're not getting no more sunlight till you come back outside, end of the day, or your little lunch break. And on your lunch break, white folks get, again, enough sunlight to run their whole biochemistry, their whole neurochemistry, produce all their hormones, serotonin, melatonin, all that. You don't, though. You got to damn near go outside for your lunch hour and spend 42 minutes right there. You got to hold that. And look, you need that whole 42 if you in New York, New Jersey, Detroit, Chicago, like Philly. You Florida niggas, Texas niggas, they might be able to pull that 24-minute thing off. But you up in the northern latitude, so you got to get that whole 42 minutes. You in Canada, nigga, forget about it. You might not even be on this chart. Your ass in Canada, you in the 60-minute. You know what I mean? So you got to understand, the further you are from the equator, the longer you got to stand in the sun to get your body right. So if you don't make a thing out of getting the sunlight in the middle of the day or throughout the day, you don't get it. You're slowly having neurological decline every day. Your body's slowly becoming more diabetic every day. And everybody knows this except you. Again, this is the funniest and the thing that makes it the saddest and the thing that makes it the funniest at the same time is everybody knows this except you. Because we worried about people, and people would rather worry about how much money I'm making than what the contribution back to our community is. You should want to make me rich. If I can give this to your community, why wouldn't you want to participate in that? Nobody is going to give this information to our community but me. I'm the only one. They like it or not, I'm all you got. Unless you're going to watch it after somebody try to reinterpret it and pretend like they made it up on their page. Oh, shit. Right? So understand this now. I want you to add these numbers in. Look, I'm giving you the chart, right? And this is just vitamin D. This is just converting cholesterol into things. This is we're not even going into how much time you need to be in the sun for the sun to deal with the arginine in the blood and all that. So we just using this as an example, right? You spend 87% of your life indoors. Think about what that means for black versus white people, or dark skin versus pale skin. 87% of your time indoors and 6% in a car, a train, a bus, or a plane. That means 93% of the day, your life, you're not in the sunlight. This is only dangerous to one group of people. You got to understand this shit. Right? I need y'all to put 2 and 2 together. Just start thinking. Start seeing patterns. Look, what does melanin do? It absorbs light. But see, when you say that, right? That's a level of ignorance when you say melanin absorb light. Because, in science, like one of the all truisms is energy can't be created or destroyed. So when you say that you understand that melanin absorbs light, what you really mean to fully communicate is that you know that melanin translates light, right? Because it can't absorb the light without re-radiating it out in another form of energy, right? So it's absorbing it in one kind of energy and then releasing it in another kind of energy, which is the reason why melanin is able to stop light from creating cancer, because things that absorb light that's at a too high frequency in biology, that's where you get tumor and cancer creation, right? So the proteins and the pigments that can't absorb the higher frequencies of light, that's where the tumor and the cancer is created. Melanin can absorb all the frequencies, so it absorbs it. And what does it do? It re-radiates it in a different form of energy, right? So if you have dark skin, how come there's no equation for energy metabolism that includes the energy that you're supposed to be getting through your pigment, right? Because if you understand that melanin absorbs sound and light, then you have to understand that it's releasing that as a different type of energy in your body, right? But guess what? Nobody's discussing that in science because the people it doesn't apply. I mean, only you got to take care of you. Ain't nobody else gonna put you together but you. And we have a problem when we're not putting our money where our mouth is, right? You have to understand this whole entire energy system has been abandoned. It's been abandoned. You got to understand, you got another energy system. You're not just dependent on food from ATP in the same way. You got to see, it's what you're not understanding. Right? And you got to understand that diet and herbs and sunlight is not the end of the deal, right? So all of these things we just got to put together. Brain degeneration, neurons, melanin cells in the brain. Once the body is healed, chances are your brain is already incubating Alzheimer's. So this is assuming, because you got a bunch of people that think because they got muscles and they eat clean, right? They're straight. Brain disease, I'm going to keep saying it over and over, has a 20 to 50 year incubation period with no symptoms, unlike the heart. Diabetes attacks every melanin set in the body. Bone marrow weakens your immune system and your T cells, your B cells, antibody production, your eyes, ears, brain, heart, skin, spinal cord, right? Oh yeah, people with back issues. Oh yeah, your back issues, your back pain, it comes from the pre-diabetes and the diabetes. The phantom back pain where you go into chiropractors and you still can't get rid of it. The phantom back pain, you don't know where it's coming from. It's coming from the sugar. I promise you, we was going to every detail. We're going in. We know that sugar makes you blind, but not a lot of people know that it makes you deaf. It messes with your spine, right? Because you got melanin in your spine. Look, practical diabetes. Look at the article. Come on now. You know we're not playing. Listen, we're not playing. And I told you it was a seminar. Be ready to go all day because it's that much information. That's why you can't get it because ain't nobody really multiply disciplinarily well-rounded enough to be able to give you all of this, to be able to give you the whole murder. It's a murder mystery. Who's killing black folks? We had to put together the murder mystery. These meddling kids. I'm a meddling kid, right? Look, and nothing I say to you today, we're not going to pull out the work on it. Everything we pulling out the work on it, right? People with diabetes are more likely to have back pain than those without. right? So it's not just, I'm not just saying things to you. I'm showing you these things, and I'm showing you documentation on every step of the way. Think about alternative diagnosis when examining or reviewing people with low back pain, particularly if they develop new or changed symptoms. Exclude specific causes of low back pain, for example, cancer, infection, trauma, inflammatory disease. Spinal infections such as epidural abscess, vertebral osteomyelitis, vertebral fractures, spinal stenosis, and spinal cord injury are all more common among people with diabetes than without. People with diabetes may also have worse prognosis on treatment. I'm telling you, right? Look, they already looking. They already studying. You just don't know. Cancer research, they studying you. I already showed you where they studying melanocytes for healing MS. And now you're looking at, look. In the bone marrow, what we talking about? Melanin in your bone marrow. Just so you understand. So when we're talking about antibodies, B cells, that's all from your bone marrow. That's why we focus on your bone marrow when we talking about healthy immune system. Right? Look, I'm just showing you everything, so we showing you documentation. Look, and this is not even from holistic healers or like none of that. This is from the Diabetes Association. Right? Look, right now we don't know how diabetes is related to hearing loss. They don't know how. They just know for a fact that diabetes is causing it. They don't know how. People who have pre-diabetes have a 30% higher rate than people without diabetes. That's just pre-diabetes. That's not full-blown onset diabetes. Come on. I'm telling you. Now look, the doctors is going to say they don't know how diabetes is related, but they know for sure it's related. I'm showing you how it's related. Because diabetes, again, the sugar attacks the pigment. Your pigment functions as a crystal in your body. All crystals function the same. They absorb and convert different types of energies. That's what crystals do. So that's why crystals is used in TVs, cameras, cell phones, watches. That's what they do. And they can also function as oscillators. So, crystals have a unique, special, that crystal lattice structure of its atoms. It's almost like a resonance between all of the atoms. And because the patterns of atoms repeat, that allows for the oscillation. And that's how you get the piezoelectric, effects where they can modulate energies from one state to another. But that's what's happening. You understand that it's the pigment in all of these places, because that's the only thing all these places really have in common. You talk about diabetes attacking your making you blind, making you deaf, your heart, your brain. The only thing that all these places have in common with diabetes is attacking is the fact that these places is melanated. The only thing is you didn't know all these places was melanated. You didn't know that you had melanin in your bone marrow. You didn't know that. You didn't know you had melanin in the heart based on the same complexion you got on your skin. You didn't know that till today. See, I told you, no matter how much you donate on the Cash App, you're going to feel like you should donate again and again. And please, don't stop yourself. Go ahead. Don't just say, you know what, I already put something in the Cash App. Listen, don't stop yourself. Do it again. Hit me one more time, bartender. See, you didn't know that, though. Right? You have to understand this. And it's in your ears. Yeah. Look, this is in the EnQi book. See, you might want to go to the website and get these books. Because I'm showing people these things that you're not seeing. This is a page right out of the book. This is the book cover. DrEnQi.com is where the books is at. But this is what I'm showing you right here. You got melanin in the ear that you can't hear without, because what do you do inside your ear? You're taking sound waves. Sound waves are mechanical waves, and you're converting them into a different type of wave so that you can feed it to your brain and come up with, you know, you can make something intelligible out of it. But that's what your ear is doing. And melanin has to be there for that to happen. Right? So all of these places where you might not have thought that you had, yeah. And in the ear, you have melanin and you have crystals. Crazy. Literal crystals, like the ones that people wearing around their neck and all that, like crystals. You got crystals. These are crystals from your ears. Yeah. These are in your ears. Inside dark cells. Yo, I swear, I was drinking a hot cup of tea. And when I read this article, like literally, I almost spit the tea out. Because the racism be so crazy. Like they, you know what I'm saying? Especially when you read older articles, like the newer articles, like I got to admit that the wording is a lot more, you know. But the old stuff had just wild, like dark cells. Like, come on, bro. Dark cells, that's what we doing. Right? But where these dark cells are is where these little piles of crystals are. And that's how your body kind of keeps the balance and knows where, you know, has you have your sense of balance right there. Those guys participate in that. Yeah. So you just need to see all these little key pieces, right? The location of heart melanocytes is specified, and the level of pigmentation in the heart may correlate with coat color. Yo, I'm about to go outside and it's about to be a problem about chips. If I keep people don't want that chip. Type 2 diabetes is a disease of the pigment. Black people are 60 to 80% more likely to get type 2 diabetes than Hispanics, and 100 to 200% more likely than white people, which is insane. How do you become more than 100%? Like more than 100? That's a certainty. Shit. What? I said, wait a minute, what? So, and keep in mind, when you get it, it's more damaging to the body, right? Now, this is again, so you can pull up the information for yourself. The location of heart melanocytes is specified, and the level of pigmentation in the heart may correlate with coat color. Right? Let's go. Like I said, don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid. Don't worry. If you haven't put any money in Cash App, this is a paid event. Go to Cash App right now. $ Minister EnQi. Drop a minimum of $25, $50 up in there for your boy. And we're giving away this whole ebook, any purchase. And like I said, I'm making myself available. If you have type 2 diabetes and you need help applying any of these principles to your life, text me your email address and we can get busy. One-on-one. I got you. All right. Now, a major mitochondrial genetic difference is mitochondria are coupled with melanosomes. The reason is because the mitochondria each produce a spectrum of light, right? And this spectrum of light comes from the free radicals. The free radicals. Singlet oxygens release light from infrared up to 700 nanometers. This is all documented already. When singlet oxygens react with unsaturated fats, they produce carbonyl species, which create light in the 350 nanometer to the 500 nanometer range. Recombination of radical species produce light in the 200 to 250 nanometer range. This light is absorbed and channeled by the melanosome into melanin to maintain the structure of the water in the cell. When the reactive species from mitochondria are damaging to the cell, that begins the process of apoptosis, or the cell becomes senescent. Iron and copper in the presence of light convert arginine to nitric oxide, which increase insulin sensitivity and glucose metabolism without drugs. Iron and copper is in a healthy red blood cell. So when you're in the sunlight, your red blood cells, the heme, absorbs the sun, and that sun activates the arginine down the conversion process pathway to nitric oxide. That nitric oxide lowers your blood pressure. So again, now guess what's happening, black folks? You got a higher level of arginine building up because your body expecting you to get this sunlight to come in to convert that arginine to nitric oxide, but the sunlight never comes. So what does arginine do? It brings back recurrent infections, and because you're not converting it to nitric oxide, it puts more pressure on your blood. So now it's not, and it's an invisible factor because it's not something that's contributing to high blood pressure. But what it is the thing that your body has in place to lower your blood pressure, which is nitric oxide, is not being produced. So it's not there. So you're putting more stress on the system. Right? I'm just showing you how these things work. Right? And now also, I want you to have a working understanding of the reason why mitochondria is coupled with melanin inside your body. Because cells would not have been able to turn into complex organisms without melanin. Because of the fact, look at these singlet oxygens. These are reactive oxygen species. These carbonyl species, these are reactive carbonyl species. These are reactive nitrogen species. These are different types of free radicals. They all release light in the cell. These would destroy the cells before they was able to continue to build like more complex creatures. We wouldn't have been able to get to the space where we got all the cells that we have in our body working together. They'd be destroyed too fast. So something has to actually protect the cell from the free radical production of the electron transport chain. The electron transport chain basically is like sparks jumping off it. Think of it that way. You got electrons flying in like a little tornado, a little vortex, the electron transport chain. It's sparks flying all up off of there. Those sparks is free radical, free oxygen reactive species, carbonyl, nitrogen. These is the things that, and this is light too. So you got to understand that these free radicals are in the form of light, but melanin is there always to absorb these things and protect the cell. So this is why I'm saying, like, y'all out there asking me goofball questions about Jack Cruz and all this other foolishness, like, y'all got to stop that, bro. If you knew more about what you was trying to talk about, if you wasn't so focused on my money, my pocket, my image, my brand, or trying to unseat me or like create doubt or look, like if you wasn't so focused on that, you would realize that these people are part of that institution. They're not going to speak to you. And when I mean speak to you, I mean speak to your health. They're not going to speak to your health. You don't be fooled. Right? You got to do that. We got to do that. Right? Like it or not, the more you got. Right? And you might have one or two guys out there that sound halfway decent, but they don't do it like me. They do it after me. They got to do it through me. They got to wait and see what I put out. And then they got to come with something, but they can't do what I do. See, the door God opened for you. Only you can walk through that door. Nobody else can compete with you but you once you get into that space. So you got to understand. Anytime you hear mitochondria, oh, we hacking mitochondria. No, what you're doing is that mean you having melanin research that you want to hide from the melanin people, right? So you calling it mitochondria research. So we're not interested. We partying. But no, all these mitochondria hacks, right? Mitochondria hacks. That's, you need to understand. That's we talking about melanin still, because melanin is coupled to mitochondria. Oh, wait a minute. Documentation for everything. Huh? This Minos complex. Okay. So when you're talking about the electron transport chain, right? And you're talking about, really transporting electrons, you got to think, like I said, sparks jumping off it. Now, how do you make those things run more efficient so you have less sparks jumping off it? Well, you move the stations closer together. So the closer and the tighter and the smaller your electron chain pigments are, your cytochromes, right? The less spark plugs they produce, the less free radicals they produce, the more efficient they run energy wise. So now if they run more efficient energy wise, you're going to have a much easier ATP production. Your cells will be able to handle a lot more deuterium coming through because of the cytochromes are actually different. So, from dark-skinned people to pale people, the cytochromes, even in your mitochondria, are different, right? They're much more smaller, they're tighter, and they're closer together, which creates like a cascade all the way, down, through the point where this is why you have, it's reflected in your anabolic hormone production and your fast twitch versus slow twitch muscle ratio. This is why it's different. This is why Black people have a different amount of fast twitch muscle, because our energy production is different. So the way our body uses energy is different. The way our bodies are built to use energy is different. So we got to understand this. Right? Nobody's going to explain this to you, though. That's why I say I only need 100 people. All I need is 100 people. That's focused. Okay? There's a completely huge difference in fast twitch versus slow twitch muscle and how they consume energy. Right? So the muscles fibers are different because the way your body produces energy. The chicken doesn't go before the egg. So energy and how your body produces energy determines the structures that will be using that energy. Right? Now, let's take a look. We have to do these. We have to have these conversations now. Right? And you can look up these articles for yourself. Right? Skeletal muscle characteristics in sedentary Blacks and Caucasian Americans. Right? They do studies on this. Like I said, everybody knows this info except you. Right? 23 male Black African American and 23 male Caucasian subjects ascertained as sedentary, meaning they ain't doing nothing special. They sitting around playing video games, watching TV, scratching their Johnsons. Okay. Now, what it comes down to is racial differences observed between Africans and Caucasian in fiber type proportion and enzyme activity of the phosphogenic and glycolytic metabolic pathways may well result from inherited variation, right? So they're showing you can go through to look at all of the differences, but it shows you, it's documented. This has been studied in laboratories across the world. And the reason why it's important to get sedentary, because once you add in exercise and nutrition, you can change your body. So they pick sedentary people so they can just see. Right? Breathing patterns. Come on, I'm showing you different papers so you can understand how how well pronounced this difference is. Because I don't want you to think that this is, because a lot of people try to brush it off like, nah, we all the same, 5 fingers, 5 toes. Like, no, we're definitely not the same, and not on a level of a medical scale. What we talking about health wise, definitely not there. If we talk about in general as humans, yeah, we all bleed, the same and the blah blah blah. But when we get down to medical, when we get to surgical, when we get to nutrition wise, macro, micro, when we get to diabetes, this is all different. And we got to understand all these differences, right? Your breath, breathing patterns, right? Even pandemic. What's the pandemic? Is lung issue, right? Come on now, wake up. Breathing pattern during exercise. So the first one we did sedentary. Now look, breathing patterns during exercise in young Black versus Caucasian. So when they took everything into consideration, what did they find out? Differences in lung volume and ventilatory response to exercise in Black and Caucasian subjects suggest differences in respiratory pressure volume relationships, or that the Black subjects may breathe higher on their pressure volume curve. They also show you what? What does the first sentence say? Lung volumes in sex, age, height, and weight match Black subjects are 10 to 15% lower than Caucasian. So on average, Black people have smaller lungs than Caucasians. Do you understand? Lungs, like that's oxygen. Your entire energy system different. How you gonna follow the recommendation what they putting together in the huh? They putting that recommendation together for them. But your body different. I'm showing you. Right? I'm showing you. You got to deal with this. Subhuman cattle car transports, even the final solution. All these and other Nazi concepts have their sinister antecedents in Africa in the early 1900s. And the list of the prominent Germans there who went on to shape Nazism is long and execrable. What is this talking about? This is a part of the Holocaust that people forget, or maybe people never learned. Before the Nazis started working on the Semites or the Jewish people, or the Hebraic community, I want to make sure, respectfully, right? But before they started working on them, all of the human experiments was on you. All of the human experiments was on you first. So just you thinking that they didn't study you and put this play together. You not studying you. Everybody else studying you. So you got to know. When they talking about Germany and they did all of they give them credit because they did all of the horrific human experiments to come up with so much science, right? So understand, at the same time as they're cursing them for saying they did the horrific human experiments, they credit them and rejoice in them because of the advances those horrific experiments gave them. But what you don't know is that them experiments was always on you. So it's like how we elected Biden. Biden was the one who wrote the crime bill. How you get the guy that wrote the crime bill, like you letting the wolf into the hen house? How you still come on now. You not understanding this? I showed you the chart. It just must be a coincidence that type 2 diabetes on the chart takes off at the same time as Emancipation Proclamation. You think it's a coincidence, huh? The origins and effects of testosterone have been recognized throughout the history of humankind. Hunter performed testicular transplantation experiments in 1767 while studying tissue transplantation techniques. And almost a century later, Berthold linked the physiological and behavioral changes of castration to a substance secreted by the testes. How do you think they found out about testosterone being an anabolic hormone? Come on now. See, if nobody else don't talk about it. Come on now. Wakey, wakey. Wakey, wakey. You up? I need you to get up. It's because you sleep. I need you to get up. The Bastards of Rehoboth and the Problem of Miscegenation in Man, which claim to document, this is a book, now you can look that book up, or the article rather, which claim to document the corrupted moral and biological nature of black and white offspring, right? So this is one of the books that the eugenics people, use to justify, but the corrupt moral and biological nature of black and white offspring, because there was some Germans in North Africa while they was raping Africa, going through Africa like crazy in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Some of the Germans was falling in love with, black people out there making babies. So you got a lot of mixed babies come out of that situation as well. And so it was getting so crazy that they had to start, documenting how much of bastards these wicked mixed children was. Because again, the mixed children was able to do what? They was able to look white, but bring black blood into the white community, which is kind of the basis for why the Germans wanted to exterminate and erase the Jewish people. You know what I'm saying? So, they wanted pure Aryans, pure blue eyes, blonde hair, and there's only two seeds basically. So if you're talking about pure white, that means no trace of black, right? So that's what the whole thing with, so anyway, the author was German biologist and race scientist Eugene Fischer. He was stationed in colonial Southwest Africa, where he studied local Dutch African families cited in the work. From studies such as Fisher sprang the fraudulent science of American eugenics that medicalized racial theory. Right? So they used his book as a justification to make this real science. Propelled by abundant financing from the Carnegie Institution, Harriman Railroad Fortune, and the Rockefeller Foundation, eugenics ultimately led to the sterilization of some 60,000 Americans under laws in 27 states, as well as racial and ethnic incarceration. Now, that number is nothing compared to all of the lynchings. You see? Now you understand why when they was hanging you, they had to also cut off the balls. Like, for some people, you're thinking that's overkill, but you don't understand the stories and the histories of stories, the mythological, the legendary stories associated with black men. You got to think about the story of Osiris or Sa, right? His wife found all his body parts, but what? His testicles. So what you talking about? Castrated black man, even in that story, right? So you gotta, it's levels to this, right? So quick rundown. The more efficient respiratory proteins we got inside the mitochondria, right, which is made out of heme pigment, the same as your blood, right, gives you more fast twitch muscles. That leads to more anabolic hormones to, fuel that, more testosterone. That also leads to less white blood cells. So you have a different white blood cell to red blood cell ratio, right? This is based on your water and melanin, which we'll get to, right? The minerals complex controls the overall size and efficiency of cellular pigments known as cytochromes, right? The sicker you are, the bigger and looser that minerals complex, which makes the cytochromes larger and further apart from each other. So you get more what? You get more free radical because you get more electron transport chain leakage. And the free radical production from that electron transport chain makes your cells senescent or flag for apoptosis. And when they become senescent or they don't like recycle themselves, white blood cells can start to attack them, so they can also create the seed for autoimmune disease. So it's a few other things to keep in mind, right? So all stem cell, mitochondria, structured water research are simply codes for studying the black body. Understand that. Mitochondria, we showed you, is attached to melanin, right? The water in your cells is the reason why every cell has melanin in it, right? So stem cells, we understand stem cell research is where from either the bone marrow or the endometrial lining of black women, right? Just if I just putting it all, so you understand. If you're taking notes, I know today we're doing a long, so we have to have these little tiny recaps every so often. Yeah, to see you've been being studied for a long time, man. Right. So anyway, shout out to my big bro Van. I had to make sure I remember. Shout out my big bro Van. Because he made me go a little bit deeper with this specific line of study, right? So we got to show. We got to see something, right? We got to see something, right? We got to see something because we're talking about. Remember, mitochondria differences leading to anabolic hormone differences, musculature differences. All of this stemming from the mitochondria difference determined by pigment relationship, right? So you're getting to put this thing together piece by piece, right? But keep in mind, we're talking about the damage diabetes causes to the heart and the brain. So again, I want to show you some of these things so you see where the information comes from. And we're going to do a live, we're going to do a test. I already did a poll, but you know what I'm saying? I want to do, we're going to, a lot of people think they know what this Eye of Heru represents. So this is how we get to see. This is how we get to see who really know they shit. This is how we get to see who really know they shit, right? Because they have to commit to it. If you type it in the chat, everybody get to see. If they don't type it, this is what people want to do. They want to wait till I give the answer and then be like, yeah, I knew that. That's what I was, that's exactly what I was getting ready to say right there. That's what it really means, because I know what the Eye of Heru really means. Yo, and you got a lot of people that done invested a lot of time and money in studying Kemet, and they studying goofballs that they don't really study, like, they don't really study Kemetic science. They study Kemetic history, which is different. You just studying the history, so you know which statue is belongs to what pharaoh, and like that. But that's not studying Kemetic science. And if you didn't study Kemetic science and at the same time study the spiritual, mythological, I guess, aspects, layman wise, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you didn't study both of those sides, you really don't know what the Eye of Heru is. So I want to give everybody the opportunity to put what they know. In fact, I want to see what the chat talking about. I haven't seen the chat in a minute. Where you at, chat room? What are y'all talking about, chat room? Let's see. We have where the answers at. Don't be scared. Put your answers. What does the eye of Heru symbolize? Come on now. Come on now. See, y'all scared. Y'all don't want to. People take this personal. Nobody want to reveal class. People got this shit tattooed on their body. Yo, you know, people got it on their face, but a lot of people got it on their body. Eye of Heru. And it's cool if you know, because I'm a tattoo person, or at least I used to be. You know what I'm saying? It was a phase, you know. So I got some tats, right? I got a few. I got one or two, right? But and a lot of people I didn't know because I never did it. Well, actually, I did one time. You know what I'm saying? But I still personalized it and driptuationed it up and made it mine. But out of all the tattoos I got, only one time did I go with like a magazine tattoo. But even then, I knew what I wanted. I went in there and I was like, yo, I want this. Can you show me some examples of what this is? And then I want you to add this to it and this to it. And let's, you know, like. But all of my other tattoos are personal. You know, they mean something in terms of my life to me. Good, bad, or, you know, or ugly. But, you know, tattoos, I wasn't a book person. But I found out that most people that get tattoos, they get tattoos out of the book. When you go to tattoos, they got a bunch of books with examples of other people's tattoos, you know what I'm saying, or different little shapes or whatever they could draw you. And they're like personalizing and put your name next to it or whatever. But most people get the same little whatever that, you know, they get out of the book stuff. Or they get tattoos that they seen their girlfriend with. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you got whole generations like where the strawberry tattoo or the paw, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know the vibes. Right. But so a lot of people, you know, I can dig it. I guess it's better than getting something out of the book. You got the Eye of Heru, but, you know, you're still leaving yourself vulnerable because this is not like a cartoon, you know, something that's just arbitrary. This is a specific symbol. Like, so put something like this on your body, you know, you got to really understand what you're doing. Or you should anyway. Right. So come on. I'm giving y'all time. I want to see what y'all come up with in the chat. Nah. You don't get away with no science of the brain. No, sir. See, Tyrese want to be a slick nigga. What science of the brain? What? That don't, nah. Science of the brain encompass a whole lot. You can't science of the brain. Mapping what part of the brain? What part of the brain does it map? Tell me what part of the brain does it map? Because it's a lot of people that's saying science of the brain, mapping of the brain. Because I put it on Instagram and Facebook too. So throughout the week, I was just throughout the last couple of weeks, I was throwing stuff up and get people answers. And then I'll take the post down after I get their answers. But I was writing it down. And everybody that wrote mapping of the brain, when they added their parts, they was wrong. Yeah. No, because this is crazy how it works. Right? So, you know, we got this. Right? Did y'all forget about this? Choice A. So this is choice A. Come on. A, B, C, or D. Come on. Choice A. The Eye of Heru represents the RX symbol. Choice B. The Eye of Heru represents the pituitary gland. Now, come on now. There's people that's saying these things now. Okay, look. You got some people saying, look, it represents the cerebellum or the hippocampus area, the pineal, the brainstem, the spinal cord. See, this right here is a popular one. So it's a lot of people that says this. Right. And this is that mapping of the brain thing. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, yeah. That's why I want to know the specific parts. Because a lot of people said this and they wrong. Right. We got them all. Right. Choice D in the poll. All these are wrong, though. I just want you to know these are all wrong. Right? And that was the biggest hint to me right there. The Horus and the Sun disc. Right there, that right there really tells it. But this, what he got listed right here is not it. I'm like, what the how you those ain't Rolex diamonds. What the you done to that? You know what I'm saying? Like, how did you look at the Horus disc and not get it right away? Because again, people is remixing other people's information instead of being free thinkers and really understanding the brain anatomy. Right? So it's none of these answers is it. Right? If people knew what they was looking at, they would see it immediately like me. Right? But we got all these answers, right? So I know some of y'all gonna be like, it represents the sun and the moon with the yin and the yang energy, and the niggas be getting deep. You know what I'm saying? It's the chakras, you know, always some of that's, you know, the crazy. So we got you. But I just wanted you all to know that you're wrong. If you any of these answers was you. If you was in here with any of this, it was wrong. Now, this is probably the closest one to being right out of all of them, because there is a space where the RX is based on the Aya Heru, because the Aya Heru fractions was used to divide up herbs. So when you went and got your healing herbs back in ancient Egypt, it was, you know, used the Aya Heru fractions, you know, that's how they sold it. So that's how your packs came. So that's where you get the RX. But nah, these is wrong. All these guests. All these is wrong. Thalamus, pineal gland, pituitary. All that's wrong. Corpus callosum, pineal, none of that. None of that. Pituitary, none of that. None of that. Right? All these wild moon, sun numbers and all that. Yin yang, none of that. Right? I know some people, you know what I'm saying? Because I seen in the chat, thought, hearing, smell, taste, sight, all that's a part. You see what I'm saying? But this is literally how I got the name Founder of the Soul. This is how I put that. This is where my inspiration, and this is why I'm gonna take y'all through this learning process. You know what I'm saying? So that way you get it also in another way. Try to give it to you instead of just saying, hey, this is a reference for this, isn't it? I want you to, like, in a miniature, you know, like a time lapse photography. Like, we're gonna go through a time lapse learning of how I went through and discovered this thing. Unique to the world, like how your consciousness actually works. Like, I really want, I deserve a Nobel Prize for that. Seriously. So, like, I don't know what they're gonna do. We gotta figure it out. Because I was saying it years ago, 20 years ago, and now we got the scientific papers, you know, to prove it. So it's, you know, I'm in another space now. That's why I could be a little super cocky right now, because even the most craziest things that I couldn't really understand where it was coming from, but now I got, you know, scientific papers out there that people don't put money up to do the research, and like it's really crazy now. But anyway, so no. Now with this right here, see, you had to solve this equation. This was a key for me. Like, this was a key for me to discover the soul or the consciousness and how it worked. Right? Because you gotta look what's here. Hearing, smell, taste, sight, thought, right? Where do all those things come from? Right? You gotta figure this out. This is how Egyptians was. They was riddly, and they came with riddles, and that's how they like to communicate. You know what I'm saying? They was a real cerebral type of people. So if you look through the papyri and you see how they taught, like, everything was like, so this was for you to figure out. That's why it's 1/64 that's missing. You know what I'm saying? Like, this, you got to figure this out. It's a riddle for you. right? So you gotta just take your clues, right? Hearing, taste, smell, sight, thought, all of these are senses. All senses arise from, and I know you like, we got 5, whatever, but all senses arise from pigment. This is your sensory system, right? So that was a huge hint right there, right? And then, you think about it, right? Just think about it. You gotta understand what's going on, right? So the missing 64, right? So anyway, the only 64 I could think of that really would have anything to do with your biology or your neurochemistry, right, is that you have 64 codons. Boom. Okay, that's the first language of life. That's light speaks through your DNA, so we got that. Okay. This is why you have 64 codons. Boom. So I'm just showing you my thought process, right? Not necessarily that this is where the 64, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just showing you my process to how I figured it out. I'm not saying that the 64th is DNA, none of that. I'm just saying how I got there, right? So I'm just giving you what it is. You have the basic 6 senses. Then you also have the number 1 divided by the first 6 powers of 2. Right? So keeping the supreme math, just understand the math is always there. 1 divided by the first 6 powers of 2. That's where you get those numbers. When you divide 1 by the first 6 powers of 2, this is where you get these fractions from. So all this is in my mind, how I'm figuring out what the Ayahuasca is really, the slickness behind it, right? And then the idea of the missing, 64. So all this is in my mind. So I'm like, okay, right? You're dividing 1 by powers of 2. So, right, immediately when you do that, we're talking about binary coding, right? So where the DNA kind of made sense is because now I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. This is the code that the body runs on. So now it makes sense that there's a 164th. And I'm like, okay, I might be reaching, Stretch Armstrong style. So I'm like, okay, well, let me continue to play with this in my mind. This is why research sometimes takes years to formulate and really see the big picture in some of these things. So, but understanding the body's electric, electric circuits are either on or they're off, right? Even that in and of itself is a basic binary code. It's either on or off, closed or open. This is how it goes, right? So this is how this system reflects life so thoroughly, from the macro to all the way to the micro scale, right? So once I had that, the 6 senses pointed me in the right direction, right? The pigment. Okay, we acknowledge 5, they got 6, boom. Consciousness. I'm like, oh shit. But why not just put consciousness right there? Because it's not something that's right there. It's something that arises. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what it's communicating, that consciousness is a process. It's something that arises from a bunch of processes. It's not one thing. So you know how they say the sum of the parts is greater than the, how that goes. The sum total of the parts is greater than each individual part. But that's kind of what that's telling you right there. Right? So eventually I developed my own formula, right, to try to encapsulate what I had learned from this, right? So that's a different space, right? But relevant to our conversation, right? Actually, this might be too. We come back to this. We might have to come back to this. This might be. You know why? Because we have to have these conversations. Because what you don't know is, like, y'all telling me, stuff about these guys that they not teaching to save you. And if you follow their recommendations, it's not going to help you because it's not for you. Dr. EnQi, you heard of Jack Crew. Dr. EnQi, Arturo Salas said the human, the melanin is photosynthesis and this. Why don't you pay attention to the fact that Jack Kruse said he learned everything he learned about the human body by studying the eye? Why don't you pay attention? Why don't you go read Arturo Salas' book, Mr. Human Photosynthesis? He would tell you that he learned everything that he know about the human body by studying the eye. Why is it that these white guys that's at the forefront of science that you stand band riding? Why is it that they telling you they got everything they learned out of the eye? What you have to understand is that the eye is the only place that they got melanin pigment that's available for them to study like that. But what they study in the eye apply to your whole body. And your ancestors was trying to communicate that to you. A perfect lens performs the Fourier transform every second of the day. The eye transforms waves of photons into 4 spatial time and 4 spectral dimensions. The eye attracts waves of photons which are projected backwards and upside down. This is also our mirror into the quantum world. So you have this story about Set being the one to damage or put out the eye. But you also have the coffin text 942 tell you that Set turned the land upside down. When you got to understand, that's what I'm saying. This is talking about these stories that you relegate into mythology are laden with the most modern understanding of science. It's just the way they taught was different. It was griot style teaching. They taught through story as opposed to just soulless facts that doesn't have any context, any grip. But this is what they was communicating to you. So you got to look. This is why you can see what's going on in terms of internal melanin content. Look at the blue eyes, right? Completely different structure. Not just melanin either. Collagen is different. The collagen levels is different because the collagen level is there to complement the type of melanin you got. Remember, I showed you the collagen. These are part of your photovoltaic lens system here. And you have your brown germ, your black germ, your different, This is different types of melanin. And this is different types of neuromelanin you're going to have. Oh, this is important. Racial differences in oxygen levels in the human eye reflect an important difference in oxidative metabolism in the cornea and lens and may reflect differences in systemic physiologic function. So clearly, if the most people with type 2 diabetes and the most damage from type 2 diabetes, obviously the people losing their eyesight from type 2 diabetes is black folks. Literally. Come on now. Is nothing killing the black community faster than diabetes. And the reason is because this is why you go blind from diabetes. I want y'all to make sure y'all stay focused here. This is why you go blind from diabetes. Because diabetes attacks pigment. Right? So now, pay attention. When you look at the rods and the cones in the eye, those are different types of pigment. Rods and cones are pigment. Rhodopsin, right? Those are different types of pigment. Right? Rhodopsin, those are the rods in the eye, right? You got opsin, look, OPN4. That turns on the opsin production inside your cerebral spinal fluid. No, listen to what I'm saying. OPN4 is a gene that catalyzes opsin production in the cerebral. Opsin is pigments. Like rhodopsin, the rods that's in the eye, these are pigments. You have pigment production in your cerebral spinal fluid. Listen to what I'm telling you. Your cerebral spinal fluid is pigmented. Do you understand this? This is some others you never listen. This is some, look this up. OPN4 is a gene that catalyzes opsin production in your cerebral spinal fluid. I'm trying to show you something. You're never gonna get this. I'm trying to show you something.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mindscape. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
Thoughts
thing.
and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more is the alpha magma. Codified in Kemet is the falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick. To be complacent in this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
What is electromagnetic wave?
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of hype, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
What is it? Electromagnetic wave. What is it? Electromagnetic waves. What is it? 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 Electromagnetic.
How we didn't know rap could get that big. Buzz is biology, underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps. And my shit creating new mumps. Bass sicker than blue pumps. Swinging like it's noose hung. Ain't no stopping us. Affecting the whole populace. Shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon of firework like a microscope. Light entendres, light.
Even your cerebral spinal fluid, right? Your muscles. We show early on the fat accumulating in the muscles, how diabetes destroys muscle cell because you have other pigments. Now, this is not just showing you melanin is in these places. I'm showing you other pigments that are in these places. And your concentration of these pigments is also more dense. Right? So just pay attention. Right? Now, I want to introduce something to you that you may not have known. Your pigments function through mechanical waves. Those are sound waves, right? So this may be something that you may not have known. This is not in biology textbooks. But pigments function via mechanical waves. So even the ones that absorb light, they function via mechanical waves. Mechanical waves are sound waves, right? You got to remember, They're absorbing waves, electromagnetic. They're absorbing different light span. That is the top part. The hydrophobic head, the hexagon, right? The body, the hydrophilic part, uses mechanical waves. Right? And this is a mechanical waves is an innate part of your biology that is grossly overlooked and under discussed. See, we got to understand this though, because we got the highest functioning pigments in our body. So we're not like this. This is the reason why our energy system is thrown off, because we don't even know what our energy system is as Black folks. Right? You're going to find out today. You're going to learn today. Crystals are added to these guys to fine tune the types of light received or sent. That's what crystals do. Right? In EnQi, we discussed the nature of minerals and the molecules, and the phospholipid phosphorus is the molecule producing the light. In the eumelanin molecule, copper enzymes function externally. Right? So we talk about right. I'm just showing you some artwork, right? On the left, that's not hieroglyphs though. That's actually science textbooks, right? So you look at the textbooks and then you look at the quote unquote mythology. You're like, things that make you go, like how deep did the science go? Well, you know, the retinal ganglion cells, right? This is what becomes your rods, your rhodopsin. This is your rhodopsin right here, your rods and cones right here, right? I just want you to see these things. If I don't show them to you, we don't have these discussions. And see, another reason why you need to look at this is because you need to understand that these groups of people, remember, who are the people that's most interested in this stuff? The Germans, the French, right? Napoleon, like these were, what do you think they were studying when? And so that's another thing you need to understand. You need to understand what comedic science is, not comedic history. When you study comedic science, you're looking at these things. And when they understand these things, they know more about you than you know. So this is how you get wound up. You're going through a quiet genocide right now. You don't even know where they got the science from to understand you, to study you, to figure out how to break you down, maximize your weaknesses. You don't know where they got it right there from the blueprint that your ancestors left for you to study and learn to become more powerful. Instead, it's right. Yeah, this is where you think this come from, right? We talk about this all the time. Right? This is one of my famous claim to fame, but I'm showing you where I got this from, because this is all pertaining to this question with the eye of Heru and your neurochemistry, how the brain works, all this and that. Right, but this is where that discovery came from. Me discovering the center of consciousness, how the soul works, how the consciousness works, etc., etc. Right, learning about the pigment in the cerebral spinal fluid and the different types of phosphorus, and how those pigments and the phosphorus works in the cerebral spinal fluid. Then this last thing, like this is how it all came together. And once I realized that, then I realized that nobody knew what the damn Ayaru was all this time, right? So remember, all this time I've been telling y'all, and I've been standing on my square. People trying to challenge me. But I've been saying, right? And I got this understanding from the story of Osiris, Aset, Asar, Aset, and Heru, or Osiris, Isis, and Horus, right? She found his body. I'm speeding through the story. Anyway, she found his body. He was dead, of course. Osiris, Isis's wife. She, his brother Set, once again, he in the story. Set killed Osiris, chopped his body up, whatever. His wife put his body back together, everything except the penis. And she used his essence to have a son to continue the lineage. That son is Horus. Right? So, one of the interesting things that popped up is that everybody had forgot the main character in the story. Because to me, the main character of that story is not Horus, it's not Osiris, it's not Isis. The main character of the story is this guy you see right here on the right, Bane Jadet. Bane Jadet is the soul of Osiris. So when she says in the story that she used the soul of Osiris, his spiritual essence that she got from bringing his body parts together, this is who she got. She got Bane Jadet. So by using Bane Jadet, she created Horus. Right? And so the craziest part is when you look at Bane Jadet, right, which is the ram or the goat, right? Immediately in my mind, I'm like, yo, this is crazy because they're giving you the answer right there. The seat of consciousness is literally in the goat. Consciousness is in the goat. Your spirit, your soul is in the goat. It's literally contained in that story right there. It's telling you that. Only thing is, if you don't have an anatomical location in the body for the goat, then it don't make no sense. It sounds ridiculous. Or you sound like some Illuminati bullshit, right? Until you know what the third ventricles look like. You're like, oh shit, this is the ventricles in the brain. And I'm like, hold on. So now I'm digging in my bag. And I'm like, okay, well, if this is the source of consciousness, there's going to have to be a different type of information. A different type of energy produced here to power the brain cells in a different type of way. Because it can't just be, the brain cells can't just, mitochondria is not going to be enough to power your brain cell activity. Your brain wave activity is stronger when you sleep than when you awake. Like you can't even, so, and we'll talk about Kleber's law in a second, because Kleber's law demonstrates that based on the standard model of energy, we don't even have enough energy. We're not even supposed to have enough energy to power our bodies. Something is wrong. And we're going to talk about that more in a second. But so just know this part. So my mind, like, okay, it has to be another. And consciousness has to reside in the plasma of the brain, the cerebral spinal fluid, I guess, more than the brain cells, because the brain cells are always being replaced. So clearly the information can't be there. It has to be, so just going through these whole processes, and then, the similarities of, we still using the word RAM for information processing today. Like, what you would think about that? The RAM in your computer, right, is what runs your computer's processing of information. So why not the RAM in your brain, right? We know that we get our science from our bodies. Right. So literally is the RAM in your brain. Right. So I'm like, okay, boom. As I'm studying and I'm learning about the pineal, like crystals. Right. Because remember, long back, maybe about 10 years ago now, I did a lecture in Detroit where I was putting together the crystal radio and showing people how radios use crystals. But people think that the radio signals is coming through the crystals. It's not. Radio waves are picked up by copper, and it's not anything special that you do to the copper. You don't need to dope it or add or take anything away. Regular plain old copper by itself picks up radio waves, right? When you curl up the copper, you boost up the copper's potential to pick up waves. Curled copper, right? Coiled copper, right? So that's where you get coiled serpents and all this and all that. But anyway, so the crystal part is what tunes it to pick a specific frequency and stick with that. So once I learned that you have calcium crystals that are formed in the pineal gland, right? And a specific type. In the pineal gland, your calcium crystals Unlike the ear is different because in the pineal gland, they glow. You have calcite crystals in the pineal gland. They glow. That right there was a different vibe. I was like, okay. So we definitely have to have a different type of power source that can do two things. Now, this is how it got deep in my mind. I'm like, the power source got to be able to do two things. It has to specifically be able to attach to this pineal gland, this mystery character, slippery, this guy over here. But then on the flip side, it has to be able to reach every single brain cell. Like how, you know what I'm saying? Like how, so that was a thing. But then I figured out there's only one thing that does that, and that had to be the fluid in the brain. So understanding vortex, like energy distribution, tornado, maelstrom, you know what I'm saying? Like whirlpool, energy distribution. And then understanding this was just like a tube system. I'm like, no, it's in the third ventricle. It's in the third ventricle. Before there was documentation to validate what I was saying, the book came out. The book, and before then the videos came out. And don't worry, even my channel that I took down, I took pictures of when all the videos went up. So I still have the date of when I put up certain videos, the record of when videos went up. So, just, and then, this also was a key to it, right? Like father, like son. Look at the hat of Osiris. The hat of Osiris, the crown of Osiris, right? I'm just showing you. The crown of Osiris, right? And the crown of Osiris is almost like two braided feathers onto a ram's horn. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, that's electricity. And then the ram's horns is showing me the brain, the ventricles in the brain, right? So now I'm putting this thing together. So this is how the founder of the soul found this, how I discovered this. And that, my good friends, is what the Eye of Heru is. So when you're talking about mapping the brain, it's mapping the brain, but what is mapping is the ventricles. Right? It's mapping the ventricles. And this is where, even, for my biblical researchers out there, you can put it down and lay it to rest. So much controversy came from what is the real serpent in the garden? What was that? Well, Nakash. When you go back to the root, you get to whisper or to hiss, also meaning to divine or enchant. Well, now did you know where the sound comes from? The hissing sound from the serpent comes from this third ventricle. There's a hissing sound. Buddhist monks and strong meditators, they talk about being able to actually hear and focus in on. That's coming from the third ventricle. So that's the third eye, is actually not the pineal gland, it's the third ventricle. Because you got to remember the term eye in ancient Egyptian was a body of water, or symbolically a plasma body, fluid. So what we're talking about is the third ventricle, right? And now we got like, this is what that is. This is what that is. This is what that is. This is what your ventricles look like from the side. So the same thing I'm showing you here. Look, what I'm showing you here is like if you take the brain and you look from under it, straight up at the ventricles. This is where you get this view. If you look from the side, this is the view you got. So this is what they drew up in ancient Kemet, and this is what your modern computer 3D, that's what they got. The modern computer, when they do the thermal magnetic imaging of your ventricle system, that's what it looks like. On the left, you see the big one on the left? That's your most modern cutting edge depiction of your ventricle system. Ventricle 1, ventricle 2, ventricle 3, and ventricle 4. This is what the Eye of Heru is. And don't embarrass your ancestors by thinking that they wasn't advanced enough to know this already. It's just one more of those things that's remarkable. But y'all niggas don't stay in the studio long enough. So yes, everybody has to thank me. And the black community, y'all don't even have a Nobel Prize to give a nigga. It's all right. I'll take the cash apps instead. Don't worry about it. Yes. No, I'm definitely able to say I'm feeling myself because y'all was running around with the Eye of Heru and had no idea what it meant. You got people having Kemetic conferences and they didn't invite me on it. Why? Because they want to teach you and keep you locked into Kemetic history, not Kemetic science. Nobody knows what the Eye of Heru was. I figured it out. So as the world changes and people start referring to the Eye of Heru as the ventricle system in the brain, the seat of the soul or the consciousness lies in the plasma fluid. When they start to just make sure you pull their pants up and tell them, oh yeah, you got that from EnQi, or you got that from somebody who got that from EnQi, because we was there in the building when EnQi put that out. We was in the building. That's like being in the building for one of them games, like a game 6. Michael Jordan won the championship, or you was there live watching LeBron. You know what I'm saying? Come back on the Warriors. Like you was here. You was here. Look. Look. Look yourself. I know a lot of people got personal attachment. It's all right to admit that none of them knew what the fuck they was talking about. It's all right. See, it was worth walking through that whole process with me. Now you see how some of these things take years. But see, this is why you use hieroglyphs, because pictures is so simple. Once you find out what a picture means, it's in an undeniable way that you can't do nothing with the truth but acknowledge it. So if people don't want to acknowledge the truth because it's coming from me, hey, like it or not, I'm all you got. You done got 1,000 books about Eye of Heru, and none of them knew what the Eye of Heru was. You got niggas with they tattoo, they done gave they self titles in Kemetic movements. They don't know what this is though. They done gave they self names and they done been initiated into Kemetic systems. They don't know what this is though. So niggas initiating other niggas. You supposed to be a Kemetic master. You don't know what this is though. How you know? Because I know it's not in their literature. Now that I put it out, oh, niggas gonna grab onto it and run with it like they knew what they was talking about. Just make sure you mention my name when you grab my shit, right? And it's not just it. It's not just me being the only nigga on earth to figure out what the Eye of Heru is. But I figured out the purpose. Remember, I told you, don't miss not near part of my greatness. Remember, I told you that the consciousness is coming from that third ventricle because it's a vortex up in there. And when I said it's a vortex up in there in the third ventricle, niggas say, "Oh, see, that's that pseudo information. That's that pseudo information. Ain't no vortex. You coming with that old Nikola Tesla bullshit." Boo, boo, boo. I said, hold on. First of all, see, you don't read no books. If you read any books on Nikola Tesla, you would know that Nikola Tesla dreamt he was in ancient Egypt every night. And that's where his information came from. I'm telling you, I'm coming from this information because I study the Bible and I study the information. I study the pyramid shit, honestly. And between the Bible and when you cross-reference that with Kemet, it's a lot of things you can find out if you're studying science. But oh yeah, vortex. They said no. See, the toroidal physics. They coming up with all this goofy shit because they watching all these people on YouTube. They not really doing no real research, like real time, real life applications of these sciences they study. See, you can see the Heru Falcon right there. Now look at that. This is why I was saying the Heru Falcon picture had gave it away. Let me go back to it. Look. I'm gonna show you why I said the Falcon picture gave it away. Right there. Because when you look at the vault of heaven picture on the left, you see that thick black line that goes across the top, right? That right there is filled up with cerebral spinal fluid in the brain. Right? When you look on the right, when you see the actual picture that they interpret as the corpus callosum and all this other goofy stuff, you see that roof that would be like the vault of heaven, the top. That right there is the skull up there where the cerebral spinal fluid is going around. That's where it recycles, goes around the top so it can start its journey again. Right? So to me, that was a dead giveaway. I was like, oh, how you look at that? How you use the vault of heaven as a model and you don't even know what you're looking at? I'm like, right? So it just shows you. See, look, that vault, that's the top of the brain. It's going around again. Nothing go around near except the cerebral spinal fluid. That's also in the middle. Right? The only thing that's in the middle that's in the top is the cerebral spinal fluid. So that even confirmed the fact that it's the ventricles, even, right? So let me show you also the key piece also is the third ventricle, right? The third ventricle is, because a lot of people couldn't understand relationship to the third ventricle, to the pineal gland. When an embryo is developing, when the baby's developing, this third ventricle, the roof of the third ventricle is where the pineal gland grows from. So the pineal gland is actually a piece of the third ventricle. But like I said, you got to know anatomy and how babies grow. So I got 10 babies. So this, I kind of know a little bit about how babies grow. The pineal gland develops from the roof of the third ventricle. So it is a part of the third ventricle. Make no mistake. The pineal gland is a part of your third ventricle. It grows from the roof of the third ventricle. So whatever is happening inside the third ventricle, the pineal gland is a part of that. In fact, it is a gland that is the glandular system in the pineal gland is run by whatever's happening inside that third ventricle. That's why the third ventricle creates the pineal gland. Right? This is how your biology goes. Right? So Calcite microcrystals in the pineal gland. Make sure we want to, we just want to make sure that everything is documented. We got to show people so you can look up, you can see. The complex structures of the microcrystals may lead to crystallographic symmetry breaking and possible piezoelectricity, as is seen the case with the otoconia. Those are the ear crystals I was talking about. But the ear crystals in the pineal are both calcium based, but these are calcite crystals. And the difference is calcite crystals, whenever they get in the presence of oxygen or mechanical stress, it turns it into light. So you have to ask yourself, why is that? Why does your pineal gland does that? Well, clearly it's converting whatever's in the third ventricle into light. Right? That's clearly what it would be doing there. Right? The guard with the guard, you now pulling the cable. Right? So this is how I be moving. You know what I'm saying? The guard with the guard. Right? So fluorescent and absorption studies of the binding of copper and iron to transferrin. Right? So now we're talking about iron from the cells. Right? How copper and iron behave. Right? And that's where you can look up this process. Right? I'm giving you all the info you need to look this up. Every aspect of what I'm telling you. So when I tell you that the pineal gland transfers light to the blood cells, I'm showing you all the documentation. We're not making up nothing. We're not playing with nobody, right? We could joke, but we're not playing today. I'm showing you what makes you unique also. Why they got to shut your, why all this, what's targeted to you? Why you targeted for genocide? Right? You got to understand you're different in a scary way. Right? So the combination of iron and copper, right, allows them to pick up like candles. I'm just making an analogy so you understand this simply. A study has been made of the fluorescence and absorption changes that occur when copper and iron bind to transferrin. Right? So this is showing you, and here we go. Let's skip to the second paragraph. Look, this is also consistent with the Forster mechanism, right? And then we pick up, what is the Forster mechanism, right? A mechanism of fluorescence, resonance, energy transfer. Fluorescence, resonance, energy transfer. You understand? So light is able to transfer from the pineal gland to healthy red blood cells. But guess what? Those red blood cells for diabetics, this is not happening, black folks. They shutting your shit down right here. I'm showing you. I'm not only am I showing you evidence of how your soul, your consciousness arises. I'm giving you the science. I'm teaching you on the highest level. I'm also showing you that the people who can stumble upon this knowledge or pieces of it, how they can control you if you don't know about this. I'm giving you freedom. I told you, when you start watching this video, no matter how much money you put in the Cash App, you're going to want to put some more money in the Cash App. You're going to realize what you're getting. We're not playing. We're joking, but we're not playing today. Now, you got an A1C count, and the crystals, sugar crystals, are covering up your hemoglobin. Think about this. Every one of your red blood cells pass through the pineal gland 12 times a day. The same number as the underworld of Asar. Now, think about it. I'm just showing you. Not only am I showing you how I discovered these things, I'm showing you where they at in modern science. I'm showing you where they was at in your ancient science. Right? Yeah, because that same story that I'm telling you about that showed me where the soul, that just gave me all the science, gave me the breadcrumbs to put this thing together. That's also the story that says, oh, well, because he didn't have the penis and blah, 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 he had to, function, as the god of the underworld. And he described the underworld through the duat. And that's basically the light through the 12, that like we're going, yeah, it's there. It's there. I'm showing you something, right? So that I put all that together in my own symbol. Now that's my symbol right there. Of how the pineal gland translates that light to the red blood cell. See, that's coming from the pineal. Right? And see, I appreciate that, Steve. Thank you. See, I've discovered things that even the smartest people in their field can't figure out. Steve Krashen figured out that there must have been some sort of mechanism that allow our brains to learn languages. But they never figured out what the mechanism was. They needed me to come do it. See? These niggas go out and get Nobel Peace Prizes for this type of shit. If they're getting Nobel Prize, come on now. I told you, I deserve multiple Nobel. I got multiple different Nobel Peace Prize shit in here that I, like multiple that by itself, each one of these things, multiple, each one of these fucking things individually, I'm supposed to be like globally recognized. It should be amazing. But anyway, it's all right. I set cash apps in lieu. Right? And always, you know what I'm saying? Got to keep making sure that, New crystal in the pineal gland, characterization and potential role in electromechanical transduction. I got to make sure, see, I want to make sure that we're joking, but we're not playing everything. Documentation. Okay, everything, documentation. Everything, documentation. We joking, but we're not playing everything, documentation. Right? Right? Everything, documentation. See? The light shineth in the darkness. What did it say? Come on now.
What is it? We gotta get out of that Illuminati mind state. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
thoughts
thing.
and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more. The alpha magma, codified in Kemet as the Falcon's plasma. Satan a trick. Blatant as a dick to be complacent in the shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
Electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is to write with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of height, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labeled. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
What is it? Electromagnetic wave. What is it? Electromagnetic wave. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Electromagnetic.
How we didn't know rap could get that big. Buzz is biology, underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz Come after the goosebumps, and my shit creating new mumps. Bass sicker than blue pumps, swinging like it's noose hung. Ain't no stopping us, affecting the whole populace, shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon of firework like a microscope. Light entendres, light forecast. Let's work. Smell me like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherance is the middlemen that RCA just mimicking. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018 radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes flesh.
Listen, you got to understand. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, that's, you know, they did start burning in the sunlight. And you got to think about the blessing. What was that blessing that they lost? Well, if you remember God's covenant with the 12 tribes, God's covenant with the people was what? You got to think about that. The Bible told you what was God's covenant. That's where the blessings would come from, the covenant. So what was God's covenant with the people? What was the sign of that? It was the rainbow, right? The electromagnetic spectrum. Think about that. God's covenant was light and water. That's what a rainbow is. A rainbow is light. It's the electromagnetic radiation being captured in water molecules. That's what a rainbow is. So that was literally, you got to think about that. So you got to understand, I already had all this ready for y'all when I made the album Sound Becomes Light. That's why the song is Sound Becomes Light. You got to understand what I'm saying. Sound becomes light is a periodic tape. Like, listen to what I'm saying. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they started burning. You got to think about it. What was that? What was the blessing? Right? Think about it. The covenant was the rainbow. The rainbow is what? Electromagnetic radiation and water. This is what I'm saying. We need volunteers that's going to be serious with this. $85 a month. Rain, sleet, shake. You know, rain, sleet, or snow. $25 a week, either or. Right? So we could keep this research going. Seriously. You notice we've been going for hours. Let me see. We at 8.5 hours right now. And we didn't double back on nothing. We still going straight, strong. We're not doubling back, taking questions. Like, we still going. New information. Like, we going. 8.5 hours, brand new information. Like, so, and people with type 2 diabetes, I'm serious about this. Text me your email so I can help you apply this to your life for real. We're not playing with this. We're knocking this out. I'm not doing this for my health. You know how your mama used to say that to you? I ain't clean this house for my health. Right? I didn't put this together for my health. Right? And that's why I'm giving it away free in good faith. I know I'm thanking you in advance. Right? We're going to defund diabetes. Right? So anyway, what does this all have to do with diabetes and melanin? Right? Go back to our first slide. Remember that from way this morning? If any of y'all are still here, because we done had people coming and going all day because we've been going for 8.5 hours. So I get it. Right? But we got to go back so I can bring it back. We're talking about this conversion of raw material into light, right? And sound waves, right? Mechanical waves, right? What we have been taught is that our body turns food into electricity, and that electricity powers our body and facilitates our consciousness, right? That is wrong. That's what we got to learn. That is wrong. ATP is used to produce light. That light powers our body and facilitates our consciousness. That's number one. Number two, diabetes is a disease of our primary energy producing system, turning proteins, fat, and carbs into glucose, then into electricity, etc. That is wrong. As a Black person, your primary source of energy is sound, which is translated into light. This is why your body moves different to music. This is why your brain moves different to music. And none of this is made up shit. And being scared to mention your differences and what makes you special in front of white folks
is only slowing us up. We have to have these conversations. Most of what we're saying applies to white folks also. It's just specified to me and you. But we have to understand your primary source of energy is sound. What they finding out about melanin being able to split a water molecule, first of all, I showed you that it's not unique to melanin. But number two, it's an end product. Sound is the number one source of energy that your body uses. Sound. I know y'all thought y'all know. I know a couple of niggas. See, I have a habit of attracting know-it-all niggas. Oh yeah, see, EnQi talking about the body and the light. The light. We heard about all that and the melanin and the light. Yeah, but this ain't about melanin and light, buddy. It just took 8.5 hours for us to cover all this information this fast to get you to this level, to this space. Melanin is about sound. We have been taught that light hits water and begins to separate the charges, restructuring the water molecule from a triangle in a hexagon shape, or from a triangle to a hexagon shape, right? I didn't get any sleep while I was writing this. So there's a lot of typo crazy, right? Anyway, we have also seen the science that melanin greatly improves that process by absorbing light and absorbing water via sodium to produce electricity. All those are true, but there's a very important part of the process that's missing. The whirlwind of the Bible and the path of Heru used to become one, with the atmosphere, right? Because that's the story we got. Right? Remember, see, a lot of y'all just forget this part. When you talk about the pyramids, right? The pyramids are supposed to be basically like coffin, like burial, to put the pharaoh when they died. But you forgot the whole part, like what's supposed to happen. Like when the pharaoh goes in the pyramid, what's supposed to happen? He's supposed to become one with the atmosphere. So that way he can sail throughout the duat and make sure to fight, all the demons and negative influences that would try to stop you in the daytime. Pharaoh's going up there to fight the good fight. Right? But the path for Pharaoh to get there was a tornado, a whirlwind, right? So you even have whirlwinds have a special space in the Bible literature, and we're not understanding. And so I try to tell everybody that the quantum world is the underworld of Osiris. Even when you dealing with psychedelics, those are not external trips. People thinking they have an outer body experience. No, you're not having an outer body experience. You're having an inner body experience. It's taking you within. But what it's doing is changing your perception from a macro perception to a micro perception. So now from a micro perspective, you're having a journey inward. Trust me, this has everything to do with the Eye of Heru. This is why I'm showing you the science and the various, I'm showing you every level of this understanding, how this ties into your metabolism and diabetes, right? But look, I'm just showing you something. This is not like, listen, I'm not attacking these celebrity teachers that you guys have, but y'all doing personality worship. Like it or not, I'm all you got. He's not going to teach you about melanin. Look at him. Why would he waste his time even studying you melanin? That don't apply to him. So this is not personal. But he's not going to teach you. All he's going to keep saying to you over and over again is hydrophilic surfaces. Now, if you don't find out to yourself that melanin comes from tyrosine, and that tyrosine is special because it is a hydrophobic head on a hydrophilic body, and it's aromatic, so it absorbs sunlight. So that means you have built into the framework of tyrosine like a biological tuning fork, where, but only thing is the one half of it can absorb light and the other half can, like create and absorb mechanical waves underwater. Like it's like literally how it's built. Right. So that's what I'm saying. All I need is 100 people that's like, no, we got to make sure we empower EnQi in a way where we can, nobody's going to give this to you. Why? Right? Melanin is the most advanced polymer for structuring water. Gerald Pollack will write 10,000 books and never tell you that. Now people might say, after today, they might, but check the timestamps. Make sure you got to come get this from me. I give this to the world. Now they're going to run back to the labs. They got to, but they're not going to tell you this. You see this same structure that the water has? This is the same structure that melanin has. This same hexagonal nature is the same structure that, see, look, let me show you. You might have missed it. I'm going to go back and find it. See? This same hexagonal structure is the same hexagonal structure that your aromatic amino acids have. This is what allows them to absorb light. Geometry is what determines how energy moves. So when they talking about this super hyper special structure of water and how it allows water to become so energetic and do all these different things, it's because it takes the same geometry as aromatic amino acids do. So now you have structured water enabling itself to couple with melanin. See, just like mitochondria does. I showed you that. Anything produce energy in the body has to work with melanin. Right? We went through everything. We showed you all the documentation. Rewind the video. Right? Look. This is a glyph. This is a hieroglyph. This hieroglyph only corresponds to a vortex. Look at it. And this is where they had this is the glyph that they have for what's supposed to happen to the pharaoh's soul after the pharaoh passes on, joining the bark of Re. How is it that the bark of Re just so happened to look like this third and fourth ventricle in the brain? Right? And this is what happens when water molecules disassociate. On the left of this is supposed to be a hydrophilic surface. This is what happens. Hydrophilic surfaces attract a negative charge, pushing the positive charges to the back, disassociating water. Anything that's hydrophilic does that. That's why we went through that in the beginning. Right? But you got to see that this is a feature for major energy transfer. Right? Anywhere. Right? So when the government, and this is just, just for some people that know about this, but the government was scared that Elijah Muhammad knew how to deal with UFOs because he had put out certain information about, whirlwinds and no, that was this. You got to understand the power that you really got. You haven't tapped into your potential. Diabetes is about the fear of that potential and making sure that it never comes to fruition. But you understand, today we opening up the floodgates in another type of way. See, this can't be stopped right here. Right? This can't be stopped right here. Right? See? Even in China, they knew, look,
the yin yang symbol, right? The yin yang symbol, synonymous with the I King, but the yin yang symbol, you got to remember, a picture is something frozen. So if you have one of these spinning tornadoes, if you take a picture of it frozen, it's a yin yang symbol. But if you let it go back into its regular, it's spinning again. So although the yin yang shows you, it tells you that it's the movement of energy, people don't really understand. Well, if the yin yang actually started to moving, it would be one of these vortexes or spirals. That's what it would be. I mean, so our ancestors were kind of like super clear with us, but we just, I don't know how it is that we missing the main, right? And we get it, a cold front. How does tornadoes create? When cold meets warm, right? The same thing right here when water molecules separate, right? When a positive ion front meets a negative ion front, you develop spiral. That's what makes spin. That's how water spirals start to spin, right? It doesn't matter whether it's a pool of water, a puddle of water, an ocean of water, you know, the ocean and the water in the air. Wherever that happens, wherever those two charge fronts meet, you're going to have that same thing happen, right? What we didn't know is that this goes on in healthy cells all the time. This is what's happening. So when your water is structuring, this is the process. This is what's happening in your water, in your cell, in your cellular water. Oh, yes. This is happening inside your cells all the time. This is happening inside your cells all the time because your cells are constantly structuring the water in the cytoplasm. It's constantly pushing positive ions up against negative ions, creating spin. And what these little guys do inside each cell of your body is they turn sound into light. Oh, yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. See, I know y'all niggas gonna want to go in the Cash App again. After you watch this shit, you're gonna have to watch this 1,000 times. This video might have 1 million views from 20 people because you're gonna have to keep watching this video over and over and over again to get the whole, like, wait a minute, what just happened? These little vortexes goes on. It's not just going on in the third ventricle in your brain. It goes on in every cell of your body. And it turns sound into light. Yeah, just like the song. Sound becomes light is the periodic. Listen to what I'm telling you. Water turns sound into light. Oh, yeah. See, this is why I had to put the know-it-all niggas in their place. Calm down, relax, take out your notebook. You listening to the master teacher. You're not the master. You my student. So you got to calm down. All of the know-it-alls, calm down. Water turns sound into light. When water is structuring, as a result of water structuring, you know my name is EnQi, right? You got to put some respect on my name. You can't put respect on my name if you don't know what it means. So water, when water is structuring, separating the charges, those charges create spin. That spin, that vortexing, those little miniature tornadoes turn sound into light. That's how that shape, that hexagonal shape, is able to couple with melanin. Now melanin is able to take that in. Okay, now let's go back to the, let me show you. Because you didn't realize that everywhere you was looking at the same thing, right? When you look at the atom picture, whether you look at the old one like this or the new electron cloud, or as they continue to change what the atom look like, it's only going to look closer to a vortex or closer to a tornado by the time they're done with the end model of where they're comfortable with what an atom should look like, right? But it's always this same vortex principle, because this is how energy moves, right? So come on now, pull it up. We know how we do. Everything. We're joking. We making jokes, but we not playing. Everything. You could look up the articles. Zero games. coherent structures in liquid water close to hydrophilic surfaces. We're not playing. Coherence and linguistics. Now, just so that everybody, even the kids in the back of the room, they know what coherent means. Coherence in the study of linguistics means the thing that makes language or codes or patterns meaningful, right? The intelligence. Coherence in physics happens when two wave sources, right? When two wave sources are coherent, that means their waveforms are identical, and their frequencies are identical. So when you have two wave sources that have identical waveforms and frequencies, that's coherence. Now, let me show you where you have that. See, this is where you have to understand the Ayah Heru once again. Okay, now look, coherence in physics. Look, two wave sources are coherent if their waveforms and frequencies are identical. Now watch this. Let me show you proof. I know what I'm talking about with the Ayah Heru. Nobody else did. So I'm gonna make sure y'all put some respect on my motherfucking name. Right? That curling part, right? That's how our ear is structured. The curling part, the bottom of the Ayah Heru right there. Everybody, your ear is structured with that same like Fibonacci spiral type of design to it, right? And so I looked at that and I was like, oh shit, if you turn your head sideways, you look at that curl, that look like your ear, and then you got the eye in the ear. Now, the thing that's the eye in the ear, right? Okay, when you look at the whole brain, right? Everything in the brain is double except for the pineal gland. But the pineal gland, I just solved the riddle for you. The pineal gland it's not double because it really doesn't come from the brain. It does come from the brain, but it comes from the ventricle system. It's an outgrowth of the third ventricle. It's a part of the third ventricle, right? It's not a separate thing. The pineal gland is a part of the third ventricle. So when you understand that, it's like, okay, coherence. Get it? You have two ears and two eyes. You have two sources of different types of waves. Your eyes get electromagnetic waves. Your ears are absorbing electromechanical waves, but you have two sources. You hear the same thing in both ears. The wave forms and the frequencies are the same. You have two sources, two ears. So you have two sources. You have two eyeballs, right? So you have coherence. Get it? This is how you have coherence, right? Didn't I give you the definition, right? Giving you the definition here. Everything so you understand. I'm teaching, right? In physics, two wave sources are coherent if their waveforms and frequencies are identical. Well, the waveforms and the frequencies will be identical in both your ears, right? This is why you have coherence, so that it can come together throughout your ventricle system and be translated through your pineal. You think I'm playing, but if you notice, everything that we've been discussing since 8 o'clock this morning, I'm showing you the scientific papers on it. Coherent structures in liquid water close to hydrophilic surfaces. Right? Let's read the abstract. Quantum electrodynamics predicts the occurrence of a number of coherent dynamical phenomena in liquid water. In the present paper, we focus our attention on the joint coherent oscillation of the almost free electrons produced by the coherent oscillation of the electron clouds in water molecules, which has been described in previous publications, and of the negative electric charges lying on the solid surfaces wet by water. This joint coherent oscillation gives rise to a number of phenomenological consequences which are found to exist in the physical reality and coincide with the layers of easy exclusion water experimentally observed close to hydrophilic surfaces. Now remember, I keep telling you, tyrosine, melanin, Melanin is the most advanced hydrophilic surface. That's why it has the sodium to attract it to the underside, where the sodium, where the body of the the body of the tyrosine in the water, right? It uses the sodium to attract water. This is the purpose of it. So you got to understand how your body works, right? Here's the introduction. Right? And if you want the whole article, look, that's why I'm showing you so you can pull these things up on your own. Right? You can read the whole article, but here's the introduction. In the last decades, the structure of liquid water has been investigated in the framework of quantum electrodynamics. It has been shown that an ensemble of water molecules in a gaseous state above a density threshold and below a critical temperature transit to a lower energy coherent state where the electron clouds oscillate between their individual ground configuration and an excited configuration where one electron per molecule is almost free. Right? This is that equation, with the water molecules separating next to melanin thing. Notice it gives you the same output, right? So the coherent state is exactly. That's why I'm saying that he didn't even know anyway. The coherent state is a superposition of the ground configuration with a weight of almost 90% and of the excited configuration with a weight of about 10%. The molecule coherent oscillation is in tune with an electromagnetic field, trapped within the molecule ensemble, therefore unable to be irradiated outwards. Okay, so that means that the electromagnetic field is within this little spinning little situation, right? The molecules and the trapped EMF are confined within a region whose size is the wavelength of the EMF. So the wavelength of the electromagnetic field is very important to this, because this is how each one of these has its crystal nature. So they talk about water in the structured water being crystal-like. This is why you're getting the whole science of this shit right here, right? The molecule coherent oscillation. Remember the oscillation. That's what makes piezoelectric, like quartz crystals. These are oscillators, natural oscillators. So it's showing you how water is a natural oscillator. Check this out. The molecule coherent oscillation is in tune with an electromagnetic field, trapped within the molecule ensemble and therefore unable to be irradiated outward. The molecules and the trapped EMF are confined within a region whose wavelength whose size is the wavelength of the EMF. This shit is amazing. In the case of liquid water, the size is 1 micron. Each coherent domain, that's what CD stands for, right? That's what the coherent domain is, the region where the electromagnetic field is. So that way we all on the same page, we understand what we're looking at, right? So the space where the electromagnetic field is trapped or confined to, that is the coherent domain where these electrons, all these free electrons is coming from, right? Now, each coherent domain is a pool of quasi-free electrons, which, as in a semiconductor, can be coherently excited, giving rise to a coherent domain spectrum of coherent excited levels produced by the coherent vortices. These are little tiny vortexes that's in the water of quasi-free electrons whose magnetic dipoles are aligned with the external magnetic field. Okay? To transform. Now look at the bottom here. Look what these little vortexes do. Pay attention. In this way, as it has been shown in figure 5 or in reference 5, the coherent domain becomes a device able to transform ambient noise, namely an ensemble of a large number of low frequency excitations, into a high frequency excitation. This was mind-blowing. So this is what Matter of fact, I ain't going to stop. But this is what's happening in the third ventricle of the brain on a large scale. But not only that, in every cell on a microscopic level. Sound becoming light. And because water has this ability to turn sound, especially the bass, the low frequency music, understand. See, these are things that we knew forever. Wearing, this is why I'm saying wearing melanin is different than trying to explore it for 2-3 years in the laboratory. You knew these things on the inside of your body forever. You just didn't know how to express it. This is why we ride around with the bass so loud. This is why only black folks really appreciate the over loud bass, like the out of control bass. It's because of the melanin. It's because of this property of water to turn sound into light. That music affects you in a certain type of way. And because they understood maybe not the mechanism of how music affect you, they're able to create a situation with the music. They're able to create a situation with TV to literally become a self-fulfilling prophecy system where they put a stereotype on you and then broadcast it through the TV and through the radio. And because music affects your biochemistry in a different way than everybody else, because light affects you in a different way, it's able to actually become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because I'm also showing you how you're able to use broadcast technology to program the minds of the people that absorb it. See, this is what they were studying. This is what the Germans was doing with you over there. All them human experiments. What do you think they was trying to figure out? How your body works. And once they figured it out, it's over. There's this. Now you delivering. Now you living in the purpose of those experiments. Once they figured out what they need to figure out, now you living in the purpose. Now this is how those experiments feel when they're rolled out. It feels like type 2 diabetes creating cancer and brain disease and heart disease. That's what it feels like. It feels like type 2 diabetes creating autism, creating blindness, creating dumbness. You becoming dumb, deaf, and blind. You're a living zombie. You're living dead. That's what it looks like. But it's clean gloves. Because you can't see the chain. You can't see the genocide. It's just eating you up. It's like a frog in the water. You just putting the fire up in increments. They won't jump out. They'll stay in the pot till they sizzle. Right? So I'm giving it to you on multiple levels. Right? When they talk about these little vortexes, right? Magnetic dipoles. This is what we're looking at. Right? When I start teaching you about Anansi, all of a sudden, everybody start using Anansi, flipping it and bouncing it in their language. I be feeling like punching people in the face. But they didn't even understand what they was talking about. Like, but again, those stories about Anansi the spider is your ancestors communicating to you about electromagnetism. Look, extremely low, right? Low frequencies is your base. Low frequencies is your base. Now, notice when you look on the frequency chart, right? Understand this. When you look at the frequency chart, what do you notice about the hertz? Because look at the bottom, it's hertz. Your frequencies is in hertz. So when you look at the hertz, what do you notice about the base? That's the same range as your brain waves. Bass is the same as your brain waves. The deep, low bass that we love, that's the brain waves. That's why the bass is able to see. You don't understand what's happening to you. That's why I'm telling you in the song, sound becomes light. Skin on tree trunks. Do you know what skin on tree trunks is? That's the original bass. You got to understand this science. Look, your brain waves go from 0
up to your gamma waves, which is around 100. So you look at the deep bass and the low bass. That's in your brainwave frequency space. And every cell in your body is able to take that and translate that into higher frequencies. And the high frequencies don't stop in the audible range. It goes all the way up through your light. And either way, however you look at it, your melanin is able to grab those mechanical waves as sound and finish the conversion process to light, then to electricity, or however you want to do it. Come on, man. I'm showing you I'm giving it to you, and then I'm showing and proving, like, yeah, these are things that you always knew about yourself, but you didn't know why. And science is not going to invest the time and the money into explain them to you either, because it's not for them. It's only for us. We got to invest in this research, me and you. That's why I'm only looking for 100. When they telling you about the voltage of the cell is based on what? The negative ions in the cell. All that negative ion talk is based around the structure of the water in the cells. Anytime you have structured water, anytime you have negative ion groups moving against positive, like anytime you have the separation of charge, you have these vortexes, and the energy being produced is taking lower frequencies and converting them to higher frequencies. This is what melanin is doing in every cell. Is there to grab that energy coming out of the water, as well as the attached mitochondria, and make sure that the cell doesn't get damaged from all this high energy production. So the thing that you need to understand about your cells is it's not a matter of needing more energy. Melanin is there to keep the energy that's being created down. It's so much energy generated in all your cells. So your cells would be destroyed if melanin wasn't there. This is what you got to understand. See? I'm showing you. This is the scientific symbol for magnetism. Now, where they get this from? This is a Greek symbol. The Greeks got that right off the wall of Kemet right there. Look at that. Kemet, they got the same symbol with the jet, but over top, they got the mitochondria. Look at that. They would never tell you that that's magnetism and mitochondria. But you don't need them to. Once you notice that that's the same symbol inside the mitochondria, that on the picture on the left, that's cytochrome 5. That's inside the mitochondria. So now tell me again that picture in the middle in Kemet, they didn't know about mitochondria. Tell me again, when you see that literally ATPase is pumped, number 5, where ATP is recycled. Huh? What didn't they know in Kemet? Huh? Come on now. See, I'm trying to show you something. Listen, that's why I'm showing you what, not only how the melanin responds to sound waves, mechanical waves. I'm showing you how the phospholipids work. There's a reason why you have all the cells, the cell membrane is made out of phospholipids. And then the proteins are stuck into the phospholipids. The same thing is happening in your brain. Phospholipid, fat brain with protein, neuromelanin. Right? This is how they work. This is how they work. Look at your cell membrane. Look. All of the phosphorus heads are sticking outside, and the body is hydrophobic. That's the part going in the inside the cell membrane. The part that's on the inside, right, where the water is, there's all hydrophilic heads of phosphorus, phospholipids. So all of that's hydrophilic. So that means that all of that is producing charge separation, charge structure, and a little tiny vortexes up in there. That's literally how the fabric of your look. I mean, I'm showing you everything, right? So Arturo Salas Herrera and all other interested parties, you have been given public notice. Do not continue to promote racist propaganda to confuse people in support of genocide, right? That melanin photosynthesis program. Black people do not produce sugar out of melanin, which means clearly melanin in no shape or form performs human photosynthesis. Respect me, respect my work, respect my people by correctly stating melanin is a photovoltaic substance. And that Dr. EnQi Real, the founder of the human soul, is the foremost expert on the subject matter because I discovered it. Right? This is why, listen, all I need is 100 people. $85 a month, $25 a week. If you got type 2 diabetes, text me your email address so we can take this study. I got you. If you need, I know, because this is it's a whole lot of information today. I get it. So you might need help applying this to your life. But this is why I did it in one day, so I could just do it and then it'd be done. Right? We're defunding diabetes with this. Diabetes costs $6,000 to $12,000 a year to carry. Come on now. Come on now. It costs a fraction of that for you to be diabetes free. Okay. So now we got this working, understanding a little bit more of these vortexes in the cells and how they produce. Right. Now we're getting a little bit more closer to understanding what EnQi was talking about, what the story of Osiris and Asar is talking about. Right. But we still need to establish this third ventricle. Right. We understand you, Inc., but we don't really fully. So we need to fully, we need to fully get and sidebar real quick. The Ebers Papyrus, right? It's this little line where they talk about pulling snakes out of people. And I was like, yo, this has to be a mistranslation, right? When we understand we're dealing with electromagnetic bodies and we're talking about frequencies, then it turns into a whole nother ball game. So yeah. Right. I'm just showing you how this is a real part of, So the brain has the third ventricle, right? At the center of the brain, you got a third ventricle where the vortex takes place. But the heart, which has the largest magnetic field, the heart which generates the largest magnetic field of the body, is the vortex in and of itself. So the whole heart is a big vortex. The whole heart is a big vortex. So literally, you see it when the baby's developing. So that's why I just wanted you to be able to see, like, when the baby's developing, how the heart forms. The heart literally forms out of a vortex. And it grows and the musculature develops and then it looks big and it's unrecognizable. But when you see how the heart develops, you literally see the heart is a vortex. So the heart and brain also have that in common, right? The ventricle system. Right? You would notice that there's 4 ventricles of the heart, but they name different. So you have the right ventricle, left ventricle, then you have the right atrium and left atrium. But the atriums are just 2 big ventricles. So really, you got 4 ventricles in the heart, 4 ventricles in the brain. Like, you see the same pattern, yeah. Nature's simple. Once it's too complicated, then that means you don't know what you're talking about. Right? So I'm just showing you. Right? And here's the papers. Come on. Here's the papers. How sound generates magnetic fields. How magnetic fields control heat and sound. Here's the papers. Stanford School of Engineering. I'm showing you the papers.
right? This is the only thing that you can use to resolve this mystery of the biblical servant. See, they said I was crazy when I told them that my study of the Bible and Kemet helped me locate the soul and the source of consciousness. They said I was even crazier for telling them that a vortex in the plasma was the source of human intelligence. Now that I done showed you the scientific paper proving that it's a vortex in all structured water of all your cells, right? So niggas got to eat I mean, what you gonna do? Now we're gonna go further, right? It's every time they say I'm crazy, I got to come back and come, So at a certain point, you got to just, you know what? Obviously, clearly, the kid knows. Right? I told y'all I'm too smart. God damn it. But 2014, Japan, they dropped it. In 2014, Japan, they dropped it. In 2014, they dropped it in Japan. Let me show you what they dropped in Japan. See, and this is why the people that know, they studying this. They studying me. But your own people, they violate, they just don't respect, because they don't respect themselves. They don't love themselves. They don't respect the genius in them. They don't understand what makes them unique and special. Why you've been hated. You don't understand why you've been hated throughout history. What makes you unique? When they doing the human experiments, what is it that they studying? What they trying to figure out? You gotta, I'm telling you, like it or not, I'm all you got. Your doorway to divinity. I'm the doorman. The doorway to divinity, I'm the doorman. Right? I'm security at the door. I'm the gatekeeper at the doorway to divinity. You gotta come see me. Can't be mad. You just gotta say, well, God, clearly, EnQi's in position. This is the information is coming through EnQi, damn it. We gotta respect it. We gotta support it. Everything that we're saying, I'm coming with paperwork. So it's not even a matter of, do you believe EnQi? Look, previously, there have been no methods for directly tracing the flow of cerebral spinal fluid under physiological conditions, and the circulation of cerebral spinal fluid has therefore been studied and visualized by injecting radioactively labeled tracer and contrast medium visible in X-ray images. The newly developed time-spatial inversion pulse method makes it possible to directly visualize the flow of cerebral spinal fluid using magnetic resonance imaging, right? Why does magnetic resonance imaging work so well? Because you have melanin in your cerebral spine. You have pigments in your cerebral spinal fluid, right? Remember, we went through all this thing piece by piece by piece. So when we got here, there's nothing to slow you down from understanding what you see here, right? So they're using magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, permitting the cerebral spinal fluid dynamics to be depicted in a certain time frame. The CFS dynamics visualized using time slip has been found to differ markedly from the classical CFS circulation theory described in medical textbooks. Oh yeah, so all those niggas that said EnQi was crazy, yeah, them, and all of they flunkies and goofballs, them. It can be said that research on CFS dynamics has advanced to the next stage with the use of this innovative imaging method, obtaining a more accurate understanding of normal cerebral spinal fluid physiology, and pathophysiology should lead to improved diagnostic accuracy, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So they bragging on their abstract. That's what they doing. They just letting you know, oh, their technique is the most advanced shit out. Okay, boom. And they also laughing at the Western establishment as well. They, you know what I'm saying? That's, yeah, they're going there. Right. So let's go into the article now. What are they saying? Look. Right. And again, you can pull up the article, read the whole article on your own. No. Possible paracrine functions mediated by the CFS in the ventricular system. Okay, listen to this. You see this? Cerebral spinal fluid motion in the third and fourth ventricles is swirling vortex type flow. I experience so much hate from being the smartest nigga always in the room. It's all right. It's all right. I'm gonna just take a humble win. I'm gonna let niggas take a knee. You know, take a knee. I'm gonna just let niggas take a knee. It's all right. Look, I'm gonna just let niggas take a knee. It's all right. See? Don't wait for the machines. Just you could be 5-10 years ahead, or you could wait like these goofy niggas. Huh? I told you everything we discussed today. Everything we discussed today, we're gonna lay it out. We're gonna show the paperwork to prove everything. Right? Look, when they talk about creation, right? Okay, the Bible and the pyramids say the same thing, right? The Bible says the word in Kemet, they say the utterance. But here's the thing. The utterance comes from the mouth, and there's a specific hieroglyph right here that you look at. You see on the left, this hieroglyph. And it's the shape that you know your lips is. But what you don't know is it's also the first harmonic. Right? And then here's the second harmonic. Right? Now look right here, the third harmonic. The third harmonic it's going to be something key that you're going to have to understand with melanin. But so we're going to get to that in a second. But this hieroglyph literally is the symbol for the first or most basic harmonic of mechanical waves, or even electromagnetic waves. Actually, like this is the light. This is light wave. This is really understanding the science of light. But understanding, listen, how sound becomes light. Like not just understanding light, but how sound becomes light. Because if you have the harmonics for electromagnetic waves, but it's given to you from the symbol of a mouth, it's talking about utterance. It's talking about speaking the world of light into existence. You're talking about sound becoming light. So the Bible and both the pyramids gives you the same thing that your modern science is like. I just want you to understand. You got to take time and study. You know, it's a lot of, but right. We gotta get this, right? Now that third harmonic and the 120, the 120 pops up in the wildest places. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. Look at that 120 pops up in the wildest places, man. I know y'all tired. Like, hold on, man. This shit right here is crazy. Hold on, man. Let me show y'all some shit, man. Show y'all some.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mindscape. But now I'm starting to really get like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
Thoughts
thing.
and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more is the alpha magma. Codified in Kemet is the Falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick. To be complacent in this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
Electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of hype, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mindscape. But now I'm starting to really get like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious thing.
Thoughts and emotions combine into a.
Okay, now hold on.
A nonlinear load is a harmonic producing load, and specifically the concern is third harmonics. And the concern with third harmonics, office equipment, computer power supplies, specifically switch mode power supplies, they produce third harmonic current, 180 hertz current. They also produce other harmonics, fifth harmonic and seventh harmonic and many others. But the one that's most troubling is the third harmonic, because specifically the third harmonic, it's 180 hertz current. And that third harmonic current, if we look up here, here's the problem that we have.
Y'all see, y'all people that love 120, the number 120. Look where 120 pops up everywhere. And you're gonna see how this relates to melanin and diabetes. Like this whole thing, I know for some of the people that don't know all this might be a lot of information, but some of the people are a little bit more savvy. So we get to go in a couple different spaces, but this is how melanin transduces. Well, we'll see. We'll get to it, but I just wanted to show y'all how that 120 keeps popping up in these unique spots.
Let's say that we have a three-phase power system. So we have phase A, phase B, and phase C. And the phase currents of A, B, and C are all displaced by 120 degrees. If you were to go along in time, this is time here, if you went along in time anywhere along here and add the magnitude of A, of B, and of C, you get 0 for the 60 hertz currents. Always been that way, probably always will be that way. That's not the problem. The problem's third harmonics. But if you have third harmonics, they repeat every 120 degrees. And the third harmonic of phase A is in phase with the third harmonic of phase B.
All right, so I just wanted y'all to have that on tap. You know, you can rewind the video, watch it again. And then we got another little clip. This little clip's a little bit longer though. But it just go to show you, this is so old, but when this came out, this was high level, like crystal technology. Y'all got to know that crystal technology was the cutting edge, high level technology at one point. Now, the understanding that you need to have is your body is based on crystals. So this is why I need y'all to absorb this real quick.
Some of the items that we're going to discuss are the use of crystals, types of crystal substances used, crystal characteristics, the frequency stability of crystals. You've learned that frequency stability is of the utmost importance. As an example, let's consider a radio broadcast station. particular regulation prohibits the frequency of the station from changing more than a few cycles, so that the station will not interfere with another station operating on a nearby frequency. Now, for this reason, the oscillator producing this frequency must be one with the very best frequency stability. An oscillator capable of producing such an output is the crystal-controlled oscillator. We're not going to study the oscillator circuit in this lesson, but we will study the characteristics of the crystals used in such a circuit. And here I might add that the crystal will be used as the frequency determining device of the oscillator. A crystal used in oscillator circuits must possess a characteristic known as piezoelectricity, or the piezoelectric effect. Now, the piezoelectric effect is defined as the property of a crystal by which mechanical stress produces electric charges, and conversely, electric charges produce mechanical stresses. Now, this is saying nothing more than if a voltage is applied to the crystal, it will vibrate. The amplitude of these vibrations are much greater at one frequency than at any other frequency. Now, this one particular frequency is called the natural resonant frequency of the crystal. Now, let's look at some of the crystal substances that possess the piezoelectric characteristics. They are Rochelle salt, tourmaline, and quartz. Now, of these three, Rochelle salt exhibits the piezoelectric effect to the greatest degree. However, quartz crystal is most generally used because it has a greater mechanical strength. Quartz crystal, remember, it has a greater mechanical strength. Now, I want to show you a piece of quartz crystal in its natural form. Now, if we were to examine this carefully, we can see that the quartz crystal has a hexagonal cross-section. That is to say, it has 6 sides. Now, also, quartz crystal in its natural form has pointed ends. Now, let's take a look at this drawing so that we can determine more about the quartz crystal. The top viewed indeed shows us that the quartz crystal has a hexagon shape, 6 sides, while the lower view points out that indeed the quartz crystal in its natural form does have pointed ends. Now, quartz crystal in its natural form cannot possibly be used in oscillator circuits. It must be cut in a specific manner to exhibit its piezoelectric properties. I know all of you at one time or another have heard of diamond cutting. The reason a diamond is cut is to give it brilliance, and the manner in which it's cut will determine its degree of brilliance. Now, all crystals are not cut in exactly the same manner, just as all diamonds are not cut exactly the same. The properties which a crystal exhibits are dependent on the manner in which it's cut. Now, there are many different cuts, but we're only going to examine 3 basic cuts. Let's go over and I want to show you the actual cuts now. I have here 3 crystal cuts. Now, all crystals look the same, but not all will exhibit the same characteristics. Its frequency will be dependent upon its thickness. Let's take a look at 2 pieces of crystal cut and compare this difference in thickness. As you can see, the thinner cut here, the thicker cut here. We're indicating here that the vibration of this thinner cut, or the frequency, is greater than this cut. Now, this will always hold true. The thinner the crystal cut, the higher the frequency of oscillation. Now, there are a few other crystal cuts with better frequency stability, but these will not be discussed in this lecture. Now, when an extremely high degree of frequency stability must be maintained, the crystal will be placed in a temperature oven. A temperature oven is nothing more than a thermostatically controlled container used to maintain the crystal temperature in its proper range. And in doing so, of course, we have a high degree of frequency stability. Now, in order for a crystal to be used in an oscillator circuit, it first must be placed in a holder. Now, the crystal holder will support the crystal physically and provide the electrodes by which this voltage is applied to the electrode. The holder must allow the crystal maximum freedom of vibration at all times. Let's look at this drawing of a typical holder. The crystal will be placed in the holder between two parallel plates. The plates have an air gap between them, which allows room for the crystal to vibrate. Now, these are the pins that will allow the voltage to be applied to the plate. And also, the pins will allow the crystal to be connected into a circuit. Now, so far, we've seen the physical characteristics of the crystal. Let's now see how the crystal reacts electrically. To do this, we'll look at the electrical equivalent of a crystal and its holder. The crystal itself, when vibrating, acts very similar to a series resonant circuit containing resistance, inductance, and capacitance. Remember, this is when the crystal is vibrating. Now, when the crystal is placed in the holder, the capacitance of the holder will be placed in parallel like this. CH, the capacitance of the holder. So this capacitance represents the holder capacitance. This represents the vibrating crystal. Now, just because this vibrating crystal is equivalent to, or is the equivalent of a series LC tank circuit, I don't want you to think that it's the same thing, because the crystal will be far superior to the LC tank circuit. Now, the Q of the crystal circuit is many times greater than that of the LC circuit. Let's take a look at the comparison between the Q of a crystal and an ordinary LC tank circuit. The Q of an LC tank circuit is seldom greater than 2,000, whereas the Q of the crystal is sometimes as great as 30,000. And as comparing these two, you can see that the Q of the crystal would be many times greater than that of the LC tank circuit. Now, because of the high Q, this would mean that the crystal would have better frequency stability. Now, let's look at some of the values, both physical and electrical, of a typical crystal. If the crystal is going to be used in an oscillator circuit as the frequency determining device, let's take a look then at the schematic symbol for our crystal. These two plates represent the crystal holder, while this area would represent the crystal itself. Now, this is the schematic symbol of a crystal used in oscillator circuits. Now, let's recap a few of the points that we've discussed in this lesson. First, we saw the use of the crystal. Now,
so I just wanted you to have that in your back pocket. So we understand what is happening to water when it takes on that hexagonal structure. And they talk about it has a liquid crystalline. That's because it's exhibiting piezoelectric effects. This is what I'm showing you when I'm showing you the vortices that's forming and what they're able to do and how they're able to convert sound into light. That's what all crystals do. Right? It's absorbing mechanical stress, mechanical waves. That's sound, pressure, turning it into electricity. This is what I'm showing you. It's happening all, like, yeah.
Here we go. Technical difficulty. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So again, we just had this journey into the brain. I want you to, right? I want to bring you back out of here. I want to bring you back out of there so you back to where we. So diabetes attacks the pigment centers of the brain, Alzheimer's, right? Dementia, right? Okay. Now we got it. We got the neurochemical science. We get it. So it's like, it just made sense for me now. I'm showing you this so you get it. It made sense for me to double check with them. Once I seen that this was neurochemical science at its, at its finest. I said, well, let me check with how do, obviously they had a superior understanding of the brain. So clearly they must have had a way to repair damage in the brain. Right? And boom, the story is right there still. Right? What happened with Horus and Set? Set put Horus' eye out, right? We're talking about eye, right? But the eye we know represents the brain. Right? We got it now. The eye represents the brain. So Set, something happened with Horus' eye, his brain, right? He went to see Thoth. Who is Thoth? The god of language. But it's still right there, even when you go back to Kemet. Right? And of course, above the eye, you got the feather, the shut. Above the eye, you have the shut. Right? I told you that's electric. Electric. It's electric. So you got the eye, which represents the brain. And he went to see Thoth to get his brain right. Abstract study. Abstract study. So even again, your modern science papers, right? This is why we have our 24-month challenge. Look, everything we document, we showing, giving you foreign language training as a cognitive therapy for age-related cognitive decline. We're showing you everything, doc, everything. So we might be joking, but we're not playing. Right? And yes, come to the website, polyibic.com for the new clothing line. You see the rabbit, you see the duffel bags. Listen, man, we taking it to another level. We're not just doing t-shirts. You know what I mean? It's not just t-shirts and hats. We're going to a whole nother level now. Right? Go to DrEnQi.com. Any purchase, you can download this whole ebook. Listen, we somewhere around 9-10 hours. Listen. Both these guys, y'all like to listen to both these guys. Y'all don't want to listen to your brother. You want to listen to these guys. And they telling you they learn everything they learn by studying the eye. Huh? But guess what? They don't have no external melanin nowhere. Gerald Pollack, none of these guys that you want to champion because of your self-hatred. They don't have it. They don't have it. Why is that important? Well, let's go to the papers. Huh? Elena and colleagues at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island, think they know why.
They analyzed the genes expressed in melanocytes, the cells responsible for melanin production, and discovered that the cells also make rhodopsin, the light-sensitive chemical found in the retina. Huh? Yes. So the same rods that you got in your eyes, you have as dark-skinned people in your skin. So when they talking about all this advanced chemistry that's happening based on the pigment in the eye, well, guess what? You have that same pigment all throughout your skin. Rhodopsin from the rods in your eye. Look, it's in your skin. Black man, black woman, black child. The expression of opsins in the human skin and its implications for photobiomodulation. A systemic review. Everything we documenting. Look, I'm taking it a step further. We're going beyond rods. We're going into opsin number 2. Opsin number 2. Opsin number 1. Opsin number 3. Opsin number 5. All this is in your skin. All these are different pigments that, you know, they thought is either was only in the eye or in animals. Only in the eye or in animals. See, we're not going to, look, I told you we're not going to play. We're going to joke, but we're not going to play. This is how diabetes ages the skin. The same way it makes you go blind, by attacking these pigments in the eye. It does the same thing in your skin. See, I need you to understand this. What is the definition of quantum mechanics? It's the science dealing with the behavior of matter and light on a subatomic and on an atomic, which means on an atom size scale, and a smaller scale, which is electrons. Okay, just so you understand what atomic and subatomic is. I don't want it to be outside. Like, I want you to understand what they're saying. It attempts to describe and account for the properties of molecules and atoms and their constituents: electrons, protons, neutrons, and what does that say? Other more esoteric particles. So electrons, protons, and neutrons are esoteric, but the quarks and the gluons are more esoteric. So don't let them violate what your ancestors left you if they use the same language, esoteric, to describe atoms and subatomic particles. Huh? What was the underworld? I keep telling you, quantum mechanics is the same as what your ancestors left you with, the underworld of Asar. Right? According to the Amduat, and the Amduat was the book based on the underworld of Asar. It consists of 12 regions, signifying the 12 hours of the sun god's journey through it. That should tell you. What are we talking about? And I told you earlier, I laid it out for you with the eye. What happens there? Every red blood cell in your body has to pass through the pineal gland 12 times. Every day. Every day. Every 2 hours. I'm trying to show you something, man. That's why everything I'm showing you, how we laid it out. Right? Scientists have succeeded in developing a chemical process to convert visible light into infrared energy, using innocuous radiation to penetrate living tissue and other materials without the damage caused by high intensity light exposure.
Look how that works. Look what you see. Everywhere you see mitochondria, you see what? Don't let them say that we didn't show the pictures. Don't let them tell you we didn't show the pictures. See, these guys are illiterate. They don't read books, so they definitely ain't looking at. Huh? Don't let them tell you we didn't show and prove. Huh? Huh? Look, blue light at night acutely impairs glucose tolerance. Staring into the computers and your cell phones. What affects your body weight and your blood sugar levels? This is what the circadian rhythm conversation is about. Managing type 2 diabetes. Oh, yeah, that's why you're not in the conversation. But let me show you something. See, this is where we on the advance on another level. The most effective pharmaceutical drug in the history of diabetes is metformin. That's a certified fact. I'd be a liar if I didn't give the pharmaceutical companies they props on metformin. Metformin is dope. It's a vibe. But it's still a synthetic. So why not? Why not actually use the real thing? See, we back on our French shit again. See, we didn't get far from our French. Metformin is an extract. The only successful diabetes medication where the side effect is not literally diabetes, it's a plant extract. I'm sorry, because I know the people that believe in drugs, they almost got happy for a minute. It was like, oh yeah, see, metformin is good. Metformin is a plant extract. Metformin comes from French lilacs. The very same French lilacs that we use in our purple phase, which is the reason why it is named purple. Right? It is named that way after the French lilac, because French lilac is a plant that manages blood sugar. Oh, yeah. Which is why metformin is an extract. See? But they don't want you to know about your body, because then you start to go, uh-oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh. The etymology, the right one, type. Get it? Do you understand what it just get on street jump? Ah! Sound waves create infrared in water, especially in the presence of minerals. Sound absorption. You have heard the word absorb in many contexts. Think of a paper towel commercial. They advertise this towel is more absorbent than the average towel. Or think of a sponge. If you spill grape juice, you clean it up by wiping the sponge over the grape juice spill. The sponge has absorbed the grape juice. The same thing happens to sound. As sound travels through a medium such as water, it gets absorbed. Caught by the molecules within the medium actually change some of the acoustic energy of the sound wave into heat. Okay? Again, so you can look it up, do your own research. If you didn't know, heat is a form of infrared radiation. The absorption in seawater
is much greater than would be expected due to the viscosity of pure water. Why is seawater relevant? Because seawater is a salt water, like your body's water. It's salt water. Your body's water is salt water. So the absorption in seawater, mineral water, like your body, is much greater. Every aspect of what we're talking about. Listen, we're not going to play. We're not going to play. Skin melanocytes, biology, and development. Listen, we're not going to play. We get into the foundation of black photobiology here. FBP. We get into the EnQi cycle. We're getting ready to introduce the EnQi cycle. We're getting there. We're working. We're getting there. We're working. I told y'all this was going to take a minute. We're getting there. They're like, getting there? Nigga, we've been doing this for 10 hours. See, that's what I'm saying. How you going to teach a lifetime worth of work in 5 minutes? You can't microwave this shit. Look, I got to show y'all this. Look, melanocytes, melanosomes, and melanin are the primary for black health. I need y'all to understand. These are the primary. We got to start right here. We're going to have to really get another understanding of this. Because all throughout the history here, we've been taught that melanin was a waste product. And, you know, it's an incidental thing. It might help protect cells, but, you know, it's not primary. But you're getting ready to learn that. And until you really understand this, you're going to be sick. As a black man, black woman creating black children, until you understand this, you're going to be sick. And nobody else can give this to you except for God right here. So understand this. Neural crest cells is a group of cells originating from the embryonic germ layer named ectoderm. Okay, so we're going all the way there to the start of life. Under inductive influence of the notochord, the middle area of the embryonic disc differentiates into a neuroectoderm that is visible as a neural plate at 4 weeks old. The plate folds and changes into a neural tube. This is where your brain and spinal cord comes from. This process, named neuralization, is how this, you know, the brain and the spine come out of this neural tube. Okay. A group of cells from edges of the neural plate separate, change their phenotype from epithelial to mesenchyme, and migrate out of the neural epithelium. These neuroectodermal cells migrate into many places of the former embryo's body are neural crest cells. These neural crest cells are initially multipotent cells, but gradually become lineage restricted in developmental potential. This potential is determined by anatomical localization along the cranial caudal axis. The cranial NCC can differentiate, remember, neural crest cells, into neurons and glial cells. But what else? Chondrocytes. What? Chondrocytes? Hold on. Ain't that them cells you was talking about with the bone and the arthritis and the blue mat, the CMOS? The chondrus crispus with the chondrus. Wait a minute now. What? Yes. These same stem cells become your neurons, glial cells, chondrocytes, osteocytes, muscle cells. Huh? Melanocytes, melanosomes, melanin, primary for black health. You gotta get this. You got to understand this whole little answer key right here. And see, this is the part right here where dopamine plays a key role. You got to understand this. This is where your potential is at. And this is why the crack epidemic, this is why the crack era happened. Because we don't know this. So it's like people They don't have the attention span to learn this science, but this is the science that's making you vulnerable. This is what made you vulnerable to the sugar. This is what made you vulnerable to crack. This is what's making you vulnerable to COVID shit right now. Or you're not understanding your body. Right? And we sorry. We love our light-skinned brothers and sisters, but the pheomelanin is different. It doesn't work the same as the melanin. Okay. So now, I want you guys to get. We're showing. See, these are the descriptions. So we're showing you the development. So when I tell you that the melanocytes is the same as the neurons and so on and so forth, I'm showing you because they start out as the same cells. And they migrate to different areas of the body. So they start out as the same cell. All of your pigment cells. They just move to different parts of the body and differentiate. Right? Look at them. Neurons, melanocytes, they all got that same that same creepy spidery looking kind of look. You know what I'm saying? Only thing with the neurons, they got that long, that growing phallic. All of the cells in the black body are pigmented or originate from pigment cells. Yes. Yes. India Ari, please stop jumping out there like you speak for black folks. Oh my God, the Joe Rogan shit popped up. She jumped out there. I said, how dare you comment on Joe Rogan when I don't care, and I don't care how many times Joe Rogan said nigga. Joe Rogan saying nigga is nowhere near as ignorant or as damaging as your song, I Am Not My Hair, I Am Not My Skin. When we know scientifically, we literally come from 3 layers of skin. The ectoderm, the mesoderm, and the endoderm. And everything, including the ass whoopings that we had to deal with, the hangings, the lynchings, all the way up to the Michael Jordans and the Mike Tysons and the Michael Jacksons. All of that is based on our pigment. Yes, India Ari needed to be up in here. Right up in here with Brother Unk. Hydrolysis of biopolymers in near critical and subcritical water. Okay, why is this here? I just wanted to document that water has a very high dielectric constant. That's all. Right? Now, earlier, again, we had the OGs, right? Focused on carbon, right? Sabi directly focused on the carbon, but even our older melanin scholars, they talked about carbons, carbon being the major key functional piece of melanin, right? So carbon, carbon, carbon. New papers, new science. Carbon is now about to become listed as ferromagnetic. Oh my goodness. When carbon becomes listed as ferromagnetic, then that means they have to acknowledge melanin in another way again. Ferromagnetism, that most mysterious of common properties of solids, has long known its place in the periodic table, down among the transition metals. These elements, which include iron and cobalt, have a net magnetic moment in the solid state because their atoms contain unpaired electrons. One of the last places you would expect to find ferromagnetism is in carbon because its electrons love to pair up to form covalent bonds. These bonds are the antithesis of magnetic order. So how can we explain the increase in number of reports
of magnetism in carbon. Quantum mechanics, right? Asar, the perfect black, right? Quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics links magnetism inextricably with the intrinsic angular momentum or spin of electrons. However, unlike classical angular momentum, which can take on any value, and we showed this in Soulcraft 4, right? This is right here is the Soulcraft of this is the Soulcraft. This is going to be legend. Soulcraft 6, Soulcraft. This is going to be Soulcraft 7. Either way, you was here in the goddamn building. You was here in the building. This is legendary. You ain't never seen. You ain't never seen a nigga do. How many hours we at? And we ain't repeat. We ain't back up. We ain't double back. We straight going forward. Electrons therefore behave like tiny magnetic dipoles, and atoms having a net magnetic moment. If they contain more spin up electrons than spin down, or vice versa. This often happens if the atoms contain partially filled electron shells, right? So go get the article yourself. I'm showing you though. I'm showing you. Resonance. I want y'all to have all this information before we get to the EnQi cycle. Before we knock the Krebs cycle out of the box, right? You got to have all this science. It's like an 8-year college, like I'm giving you in one day, right? Resonance, the reinforcement or prolongation of sound by reflection from a surface or by the synchronous vibration of a neighboring object. You see that? By the synchronous vibration of a neighboring object. Didn't I show you that the geometry in crystals, when we saw the little video of the army man, he was breaking it down. The geometry is based on the shape, the behavior on the shape. I said the geometry based on the shape. The energy movement is based on the geometry or the shape that the crystal is cut. Well, we know that melanin has that 6-sided hexagonal shape. We know that when water structures itself and orders itself into those, that same. So now what we're talking about, resonance. Resonance. The synchronous vibration of a neighboring object. Resonance. Right? Resonance is the answer to Kleber's law of mystery. Now, y'all may not know about Kleber's law mystery, so we're going to get to it, right? But first, we're going to recap, because I know a lot of people don't understand how our body's supposed to work right now, right? So this is what we're currently taught about our body's energy system, and this is where diabetes is jamming it up. So just so you there, right? Glycolysis. It makes 2 ATPs per glucose molecule, right? 2 ATPs for each glucose molecule that we metabolize. Cells cook glucose with oxygen, right? Fat, carbohydrates, proteins are carbon-based nutrients. So the energy that comes from food is carbon, from carbon bonds. That's why we get rid of the CO2, right? Carbohydrates and fat are carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Proteins is carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. So, all of the energy that's coming from this food is based on the carbon bonds being broken down, right? The fire burns, the CO2 is the residue, right? The released energy is still not bioavailable to the cell. Now, look, this don't make no sense, but this is what's in textbooks. The energy released is still not bioavailable. So after we metabolize food and break it all down, your body still can't use the energy that comes out of the food. Ain't this some shit? So think about this. Your body has to use energy at every step to break the food down. All the way down through this process, breaking it down. And even when it gets to the finest level, when it breaks the carbon bonds, it still can't use that energy. That has to be recycled and repackaged
and then remetabolized as ATP. Now, that whole complicated process produces mad reactive oxygen species, reactive carbon species, reactive nitrogen species, which would destroy the cell. Listen to what I'm saying. It's too little energy and too much free radical production from metabolism. It would have destroyed the cell a long time ago. This is why Kleber, who's a guy who came along and figured out that the ATP mitochondria Krebs cycle, like the whole energy metabolism was wrong. And guess what they did? They just glossed over it. Listen, they just glossed over it. They glossed over it. They respected his gangster because they couldn't disprove it. So they called it Kleber's Law and just labeled it a scientific mystery. But they didn't take off the table the ATP metabolism program. That stayed on the table. So, okay. I know y'all remember this poll. We did this poll like 2-3 days ago on Instagram. I asked people, why did you forget to eat? Remember, early on this morning, we looked at this, but I didn't give y'all the answer. The answer is the EnQi cycle, and I'm about to explain to you what the EnQi cycle is. Remember, I'm not talking about when you forget to eat and you all sluggish and cranky and you feel sick and all that. I'm not talking about that. You feeling lightheaded, dizzy? No. I'm talking about when you forget to eat and you upbeat, energetic, you accomplished your goals, like you still ready, like you gotta wind down damn near. You so high energetic, you can't believe it. You can't get to sleep because you excited, you pumped, and you're not eating though. What's happening? See, you tapping into something that till the EnQi cycle wasn't explained. So this is the answer. Your primary energy source is not food. Your primary energy source is sound in water. And the resonance between water and melanin. Your primary energy source in a healthy black body, yes, is at the center of black body radiation. Yes, you got to know that all that starts with you. Sound and light separate the charge of water molecules, forming a magnetic dipole and exhibit anisotropic behavior. These opposing charge regions begin to spin. The vortices are able to absorb mechanical or longitudinal waves and convert those sound waves into transverse waves, aka electromagnetic waves. As biological crystals, living water and eumelanin resonate. Thus, melanin can duplicate waves as particles or vice versa from water, then transform them into different types of waves and particles. And yes, it took me 10 hours to give you the science to cover my discovery, the EnQi cycle, the primary energy source, which closes the gap on Kleber's Law. Let me show y'all this here. Let me show y'all this here. Hold on. Oh man, hold on. See, yeah, it's work. We're gonna get to this. We're gonna get to all this work. All right, hold on, man. Okay. All right. My bad. I don't want to skip all this. I can't skip. I can't skip it. But I just you guys can look up Kleber's Law. Right? Basically, Kleber's Law, right? So you understand the mystery of Kleber's Law. Kleber's Law says that basically there's a missing 1/4 of the energy to run animals. Basically, like mammals' bodies, their mitochondria doesn't produce enough ATP to match how much energy they put out in a day.
So there's 1/4 of the energy missing from their body, and they can't figure it out. So you're like, yo, something's wrong with basically the whole way that you put this whole system of glycolysis and ATP, like based on these numbers, based on the number of ATP recycled and produced and blah, 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 going on the diet and the food and the calories and the kilojoules per mole, and 1/4 of the energy required to run a mammal is missing. Where the hell is it? And it is 100 years later, and there was no answer until now. It's because we've been overlooking the primary energy source in the body. The ability for the body to convert sound into light. And for melanin to convert that into electricity. For melanin to feed mitochondria. Huh? Didn't I show you? Look. Didn't I show you? Everywhere you got mitochondria, you got melanin. Huh? I'm telling you. In physics, Planck is Max Planck. I told you we're going all the way in. Max Planck's law describes spectral density of electromagnetic radiation emitted by a black body in thermal equilibrium at a given temperature. When there is no net flow of matter or energy between the body and its environment, a black body is an idealized object which absorbs and emits all radiation frequencies. Near thermodynamic equilibrium, the emitted radiation is closely described by Planck's law, and because of its dependence on temperature, right? Your body has to have steady, a steady temperature, and it has to have steady pH, right? This is why, because crystals need to have a steady environment for stability, right? Planck's radiation is said to be thermal radiation. Thermal radiation, right? That's right there in the infrared space, right? Such that the higher the temperature of the body, the more radiation it emits, right? Okay, look, orders of magnitude of frequency. Look, I'm just showing you the information. I'm just everything we detailing everything. Look, orders of magnitude. Look, if you don't think this applies to your health, look at 1 hertz. 1 hertz is the frequency of your heartbeat. You better wake up. Not only is 1 hertz the frequency of your heartbeat, but that's the #1 most common tempo in music. When you have producers that make certain type of, they make the hits on 60 BPMs or 120 BPMs because that taps directly into your heartbeat. See, I'm showing you something. And mind you, look, all of this is within range of your brain waves. Right until we move into terahertz, right? You see the bottom? Terahertz, right? In the terahertz, what do you have? Infrared light, which is heat. And what do you have right up under that? What? Electromagnetic, the right with light, type of height. Get it? What that say? Black body radiation emitted by the human body in the terahertz. In the terahertz. Make sure you get that. Make sure you get that. This is why diabetes tearing us up. I'm trying to show you something. sound and light are macronutrients, primary nutrients. Right? Just sharing with y'all some of this work. I've been reading this book for probably 20 years. Just reading it over and over. You know how you read a book, you put it down, and when you come back to it, your mind is different. So when you come back to a book, because you're different, the book is going to be different. Because you learned more, now you can extrapolate more from the book. I'm just telling you, this is the best book on understanding living crystals. And it was written in the 1840s. Right? Let's go. Come on, man. Look. Fundamental molecules of life are pigments, which arose and co-evolved as a response to thermodynamic imperative of dissipating the prevailing solar spectrum. Again, I have to ask y'all that question. When melanin absorbs light and heat and et cetera, what is it doing? What does tyrosine do? It absorbs light, the hydrophobic head, and the body, hydrophilic, electromechanical waves it makes in water, right? In mechanics and physics, simple harmonic motion is a special type of periodic motion where the restoring force on the moving object is directly proportional to the magnitude of the object's displacement and acts towards the object's equilibrium position. It results in an oscillation, which, if uninhibited by friction or any other dissipation of energy, continues indefinitely. Okay? This is why crystals are used in technology as oscillators, these natural oscillators. This is what your structured water, this is what that hexagonal crystal lattice structure gives to melanin and water. So you got to understand the spiritless, aspect of science where it divorces itself from, biochemistry deals purely with the vehicles of electromagnetism, but not the actual electromagnetism. See how insane this is? We talk about the body conducting electricity, but we do not talk about the electricity. Get it? We talk about melanin absorbing light and sound, but we don't talk about light and sound in the body. Like, this is insane. Let me give you a better picture. Look, step into this a little bit further with me now. The red blood cells, right? Now, think about the estimates. 25 trillion is the estimates we get, right? Each one of them, right, is carrying oxygen and carrying iron. So now think about this. 25 trillion cells carrying 270 million hemoglobin units. Each one of these units is carrying iron and oxygen. Think about this now. Iron is purely magnetic. So how do we have this many iron? Just think of these as little tiny iron, like little iron balls. How do we have this many iron balls flying throughout our body without producing magnetism? We don't. We can't. Of course, we produce a magnetism. So why would we not include magnetism in our... Like, why would magnetism not be included in how our body, like when we're trying to understand our bodies, like why would that not be a part of how our bodies produce energy? Why would we only hear that our bodies can only produce energy from glucose? Why would we only hear that? Remember, internal melanin, the same as external melanin, the ratios. Because everybody's body's not the same. This is why
energy metabolism disease only affecting you, because this only applies to you. Only your body can harness all of the electromagnetic and radiant energy being produced in it. Everybody else's can't. This is why they age faster, because the electromagnetic energy being released functions as a free radical. In your body, it's converted into a nutrient. It's converted into energy. Do you understand who you are? Your blood is literally carrying electricity, magnetism, and light through your circulatory system at 3 miles per second. Think about how fast that is. 3 miles per second, and it's constantly rotating. So just the speed that it's moving and the constant rotation produces more energy, right? Visualize that. Now think about the fabric of red blood cells being pigment, just like melanin. A pigment with 4 chambers of iron. Just like your heart has 4 chambers, just like your brain has 4 chambers. Couple this architecture with the blood vessels being coated in melanopsin, another pigment designed primarily for blue light, right? If you think about blue light, that's primarily what's happening with your red blood cells. Remember, they're red because they reflect in red. Why do red blood cells reflect red? Because the red light is what powers up water. So all of the red is being reflected into your, remember, your blood is 90% water, to create those little vortexes that turn sound into light. Okay, you catching on. You catching on. That's a lot of current flowing at tremendous speeds throughout your circulatory system. The only thing is, in terms of your internal, that's slow. Your nerves and neurons conduct ionic currents 100 times faster. 100 meters per second, up to 250 miles per hour. So now we know that the electrochemical energy is chemiluminescent. At the same time, we're talking about radiation and magnetism moving simultaneously, right? Okay, so each neuron is equipped with neuromelanin and neuropsin, right? Neuromelanin and neuropsin. Now we can one up whatever you think and take copper. Copper interwoven into every tissue. Electric fields propagate through and around copper at 50 to 99% of the speed of light. Think about all this energy that's moving through your body. If you got all this energy moving through your body, like, think about this, like, and this is why you got to say the colonizer is so cocky. Like, he convinced you that cells on this planet was waiting for cheeseburgers and frankfurters in order for energy. Think about it. Cells don't even have a mouth. Cells don't even have a throat. They don't even have, so like, why would your cell, think about it. You are a bunch of cells. Why would a cell need a sandwich? Think about it. If cells needed sandwiches for energy, we would have never got to complex organisms. No. The two things that was here before that had to power the cell, which is sound and light. Think of your body as a whole for a second. It's composed of water, protein with minerals, a great deal of natural forming elements are paramagnetic. So think about this. They become magnetic if they come in contact with another charged magnetic body. Well, everything in your body is charged up because it's coming in contact with the atoms of iron flowing through your circulatory system. Huh? In a healthy body, that's highly electrified plant material, right? Aromatic amino acids for pigment, right? exercise, right? But think about all the paramagnetic material in your body, lithium in the brain, oxygen everywhere, sodium, paramagnetic. Sodium is what has that affinity with melanin. Magnesium we talked about, huh? Look at this list, this all-star cast of paramagnetic materials. Look at who we running through. Lithium. Lithium is a regular element, just like oxygen, carbon, sodium, anything else. But guess what they do with lithium? They don't tell you that you need lithium. They tell you you can only get lithium for the brain with a prescription. See? And lithium balances your neurochemistry because you're supposed to have it. Why? Paramagnetic materials. Look, calcium for your bones. Vanadium is for your energy. It goes with chromium. Strontium in the bones. Ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, iridium, platinum. All those go in your brain along with lithium. All those go in your brain. And add that to the fact that you already know that your bones are piezoelectric. So every time you move any one of your bones, you produce electric current. So at this point, you shouldn't even be asking yourself if I'm right. You should be saying, how the hell did we get this far? How did we get this far without a human energy model that accounts for all of this internal energy production? Now you got to ask yourself that question. Why do we still in 2022? Oh, we having battles online. The people telling you to eat this, what's that? The keto diet versus this diet, the mitochondria niggas versus the keto. Huh? So glucose versus fat? No, that's not it. Because everybody has had those days where they forgot to eat and you felt better those days than any other. You felt energetically more alive on those days that you didn't eat by mistake. You didn't eat by mistake, but you didn't notice because you didn't get hungry, you didn't get tired, you didn't get a headache, you didn't get nauseous, you didn't get cranky. None of those things that would tell you that your body's running low on energy, but you didn't eat. You was using a different energy source, right? Come on now. We're still working. The symphony of life. Like strings on a violin or pipes of an organ, the proteins in the human body vibrate in different patterns. Scientists have long suspected. Now, a new study provides what researchers say is the first conclusive evidence that this is true. Now, if you notice, I come out with my shit, and then right after 2014, that's when they come out with the study showing that there's a vortex in the third ventricle in the brain. All of a sudden, 2014, they find out that proteins absorbing sound. Huh? New study provides what researchers say is the first conclusive evidence that this is true. Using a technique they developed based on terahertz near-field microscopy. What? Wait, what? Terahertz? I just showed y'all the terahertz. Black body radiation. Oh, yeah. Okay, now. Look, and look what they're measuring. Lysozymes, right? That was found in white blood cells. Come on now. Study on melanin, enhanced third harmonic generation. Didn't I show y'all the third harmonic when we talked about with the crystal? I showed, huh? Which overlap at that 120 degree, huh? Melanin dominates the endogenous contrast in vivo of third harmonic generation. Huh? See, they mad at me because they ain't me. What is third harmonic generation? Harmonic generation is a nonlinear optical process, meaning light process, in which photons with the same frequency interact with a nonlinear material, are combined and generate a new photon with times the energy of the initial photons, right? A nonlinear material. Third harmonic generation, a special case in which the number of photons in the interaction is if all the photons have the same frequency. If they have different frequency, the generation term of four-wave mixing is preferred, blah, 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 right? So we talked about coherence. So they have to have the same frequency. That's why you have 2 ears, 2 eyes, and 1 pineal gland. Not in 1 mouth, 1 pineal gland. Right? Anomalous absorption and dispersion of sound waves in dimethylene melanin. Right? Just, I'm giving you all the articles. Sound needs sound melanocytes to be heard. Pull up the articles. Intermediate cells in the stria vascularis of mammalian cochlea are melanocytes, which contain melanin pigments and are capable of synthesizing melanin. These melanocytes are required for normal development of the cochlea. So not only are they required for you to hear, but if you don't have the melanin, your ears will not fully develop. Huh? So here's the big change coming with the EnQi cycle. Mitochondria energy production is secondary to melanin production. In this system, the EnQi cycle, mitochondria primary job is not energy production. It's to support phosphorylation and dephosphorylation of melanin production. So melanin is not the helper of mitochondria. Okay? It's not the second-class citizen. Melanin is there in the primary position. It's the interface between the mitochondria and the water. Oh, yeah, the EnQi system, the EnQi cycle. It's my shit. Yeah, this is my shit. The EnQi cycle. Ask about me. This is what we do. We change the world. It's okay. I told you, I'm supposed to get a Nobel Peace Prize for this shit, but I will settle for some cash. I will gladly pay you Tuesday. Huh? In this whole mix, sodium functions like a pseudo pheromone, right? It pulls water into melanin. It pulls the water towards the melanin for this coupling purpose. So, like I said, it's a wonder to me that it took almost 100 years when Max Kleber destroyed the energy model in 1932, right? NASA said, you know, we need an infinite closed off system of energy production. Well, Dr. EnQi has done it. Mitochondria metabolism produces too much free radicals. If melanin wasn't there, the cell would be destroyed, and that's why the people with the most melanin age the best. Because mitochondria unchecked by itself is dangerous. The cells would not have survived if mitochondria was not there to wash them dishes. I mean, if melanin wasn't there to wash them dishes, right? But mitochondria cooking is making a lot of dirty dishes. That's the free radicals. The free radicals got to be turned into energy. It got to be transduced into something not dangerous, usable by the body, right? Melanin is the primary molecule in the cell, and we now got all the science. Listen, it's over. It's over. Why does water absorb red light 100 times more than blue light? Right? Now you should know why. The red light helps to structure the water, creates the hexagonal patterns, creates the vortexes in the water, creates the coherent domain, which turns sound into light to couple with melanin, right? Huh? Start spitting that shit. Huh? Only the EnQi cycle includes every form of energy produced in the human body. If we look at melanin and water as crystal oscillators, simple harmonic motion, electromagnetic induction, water's coherent zone, melanin-water relationship, the magic of heme iron, we have a vast array of energy sources to fuel our body outside of fat and sugar, people. Even if we were to reduce our minds back to just the electron transport chain, there is magnetism produced from the spin of each charged particle, and each reactive species is charged. Then we clearly forgetting that all moving parts in our bodies, from the smallest to the largest tissue and bones, create mechanical waves, right? Sound waves. That racism and genocide has overlooked through poisoning with sugar. Destroyed these systems in our body, made us accept this as a factor of life, blinded generations of scientists to, so they can have conversations about mitochondria and pretend like they don't know that mitochondria is everywhere. Is mitochondria is melanin. Mitochondria connected to melanosomes for a reason. How they skipping that? How you listening to Jack Cruz tell you he talking about mitochondria and all this other bullshit, and he ain't mentioned melanin to you? Except for the eye, or the retinal. Get the fuck out of here. When you view the human body as a complex system of liquid and solid crystals, the danger of processed sugar, a crystal that retains its crystal nature even when dissolved, it's easy to see how it could generate diabetes, cancer, infections, high blood pressure, autoimmune disorder. Everything come into play. You can see it clear now. Blindness, deafness, Alzheimer's, dementia, heart disease. Processed sugar has been the greatest tool of colonization and global depopulation ever invented. Simply fill the waters of the body with these chaos crystals, coat the pigments with these chaos crystals, and all the signals and the energy production goes haywire. And who will it affect? Only the people with, it's going to primarily affect the people with this pigment flowing through their body, because the sugar crystals are going to gravitate. Understand, the crystals are oscillators. These are empty oscillators. They're going to gravitate to the pigment because that's where the energy. Do you understand now? See, you need to take a closer look. Let's look at your neurons. Just in case you don't understand that this is all water, this is all sound and light. Look. Inside the neurons, right? Let's forget about the mitochondria for a minute. Look at these long tubes, right? These microtubules. These is made out of phosphorus. So you might not, these is made out of phosphorus. All these microtubules is made out of phosphorus. When the same phosphorus like your ATP, these microtubules might as well be made out of ATP. You could say that, right? But it's tubes of it. So it's slightly different than ATP. But they all light up. This is all a light show. This is why you have to have neuromelanin, because the information is transferred as light. The information is transferred as light, and the melanin has to help interpret. You got to have the melanin there to keep everything together. Look, this is what microtubules is made out of, phosphorus. This is why you got to watch the Soulcraft series. This is what we're breaking down in the Soulcraft series. So the one that nobody likes to listen to, Faith and Love. In that video, we break down all of the different types of phosphorus and how your consciousness comes through because of phosphorus's ability to produce light. That's why phosphorus is everywhere. Your body runs on phosphorus. See? Inside the neurons. We know about the melanin, the neuromelanin. We know about the mitochondria. But maybe you didn't know about the microtubules being made out of guanine triphosphate and guanine diphosphate. The only difference between the phosphate in your neurons and the phosphate from the mitochondria is these use guanine instead of adenosine. But just like your DNA, this is the same thing from your DNA. Guanine diphosphate, this is the same thing. Right? Yeah. It's the same thing. Right? Neuromelanin. Right? So when you see these diagrams of neurons, if you notice, they never show you the neuromelanin. That's because the neuromelanin is everywhere. Everywhere is the neuromelanin. So it's almost like pointing out like water to a fish in a way, like all of this. That's why this is colored, this color that is colored. All that's the melanin. So literally a neuron is a melanated. You got to understand this. But it's institutionalized racism. Why? They show you diagrams of neurons, but they don't show you the neuromelanin. Or if they do, they show you a couple of speckled dots and go, this is neuromelanin. No. Neurons are melanin cells. If the neuron is missing out of the cell, it is a dead cell. Or if the neuromelanin, is missing out of neuron, that is a dead cell. Right? Oh, y'all didn't know that the blue magic was designed for the brain and the heart? Oh, yeah, the chondrus crispus builds brown fat. It builds electric fat, like the brain. It also builds collagen, where melanin sits in the eye and the rest of the body. That your skin, collagen, that gets rid of the wrinkles. What you also didn't know is that algae sing the atmosphere into existence. I kid you not. That's the craziest shit ever. That's why we having holes in the ozone, is because they're digging up the ocean with these machines to eat fish. They fishing, trying to get fish and octopuses and all this other goofy shit to eat. And they're uprooting all the populations of algae. That's why the atmosphere is not being replaced, because we're going through the plankton and the algae, which create the atmosphere. But they create it through sound. I need you to understand. Sound is nature's primary source of energy. Everybody can't tap in, though. Everybody can't tap in. So they, huh? You the only one that can. Black man, black woman, black child. You're the only one that could tap in. And obviously, this one I'm gonna have to re-edit and upload this one, because this one got a few, like, it's up on the site right now, but this one got a few slides that's not, that's not in there. I didn't want to let the early birds catch everything. You know what I'm saying? When the mind's eye is blind, some people find it impossible to imagine a friend's face or their own apartment, a phenomenon named as aphantasia. Scientists are beginning to tease out the brain features underlying this condition. The phenomenon was first described by Francis Galton in 1880, but has since remained relatively unstudied. John Hopkins. What is imagery? The mind is a powerful healing tool. Imagery has harnessed the power of the mind through various therapies for centuries. Oh, because visualization is a powerful healing tool. Now, this is John Hopkins medicine. Huh? But why isn't this taught? Look, because everybody doesn't have the ability to image in their mind. Everybody can't visualize. Everybody can't dream in color. Everybody can't. See, this is why you got to understand. You special. Look, you special. I'm trying to show you something. A study carried out by PhD student Matthew Sachs at the University of Southern California has revealed that people who get chills from music might have structural differences in their brain. The research studied 20 students who listened to 3 to 5 pieces of music. 10 of the students admitted to feeling shivers, the other 10 didn't. The researchers then took brain scans of all the participants. The 10 who felt shivers have a higher volume of fibers that connect their auditory cortex to the areas associated with emotional processing, which means the 2 areas communicate better. These 10 participants also had higher prefrontal cortex, which is involved in certain areas of understanding, like interpreting a song's meaning. Coherence. I'm trying to tell you something, man. So we got to understand the EnQi cycle. We revolutionizing, we're changing the world right now. How do you tap into this on purpose instead of just on days you forgot to eat? How do you tap into this on purpose? Well, the first thing you got to know is the gears that you can shift into, right? So you got to understand your body can shift into different gears. Neutral, reverse, sleep, right? Because that's a whole nother gear. When you go to sleep, that's the healing gear, right? So don't sleep on sleep, right? But water, carbs, fat, and protein, all of these is different energy sources, right? And we haven't been taught about water because it's a melanin phenomenon. Only large amounts of eumelanin allows you to tap into water as an energy system, right? Because water is transferring sound into light, right? Low frequency sound to high frequency, right? Now, how does your body switch between fuel sources? Well, based on what you eat, controls the fuel source. So let's take a look at this. Okay? So we shouldn't have no confusion on this, people. Look what happens to your insulin when you eat. Come on now. Stay focused with me. Stay focused. Diabetes, stay focused. When you eat carbohydrates, look at the insulin level. Look what happens to your insulin. Look how high your insulin spikes, and look how long it stays spiked for over 4 hours, almost 5 hours. When you eat fat and protein, you barely trigger any insulin. You barely trigger any insulin. Now, here's the trick to creating type 2 diabetes. When you eat carbohydrates, right? Sweet carbohydrates and processed sugar specifically, you spike the insulin, and look, your insulin stays up for more than 4 hours. Now, we eat another carbohydrate or sugary snack within 2 to 3 hours. This is how we live. So guess what? Your insulin levels stay elevated 24 hours a day. The only way your cells can stay alive is to become insulin resistant because you have so much insulin floating around. Insulin resistance is a tolerance mechanism
develop so that your cells can survive even if you have too much insulin floating around. It's not, oh, your body is backing up insulin and glucose. So what should we do? We should add more insulin. Yo, how did niggas even fall for that? Yo, high insulin is the problem. So what's the solution? We're going to inject insulin. Wait, what? I thought you said the problem was I got too much insulin. Yeah, but that's why we're going to add some more insulin to it. Wait, what? See, you got to realize, stop letting people brainwash you out of thinking you all wise, right and exact sometimes. You're not confused. Go with your intuition sometime. It's telling you something. Drinking more water. A study done with 50 girls with excess weight drank 2 cups of water. That's it. Two cups of water before and after breakfast, lunch, and dinner with no other changes. Immediately they start losing weight and their body started behaving crazily. Their thermogenic system just turned on out of nowhere and they start burning off fat, and they didn't do nothing else but just drink more water. They didn't exercise or nothing. And the water sped up their metabolism and everything. All these are mysteries that's only solved with the EnQi cycle. All these are mysteries. How does water kick your body metabolism up? The energy exponential. See, when you take in the Kleber's law, you go, wait a minute. 1/4 of the energy to run a mammal is not there. If we look at fat metabolism, ATP, Kleber's law shows us that 1/4 of the energy required to run our bodies is not present. And they don't know where it's coming from. Now we know now. Water produces its own energy. And depending on your concentration of melanin, you can harness a different amount of it. But if you got sugar in the blood, sugar in the water, oh, you're not getting none of that. You low energy. Water is the only 0-calorie fuel source. And it will fill you up. So how do you tap into the water? You drink more water. The same way you turn your body to burn carbohydrates. How do you tell your body to burn sugars? Well, you eat carbohydrates. Duh. What happens when you stop eating carbohydrates? Well, you tell your body to burn fat. Or if you eat a keto diet, what's a keto diet? All fat, right? No carbs. So when you eat a keto diet, all fat, what do you tell your body? Burn fat. What if you stop eating carbohydrates and you stop eating fat and you ate all protein? You know what your body would do for energy? It will burn protein. So now you got the gear shift mechanism. You burn what you eat. Start drinking more water. Start filling your stomach up with more water. When you eat light food, think about it. Light. You thinking light, not heavy. You looking for that heavy sensation when you eating vegetables and fruits. And drink more water. Water alone will fill your stomach up and sit your ass down like you just ate for Thanksgiving. But water has no calories, no sugar. It's not going to spike the insulin. And it's going to produce energy for you. Neither carbs, protein, or fat, or any mixture of the three affects energy output like water. Think about this. Chronic fatigue, brain fog, endurance, VO2 max. Listen, when you dehydrated, your VO2 max drops dramatically. This is a mystery to science. They don't understand why dehydration affects your VO2 max so much. How does it affect your long-term memory so much? Brain fog, endurance. How does it? No other macronutrient affects your energy output like water does. None. And we almost 100 years from Kleber's law, and nobody figured this shit out until me.
The only logical conclusion is that pure water in and of itself is the primary fuel source. Think about it. I mean, it's just common sense. Think about everything you ever heard about fasting and this, that, and the other, and water and melanin. So no, you can't be a breatharian. Don't get it in your mind, because you need to consume aromatic amino acids to, at least, if nothing else, maintain the melanin, maintain the pigment. That's your heme, your red blood cells, your heme, and your electron transport. Like, you still need the proteins, the amino acids rather, right? But even your brain doesn't have to run on glucose. Your brain will prefer to run on ketones. Ketones is energy that your body produces when insulin is not around. So if you're running on water, or you're running on fat, or you're running on protein, you feed your brain ketones. If you're running on glucose and sugar, there's no ketones. Ketones make your brain grow. Ketones are pro-neurogenesis. Glucose and insulin, anti-neurogenesis. Uh-oh. You know, if y'all see this guy, some troubles, you know. Y'all know if y'all see this guy, some trouble coming. Right? So he coming back. God damn it. Like, you still need to discuss the psychosociological aspects of carbon and melanin. All right. God damn it, Dr. Africa. I guess we need to tackle the mystery of Black homosexuality on TV and in movies. God damn. Black homosexuality in TV and movies. I guarantee you this got everything to do with melanin and diabetes. Sit your ass down. Don't go nowhere. As Black people, we know, and I'm not talking about the homophobic portion of our community. I'm talking about those of us that and I include myself in the formerly reformed homophobic, you know. I was ignorant. I had to learn. But I learned from co-workers and from family members, right? So I no longer consider myself in the homophobic. But we need to understand this information. We need to understand why homosexuality in the Black community is being overrepresented on TV and in movies. It's overrepresented. I mean, everywhere. I'm like, I mean, it's overrepresented. It's everywhere. You know, I love the new Will Smith story, the Bel Air joint, but Ashley in the new Will Smith, it's just, we're being overrepresented with this in the movie, the TV and the movies. And it's good that we have a lot of Black people that are able to get into Hollywood and sports and get that money, but we need to know what's going on. So, okay, OG, we're gonna get to the bottom of this thing. The psychosociological aspects. We're gonna get to this. Why are we being overrepresented in TV and movies as gay? Why has it been, what is happening right now? Where'd this come from? Where'd this start at? Right, so we're going to start out here. We're going to start here. We're not going to spend all night on this, but I have to put this in perspective. You got to understand this. It absolutely has to do with diabetes and melanin. Now, calm down. Sit your ass down. Pay attention. Atrazine. Some of y'all heard about atrazine.
And I know y'all saying, hold on, EnQi. That's the stuff that turns the male frogs into the female frogs. Frogs ain't got nothing to do with us. See, the first thing you need to understand about this, before you don't think this got anything to do with you, is you got to understand that atrazine works by attacking the pathway in plants that produces the aromatic amino acids. So it works by counteracting the tyrosine that you're going to use to produce melanin. Right? Now, pay attention to this, because it gets even crazier when you realize who is the frog people. You see, you must have forgot that you the frog people. That shit was funny right up until you realized that your ancestor, you Kermit, nigga. You Kermit. Kermit sips tea. You Kermit, nigga. Kermit, Kemet. Come on, man. They still ain't listening. They still ain't listening. Hit them again. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Let me show you how this thing here works. So they project the image into the music, into the TV, into the movies, right? This is called self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay? So other people's beliefs about you are going to affect you. Now, what they have done is put in place diet that helps to fulfill this prophecy here about you, right? Y'all need to understand this. Don't get emotional. Pull up these articles and deal with this information. Pull up these articles and deal with this information. Oh, the damage that sugar does to the brain. Look. Human sexual orientation. Huh? Look what it says. Explanations for the variation in sexual orientation have a very long history, from being an individual choice to being caused by the devil, being caused via social environment, to currently being caused by genetic, neurobiologic, and epigenetic influences. Nowadays, they have the actual science. Sexual hormones on developing brains. But wait a minute, Dr. EnQi, all day you've been talking about incomplete brain structure. Hello. Neurosteroids. Have you ever heard of neurosteroids? Let me introduce you to the fabulous world of neurosteroids. Neurosteroids, endogenous role in human brain and therapeutic potential. Neurosteroids are synthesized within the brain and rapidly modulate neuronal excitability. They are classified as pregnane neurosteroids such as allopregnanolone and allotetrahydrodeoxycorticosterone. Right? Bar. But let's just skip down to, let's just make neurosteroids increase both synaptic and tonic inhibition. They are endogenous regulators. Susceptibility, anxiety, stress. Neurosteroids. Okay, pay attention to this now. Pay attention to this now. You need to understand why the testicles always, you see? Sexual differentiation of the brain and its role in the expression of sexual partner preferences. What do you think was going on with them human experiments?
The preference to seek out a sexual partner of the opposite sex is robust and ensures reproduction and survival of species. Development of female-directed partner preference in the male is dependent on exposure of the developing brain to gonadal steroids synthesized during critical periods of sexual differentiation of the central nervous system. Your entire nervous system is different if you're a man and a woman. In the absence, pay attention. It's not just you have a vagina and I got a penis. That's not it. The brain is different. The nervous system different. The hormones process different. Right? Pay attention. The development and expression of sexual partner preference has been extensively studied in rat, ferret, and sheep models. From these models, it is clear that gonadal testosterone, often through estrogenic metabolites, cause both masculinization and defeminization of behavior during critical periods of brain development. Changes in the steroid environment during these critical periods result in atypical sexual partner preference. Hold on. Who is the only group of people that's affected, or the largest group at the type 2 diabetes? Okay, so if type 2 diabetes, wait, what the fuck is going on now? Let's read the scientific paper again. You can look these papers up yourself. Changes in the steroid environment during these critical periods result in atypical sexual partner preference. This is why the kids don't know. This is why they confuse. Confusion of who you should be attracted to as a teenager has nothing to do with being a teenager. Hell fucking no. When I was a teenager, we were super horny and everybody knew who they was attracted to. This confusion where this shit's going beyond gay now. Because even gay niggas, no, stop. Come on now. We got to keep it real amongst each other. When we was kids, we knew the gay people knew who they was long before this. Stop. Come on now. Even the gay kids knew that they was gay kids. Now the kids don't even know whether they gay or straight. They don't know whether they coming or fucking going. They don't even know if they gay or not. God damn it. Even the gay people got to stand up and say, listen now, shit is getting fucked up for real now. We got to figure this out. Huh? You had straight men, you had straight women, and you had gay folks. Everybody was clear. Now you're losing your motherfucking mind. You don't even know if you're gay or straight. And they're labeling this in TV and film as if this is some sort of rites of passage. It's not. This is chemically induced. And the science is out and everybody knows it but you. That's why no other group of people allow themselves to be represented in TV and movies the way you do, cooning for $1. Now, let's take a look at these differences. Male, female. Testosterone and its aromatization to estrogen cause masculinization of the fetal brain. Absence of androgen production and estrogen binding activity of alpha fetoprotein cause feminization of the fetal brain. We know the gray matter and the white matter is totally different. The brain volume is different. The cerebral spinal fluid volume is different. Women have a thicker cortex. Men have a larger volume of the subdivision of the striatum terminalis. So men have a much more, a higher comfortability with visual, spatial, and mathematics. Women, perceptual speed and dexterity, hand-eye coordination, right? So you got to ask yourself, where do you think this science was studied before it became commercially available, right? So before you could go to a doctor and purchase, if you was a man, right now as a man, you could purchase the amount,
You can become a woman. You can go to a doctor, they could transform you. As a doctor, if you want to become a man, you can go to a doctor, they could transform you, at least on a, on some level, right? But where do you think they practiced this science and learned it before it was perfected to the level where they could make it commercially available? What do you think the Germans was doing? In North Africa, all through Africa, before they started working on the Jewish people. What do you think they was doing in Africa? What do you think the human tests, What do you think the human experiments of the Nazi science, what do you think they was doing? Where you think they created this shit? On you. What do you think it looks like when it's activated? It looks like type 2 diabetes. Obese teen boys have up to 50% less testosterone than lean boys. I don't have to make this up. What do you think they was doing? Testosterone concentrations in young pubertal and post-pubertal obese males. Pull up the research. Pull up the reports. See, obesity in adult males is associated with hypogonadotropic. So let me make it plain for you. Less testosterone during puberty and after puberty. Smaller penises. So they did something about the penis envy. It's called type 2 diabetes. It makes the male penises smaller, high blood sugar, high insulin levels, and obesity. Take it to the bank. It inhibits the male hormones in the brain. This is type 2 diabetes. Pull up the motherfucking articles. Do your homework. I don't have time to. I told you we're going to joke, but we ain't going to play. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Now, we know cholesterol converts into vitamin D. But what about arginine into nitric oxide? See? Hey, I told y'all, man, we ain't gonna play with it.
What is it? We gotta get out of that Illuminati mind state. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
Thoughts
thing.
and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more is the alpha magma. Codified in Kemet is the Falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick to be complacent in the shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
What is electromagnetic wave?
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of hype, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
Electromagnetic waves. Electromagnetic waves.
How we didn't know rap could get that big. Buzz is biology, underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps. And my shit creating new mumps. Bass sicker than blue pumps. Swinging like it's news hum. Ain't no stopping us. Accepting the whole populace. Shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon, a firework like a microscope. Light entendres, light forecast. Let's work. Smell me like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherance is the middlemen that RCA just mimicking. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018 radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes flesh.
Electromagnetic waves in your body work the same way as the recording technology. So we take it back. You look at a phonograph. A phonograph is a carbon disc spinning with a carbon needle. That carbon disc, that carbon needle is able.
Listen, man, I'm trying to tell y'all. Arginine supplementation, insulin sensitivity. Oh, you might have heard that arginine causes reoccurring infections, but you might not have heard that arginine also creates insulin resistance. So let's pay attention to this now. This is how your black body is designed. Your black body is designed that when you out in the sun, your body is going to convert arginine into nitric oxide so that you will not have a buildup of arginine. But if you have large amount of arginine storing up and it's not being converted into nitric oxide, that arginine is going to reduce your insulin sensitivity, aka it's going to cause insulin resistance. Yes. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Many successful blacks are in the business of black genocide. Ask yourself why Master P sells potato chips and ramen noodles. Seriously. Master P could fund me. I'm serious though. Why is Nas sounding gangster trap rap? Wasn't Nas supposed to be the deep one? Where is the balance? Master P is putting out potato chips and fucking ramen noodles, huh? And y'all niggas swinging off they nuts like, oh yeah, they empowering the black community. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, we entrepreneurs. We investing in the community by ramen noodles and potato chip companies. What the fuck are we doing? Y'all letting them get away with this shit. I got to deal with you niggas, huh? Come on now. Let's take a poll. Let's take a poll. Now they used to do black man, white man, Chinese man. We're going to do ours like this. 3 groups of entrepreneurs open up a fish and shrimp restaurant. 3 groups of them. A black group, a Chinese group, and a Japanese group. a black group, a Japanese group, and a Chinese group. Look at the menu. Now watch this shit here. This is what I'm saying. We gotta stop celebrating eugenicists right in like, nah, we're not celebrating the lackeys of eugenicists as entrepreneurs in our community no more, right? Somebody got to deal with this shit. Y'all niggas scared to say, Master P, what the fuck are you doing with potato chips and ramen noodles? So, but this is how we broke. This is how we programmed against ourselves. Watch this shit. It's only shrimps and fish on the menu in these 3 restaurants. 3 restaurants opened up right next to each other. They all selling fish. They all selling shrimp. That's the only thing that's on the menu. How is the menu different? How is the menu different? The Japanese restaurant, all they got is fish and shrimps in there. The black restaurant, all they got is fish and shrimp. The Chinese restaurant, all they got is fish and shrimp. Because their life expectancy is going to be based on how this menu. Because you already know how this menu is set up. God damn it. The Japanese going to eat theirs raw. The Chinese going to eat theirs sauteed. And the black folks is going to have theirs breaded and fried in motherfucking grease. And you can't see the problem right there. Doc, we want to know what's up with diabetes. Huh? See, I got to deal with everybody today. We got to deal with everybody today. I want you to look up, type this shit into your damn Google search bar for the overnight healers that you niggas is trying to loan support and send money to, looking super goofy. While these niggas recommending you apple cider vinegar. Do you know that apple cider vinegar destroys melanin? Did you know that? Did any of these goofy ass black quote unquote holistic healers that's telling you apple cider vinegar is good for you, did they know that apple cider vinegar destroys melanin? Did they know that? Did they know that the green tea destroys melanin? Did they know that? Huh? These goofy niggas that's telling you about healthy coffee. The coffee, huh? The aloe vera, huh? They practicing genocide. They don't know. The health practices that's everything ain't for everybody. All you got to do is Google apple cider vinegar and melanin. Google this shit. It's nothing to debate. We don't got to debate this shit. So let's go back. Remember, we was talking to Brother Unc early this morning, right? You know, me. As a naturopathic doctor, right? Exercise for insulin receptor sensitivity training, right? Fat, protein to maintain low insulin levels. Herbs to assist the body in repairing itself from the AGEs that rip up the tissues and attack the pigments, blah, blah, blah. Now I can add the key. Fill up your stomach on water, not starch, not sugar, not meat. Snack on the raw pumpkin seeds and the nuts. Use green apples and nut butter to manage your sugar, manage the sweet tooth. Right? But fill up your stomach on water. Water is supposed to be the bulk of what you're consuming. If water is the bulk of what you're consuming, your body can produce energy. I'm trying to show you something. Now, when you adopt these practices, you're going to have to stick to your medical doctor like glue because your glucose is going to drop. Your insulin is going to drop, and it's going to drop quick. So you got to be able to have a doctor that, you got to be able to have a doctor that's going to be able to work with you. If you can't see your doctor in days and days and days, or you don't have a doctor and your ass working off emergency room, That's not the program here. If you want to get rid of type 2 diabetes, I can help you, but you need to stick with your doctor at least for the first month or a couple of months. I would say the first 3 months, you need to play your doctor like glue. You'll be ping-ponging between me and your doctor. So, how much do you invest in knowledge of yourself, dollar-wise? All I need is 100 people dedicated to stem cell research. That's black body research. People around the world, they putting billions into it. How much you putting into it? Somebody told me that they don't have to pay to watch this video because they donated to me before. Y'all said, nigga, what? You know these people putting up millions and billions of dollars into these studies. Brain disease research. They studying neuromelanin. Mitochondria research. They studying melanin, melanosomes. When they say all diseases related to mitochondria now, you know, Doug Wallace and blah, blah, blah. They're talking about melanin because mitochondria attached to melanin. When they say that energy controls your genes switching on and off. Huh? Cultural appropriation is most egregious in human biology. And I think that's where we get. I told y'all the French is, but I think this is where we get the word greasy from. You know, the French and Italians messing me up a little bit. So let me come back. Cultural appropriation is most egregious. I said agrarious. I'm getting a little delusional too. We had let me see how long we've been going. We almost at 12 hours. We don't need millionaire, billionaire entertainers and athletes doing fucking clothing lines and record labels talking about giving back to the community, though. We got to stop that shit. You're not giving back to the community making another record label or another clothing line. Like, stop it. That's not giving back to the community. All these goofy ass millionaire athletes and, all these athletes. Look at Kyrie. As much fucking noise as Kyrie done made about the vaccine and not taking it, how many millions have Kyrie put up in his own community so he could research his biochemistry, his neurochemistry? How much money have these niggas put up so they could study their body so that we can have our own? I mean, how much they ain't putting, Where all the dope boys at? They dropping the bags at the strip club. And no, when you're buying products, that is not the same as what I'm talking about. We got to have research and development strictly on this science so we can develop our technology out of it. Every 30 seconds, one leg is amputated from diabetes. Every 30 seconds. So imagine how many amputations happen from diabetes while we was talking. Every 30 seconds, diabetes amputation going on. Think about how many amputations since we started this. $11 billion a year they making off this. Do they really want you to, $11 billion a year just off of cutting your body parts off? Now that's 11 billion on top of the 12,000 a year, the 10,000 you spend a year on diabetes medication. We didn't add in the diabetes surgeries, the blood clots, and we didn't add none of that in. Not to mention the fact that after you get an amputation, most people with diabetes die within the next 2 years. So almost the amputation didn't even make sense to do. The amputation is so the infection don't spread through the whole body. But it's not really, you're still not healing the body. See, all this shit they doing to diabetics, none of this shit is healing the body. The insulin, the medication, the amputation, none of that. It's time. It's time. It's time. If you got type 2 diabetes, text me your email address. I will help you. All we need is a minimum of 100 volunteers to donate $85 a month or $25 a week so we can really continue this research. Listen, that's why I'm making this ebook free for the people. Get deeper into the album.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mind state. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
Thoughts
thing.
and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more is the alpha magma. Codified in Kemet is the Falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick to be complacent in this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoon's a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
What is it? Electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of hype, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
What is it? Electromagnetic wave. What is it? Electromagnetic waves. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Electromagnetic.
How we didn't know rap could get that big. Buzz is biology, underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps. And my shit creating new mumps. Bass sicker than blue pumps. Swinging like it's news hum. Ain't no stopping us. Affecting the whole populace. Shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon of firework like a microscope. Light entendres, light forecast. Let's work. Smell me like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherance is the middlemen that RCA just mimicking. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018 radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes flesh.
What is it? Electromagnetic waves in your body works the same way as the recording technology. So we take it back. You look at a phonograph. A phonograph is a carbon disc spinning with a carbon needle. That carbon disc, that carbon needle is able to record what? Electromagnetic waves.
You better watch out for those people that bounce back from everything that was meant to destroy them. Those are God's people, and they are not to be messed with.
God says they'll regret what they did to you. Touch not my anointed. Do my prophet no harm. They're gonna regret, guys, what they did to you, man. People know what they've done. I'm talking about the people that walked out on you, the people that betrayed you, the people that set you back. God don't forget anything, man. Understand what I'm saying? God remembers everything, man. So don't go out seeking revenge. Be patient and wait on the Lord, because guess what? He's going to renew your strength. Amen. God is going to reveal your enemies. He's also going to remove them before he bless you. Don't overthink it. Don't overdo it. Don't go and seeking revenge. Vengeance shall be mine, says the Lord. Amen. So people have a tendency to just do certain stuff to the chosen ones and think they're going to get away with it. You're not going to get away with it. It says, touch not my anointed. Do thy prophet no harm. And there's certain kind of people you just don't want to just mess around with like that.
You better watch out for those people that bounce back from everything that was meant to destroy them. Those are God's people, and they are not to be messed with.